And then 2, you removed it. So you pissed off the people that were buying your game because you pissed off that group of people. So they managed to piss everybody off in the span of like 2 weeks, which was kind of funny. And then I think everybody just forgot because the internet's got short memory. But like, you know, that's happened with plenty of games in the past where it's just like somebody will say something stupid on social media or be caught saying something stupid on a forum and then get fired. Like similar thing happened to the Brigador developers where the co-founder of the studio was saying some weird shit on a forum and then that got outed. And then like he quit the studio so they could keep developing it, but still has money in this studio. So there's some people who still refuse to play those games or that game, I guess, purely because of that. And I'm just like, come on. I don't know. People suck. That got secrets, right? Really? Yeah, I never played it, so I'm sure it's great. I mean, like it looks awesome. Don't get me wrong. Like aesthetically, that game's great. All right. Probably play some Dwarf. We can keep talking about unrelated games too. That's totally fine. I think ads are about to hit though, at least for Twitch. This man still profits off the fact that he was once involved with the project. Yes. Fort us some dwarfs? Yes. Pyros. We will fort some dwarfs. And also, Twitch chat, you can say hi YouTube now if you like. We've just been, like, babbling without them. So hi, YouTube. Hope you guys are doing well over there. I do see the YouTube chat, for those of you who keep asking. Come over to Twitch, we have cookies. And in regards to Twitch, for those of you who weren't here 15 minutes ago, Twitch has a promotion going on right now where if you cheer $3 or more in bits, the official Twitch account shows up in the chat and adds 10%. Which means so far, I've gotten a total of $5 in bits from Twitch. So shoutouts to Twitch. Oh, I don't think either of them are particularly likable. From like the basis that I know of those characters, neither of them are particularly likable. Duke Nukem is a horrible character. But, yeah, I don't know. That being said, if they ever did make a Duke Nukem movie, I might have to watch it. But, yeah. Okay, so we are playing Dwarf Fort. It's this indie game that some of us like. And this is a fortress that I've been working on for a little bit now. We got some pissed off dwarfs and some not pissed off dwarfs. And recently got a new king. Kind of the interesting side stories are we had a extraordinarily violent captain of the guard who is hoarding artifacts, as well as recently has acquired a platinum warhammer, which I think at some point we may need to actually equip to that dwarf instead of, you know, just keeping it in this back room back here, which I need to pull this lever and seal it off again. So we do actually have a platinum warhammer, which is pretty rad. As well as one of the first things I did in this fort was I built this. This is the Learned Spears. This is a weaponsmithing guild. It's one of the first guilds I built in the fort. And ever since building that, all of the dwarves in the fort have been, at the very least, somewhat talented weaponsmiths. Now, because of that, the vast majority of the artifacts we get are weapons. And I think, and I've been looking at this for the last little bit, I think this this weaponsmith's guild's a little small and shabby. I think we can make this nicer and bigger. So I'm thinking about maybe adding a second floor to it today, which is kind of something I would like to do. Just expanding on this, making it look nicer. Although still keeping the artifacts down here so anybody in the tavern sees it. One of the bigger additions we made yesterday was we built a library, which is up here. This is my library. It is quite popular. And we had another bar fight that caused a bunch of dwarves to die. And one of the casualties in that bar fight was the queen. So now we have Tyrandess, who's the king. The new king of Sunbirths. We still have one of our dukes. We no longer have either of the barons. So the barons have both died. We do still have the outpost liaison. But primarily we have our monarch up here. Do I prefer legendary weapons or armor? Do not care. Dwarves take whatever they take. Sometimes if there is a specific character arc, I will give a particular dwarf a particular weapon. As an example of this, oh, actually, no, that dwarf's not on the map right now because they're on a mission. This dwarf right here, Neezer, has a sword, which was made by his dad. His dad made an artifact sword the day that Neezer became an adult. And so when I put that dwarf in the military, because I had the thoughts that would be great for the military, when I put that dwarf in the military, I gave them his dad's sword because I thought that would be very fitting. The thing about Duke Nukem is Duke Nukem quoted a lot of movie characters and quoted a lot of movies. So people think of a lot of film quotes now, and they think of Duke Nukem. They don't think of the film, right? The best example of this is, I'm here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of bubblegum. A lot of people attribute that quote to Duke Nukem. It's from They Live, not Duke Nukem. That's a quote from They Live, the movie They Live. It's Roddy Piper, exactly. So, like, there's a lot of, I think, fondness for the things that Duke says. Oh, They Live is one of my favorite fight scenes from that era, and is one of my favorite movies of that era. It's also one of my favorite John Carpenter movies. It's probably my second favorite. The Thing is probably my favorite John Carpenter movie. So I feel like a lot of people have nostalgia for Duke Nukem, but actually in reality have nostalgia for things that are said and are lifted from other media. But I could be incorrect there. I don't like Duke Nukem, so maybe I'm a bad person to be the judge of who has nostalgia for Duke Nukem, I suppose. All right, so most of the combat in this fortress is taking place in the caverns. The caverns are pretty active and are regularly enough sending out forgotten beasts for us to deal with. So the majority of the excitement in this fort is currently going on in the caverns and in the prison, because we have very active things trying to steal our artifacts. And what? Why are you in a cage? There's a necromancer creature who's been in our prison for a bit, who's in a cage. I never told them to be put. Why are you in a cage? What? That's so necromancer creatures and what are they called? Were creatures. When they're in a cage, they just look like a moon. I'm not totally sure why that is, but I think it's because we don't have procedural portraits. So the portrait for necromancer creatures are just the moon, and they become their portrait when they go into the cage. So I don't know why that's there. Anyway, that's there. So then there's also this dwarf who's in prison. Arcmaster's in prison for some reason, but is repentant, so that's fine. Is actually helping him mentally. But yeah, so this very cold fortress has quite a bit of lava. We have lava forges that I've pumped up. And the plan for today, and hopefully we'll get it done today, is I want to build this. This is going to be my minecart shotgun. Once we have the minecart shotgun built, we are then going to begin attacking things. And also we have this squad that's been out for like a year searching for a slab. I'm sure they'll come back eventually. Eventually. As for the dwarves that are alive, of course, there are the ones that aren't here, which is Diamond, Siamegus, Neezer, Kashmir Ghost, Bucket Glass, Andre the regular guy, and Ezreal, and Madwalker. As for the dwarves in the fort, this is going to take a while because there's a lot of them. Whew, if you hear your name called, you're welcome to ask me to check in on them after I'm done reading the list. 404 Loud, Aether Null, Arclord the Second, Arcmaster 5000, Other Arcmaster, Bastet, Big Bang A1, Brainfist, Cat Dodger, Cosmic Surfer, Darius Cardin the Second, Dominok, Dr. Niche, Dr. Special 420, Dr. Funk DS, Elfie, Uranamu CD, GM 70, Ham, Ice Hockey Player, Iron Pit, Jam Jalopy, Jetpack Tuxedo, Jezza, Jfo, Kraken, Lavender, Lord Ubda, Lucas Bat, and Maladine, including Midnight, Winter, and Might Be Goose the Second. Might Be Goose the First is also here. I don't know how that happened. And Mighty Rhett, as well as Moreb and Momake Plays, Non-Major Nerd, Ordith, and Phoenix Vaughn, as well as Porslet and Rare Candy, Old School RuneScape, Raw Meat, and Really Swifty, as well as Roble and Rocker and Salty Tempest and Shatner, as well as Serious Salsa and Smithied and Sparky, Stone, aka Seashore's Wall, Storm Wolf, Talon Artho II, Terminal Wetness, Great Udolph, as well as Two Light Spong Led, Tyron Des the King, His Holy Majesty, Hail the King. Hail to the King. Unemployed Shaku, V-Boy Chaos, Viking Kingo, Recognize, and Vixen Rose, as well as Extra Attack. All caught up. Stormwolf is pissed. Merp. Thanks for the tier 2 for 27 months. Appreciate you, dude. You ask me nicely if you want a subscription. You don't use Twitch because the ads are annoying. Well, I mean, just like YouTube, you can pay to get rid of the ads with Twitch Turbo, which I pay for now. YouTube has the same number of ads, but you probably just block them, so. Like, actually, YouTube shows 4 minutes of ads per hour, and I can't disable that unless I completely disable monetization on the streams. And Twitch also shows 4 minutes of ads per hour, so. Your PC is down. What happened to your PC? The hell? But yeah, Rin's Recursive Reverie. If you would like a dwarf, just let me know. So we have a new king. The old queen and her king were here previously, but this new king has been in the fort for a while. He finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate, after wearing old clothing in 107, is very polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible, and he is troubled by this natural tendency in himself since he finds obligations confining. And he is troubled by this tendency in himself, as he finds dignified society to be stifling and silly when properly considered. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He is sloppy with his living space, and he is quick to form negative views about things. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and he's somewhat quarrelsome. He's bothered by this since he values friendship. He doesn't mind little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he doesn't focus on material goods. He generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, and he tends to consider what others think of him. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and he tends to hang on to grievances, and he can handle stress. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. Personally, strongly values tranquility and quiet. He finds independence and freedom somewhat worthless, and he finds maintaining decorum a silly, fumbling waste of time. Sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. So this dwarf likes helping others. His only son is dead. His mother is dead, who was the queen. And he does have an older brother named Jezza. I bet you Jezza's real happy about the fact that he didn't get, the crown. But we are going to try and give this dwarf a good career. So this dwarf wants to help others. So I'm going to make this dwarf into a doctor. That is the first thing that we're going to do. Let's go down here. Doctor, diagnoser, maybe a surgeon, actually. Let's make you into a surgeon. Iron Des, the king. You can be a surgeon. And I'm going to remove your other jobs. This dwarf is just going to be a surgeon. High Fin doing? Well, the High Fin is recognized, but Amonok's a bone doctor. The High Fin is doing all right, actually. Very happy. Look at this dwarf. Dwarf's ecstatic with their life. Deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to her sadism. Well, I mean, checks out for a religious figure. Taught weaponsmithing once. King or MD? It depends on what's in your username. Yeah, because if I go down to here... Yeah, we have the Holy Fin and then the High Fin. GM the Holy Fin and then recognize the High Fin. And you heard like 3 things in your back pop? That seems not good. Also going to place a dog down here who can spot any crimes if somebody tries to steal this spear. Just gonna wait for this rope to show up. Without counting them? Like, are you asking how many more you need? Because if you just click on a bedroom, click on this, and scroll down, if there's dwarves that don't say have quarters at the bottom or in the middle of the list, those are how many more bedrooms you need. The other way is if they're all on 1 layer, which in my case, they're on 2. But you can grab bedroom, multi, and click and drag. And it'll say how many are there. 70 beds already in use. Okay, let's go all the way down the bottom. 52 are already in use. Where's the list? Hit Z, click on a bedroom, click on the little dwarf name, or the little plus dwarf, and then scroll down. The ones that don't have bedrooms that are not children need beds. Those are the 2 ways that you can quickly determine the number of bedrooms. You know, I've heard that from a number of people, and Andre, over on the YouTube chat, that you're on YouTube only because the company you work for blocks Twitch. Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, like, Twitch is what? Video game and, like... I don't want to say softcore porn, because that's not accurate. It's, like, video game and then just, like, social interaction focused, whereas, like, YouTube could theoretically just be music. Like, it's weird that, like, YouTube doesn't get the same stigma that Twitch does at video in businesses. Call it ASMR. I mean, the thing is, I find the air quotes softcore porn on Twitch less arousing than ASMR. So, I mean, sure, you could do that, but you know, for whatever it's worth, I think ASMR is the issue there. I think lady in a bikini ain't the issue. Like, just go to a fucking beach. Anyway, I'm going to start building up around this, and then we're gonna make some bedrooms, and then we're gonna keep working on this. So 1 thing at a time. And of course, if anybody wants a dwarf, just yell at me. And yes, that's a giant koala. They hang out in my tavern. I do declare that is scandalous. Yeah, I don't know. I'm like one of the oddballs where it's like, I will, as long as there is like, as long as they're using the age filter, I don't care. Maybe that's like a bad take. I don't know, but even if it is, I have a really hard time caring if people want to show skin on Twitch. All right, let's do this. Let's just use Gabbro. Yeah, I mean, YouTube is, I mean, you could also just go into, like, the computers and tech section of Twitch and get, like, the similar things. Like, there's a bunch of game developers on Twitch that just, like, are constantly programming and answering questions about engine development and shit, to the point where, like, that could be considered the same type of content as, like, the tutorials and stuff on YouTube. So it's like, I guess it kind of depends on, like, what industry you're in, too. So, yeah, I don't know. It is weird how Twitch gets just blocked by everything, usually. Yeah, video games! Tolas, thank you very much for gifting a subscription. Appreciate you. Although, I found out that a friend of mine has been doing this kind of funky thing on Twitch not too long ago, where... So the maximum number of ads per hour you can run on Twitch is 22 minutes. Right, so you can run 22 minutes of ads per hour on Twitch, if you want. You can set it up so that that's how many ads you get per hour on Twitch. I know one guy that does it. One guy, okay? So I run 4 minutes of ads per hour, right? on this channel. I prefer to run 3, but I will be honest, it is December, so I bumped it up to 4, specifically because this is the best ad revenue season for the year. Okay. He runs 22 minutes. He has a higher view count than I do, right? So I sit at like 150 to like 250 viewers usually. He has like 500. Okay. I make about $50 in ads per day. About that. So you can do a little bit of like mental gymnastics to figure out how much money he's making per day. He lives in Estonia. Okay. Twitch subscriptions are a lot cheaper in Estonia. But he gets paid in American dollars for those ads. Every single time a person complains in his chat, he gifts them a sub. Because it costs him like 20 cents. It's more than that. It costs him like, it's like 70 cents or something. For a subscription in American dollars. But he's making that money back in ad revenue. Tenfold. And what's even funnier is since he started doing this, because he gifts like 50 subs a day, his concurrent view count has been going up. I can't do that because it wouldn't be cost effective, but it's hysterical. And he has like a command in the title of his stream, which is just no ads. And so like, people just see it and they figure out pretty quickly what's up. You're not even sure that that's legal here? What, to show that many ads per hour? Or to just like give away subscriptions to people who complain? I just think it's funny. No, not Matt. Matt, if you're referring to Matt Oblivium, he has a similar command, but no, I'm referring to a dude from Estonia. He's got a very thick accent. I'm not going to name names, but I know who that person is too. But no, it's like...
Holy crap, it's been a year. What is time?
Kind of insane, actually, the fact that you can make that work. It's been more than a year. What are you talking about? It's been 13 months based on that resub. Does it immediately just gift you a sub? No, it explains what's up and why there's so many ads. Because of how that chat works. For private TV, the type with the highest allowed length of ad is 12 minutes maximum per hour. I'm pretty sure it's higher than that here. But I need to look into that, actually. You can't count. I mean, that's fine. You just added an extra month. But seriously, thank you so much for keeping that sub alive for 13 months. But yeah, I don't know. I respect stuff like that. I think that shit's kind of awesome. Oh no, it's absolutely fucking loads of ads per hour. You're just wondering how Twitch handles that and or if it's different for streamers? I don't think that we are governed by, like, any governing body that governs television. So... Masterwork of Tyron Des has been lost, excuse me? Oh, must have thrown something out. Interesting. Sorry, King. But yeah, I'll be honest with you, I don't like the number of ads that I have to show. I've been pretty clear on this, I think, that like if it was financially viable isn't the right word to use. If it was financially logical, I would remove all ads. The reason I don't is because Twitch punishes you if you don't show any ads. So I kind of am in a corner where it's like, I can either just try and accommodate them, or I can not use them and then get the negative repercussions of not using them. Which, at this point, just roll with them. Probably a 50-page legal document of restrictions. Does it also require you to, like, min-max all of your spreadsheets explaining how much money you're going to make? Because I know they like spreadsheets in Germany and farming sims. Maximum organization. I used to work on a YouTube account for fun with some people that I knew, and the guy running the account was German, and holy shit, everything was always so organized, it's absurd. Like all of my internal documents and notes are just like the most chaotic bullshit that just goes everywhere. Ideally, if you want to get the highest tax returns, naturally. I think we'll make this an extra floor. I'm going to the bathroom. Let's do an ad break 12 minutes later. I think the most you can run in a single ad break, in a single ad block, is 6 minutes. But the most you can schedule is 22 minutes per hour. So basically, I guess that would be 6 minutes of ads every couple of minutes. Jesus. Why is there a lava river? Why isn't there a lava river? This is a glacier, and I put lava on the ice. Guys, I've been having fun. We've been goofing off. We're doing Dwarfy things, you know, in the snow. At life in this fort. A second chance at life in this fort. Well, sure. I will search by happy and give you somebody happy. How does Dastot the weaponsmith sound? Is delighted remembering watching a performance and satisfied getting into an argument. Someone's feet got cold? Yeah, true. 6 minutes is enough time to make a panini? Yeah. I mean, I can make a sandwich in 2, so I'm sure I can make a panini in 6. Blazing Iceberg the second is a adept weaponsmith and often is inflamed by hatred and easily develops hatred towards things. Never feels discouraged, often feels filled with joy, is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions, and only rarely tries to assert himself in conversation. Is very quick to anger and has little interest in joking around. Doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living and is conflicted by this since he values harmony as an intellectual concept. He's brave in the face of imminent danger and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and doesn't go out of his way to help others. He tends to think before acting, generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings and can handle stress. He mutters under his breath when he's annoyed, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He personally views decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it. He would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Treasures leisure time and thinks it is very important in life, and values tradition and values peace over war and doesn't care about nature one way or another. And as far as family goes, your wife is dead. Your only daughter is dead, but your son's still alive. Your younger brother, Tellan Artho, died, unfortunately. Your older brother, Nasty Ninja, died, unfortunately. Your older brother, Iron Pit's still around. And your younger bid, Two Lights, is still around as well. And since hey, you're not actually a member of the fort. You're also not a member of the fort. Got a lot of dwarves that aren't members of the fort just chilling here. No, everyone fails regularly. What's even better, Pyros, is I also, in two minutes, I can make and eat a sandwich and also give myself an injection. I'm pretty efficient. You want to seem like a weenie, but can you have a dwarf? Why does that make you seem like a weenie? Holy Kai. is also a member of the sect of waving, the most popular, religion in the fortress. You're an expert weaponsmith. You're currently hauling gabbro blocks, and you're lonely after being away from family for too long. He feels filled with joy often, and he is an optimist, and there is miasma everywhere. Don't mind the bodies. He is an optimist, and he is open to changing his mind. He often feels lustful, and he isn't particularly curious about the world. He is stubborn and assertive and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He likes to take it easy, and when he's annoyed, he tends to talk slowly. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally values merrymaking parties and not seeing bodies on the floor. He sees introspection as important and values and respects the law. He values tranquility and a peaceful day, and finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting. And he has a bunch of friends and no family, and I need to unforbid this body. Nobody want to remove that? Well, it says that you already have a minor. Or, no, I see. That's not even that. It says that they already have a grave. Maybe this is another one of those instances of a dwarf. The dwarf didn't actually belong to my fort. Because I've had a couple of those happen where it's just like, why is there still a body there? Oh, it's because you weren't a member of the fort ever. So we'll just chuck you. Now we're stuck in ads. So now I'm going to wait. But also, people on YouTube, if you guys want dwarves, just let me know. If you want a particular type of dwarf, you can also let me know, too. I generally just go grab somebody happy. Ah. The only rule is I try to not give people multiple dwarves. I'm actually just going to really quickly go use the restroom because we are in an ad. Pick Yoy. I will be right. I will name you right when I get back. Cold-blooded. That doesn't mind being in nature, at least for a time. I'm pretty sure that's literally all of them. All right, cold-blooded. Find a dwarf for cold-blooded, and then I'll start reading when the ads are done. Oh, we have a strange mood. Good thing I looked. Bones. Rough gems. Metal bars. Rock. Bones. Bones. Okay, so you need more bones. Does anybody want to gamble and take this Fey mood? Bear on the bus said yes first, so we'll go with Bear on the bus. Bear on, and then I'll go back to cold-blooded. Bear on the bus, maybe about to die, is unable to make decisions without a great deal of input from others. Is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, and though she wishes this were not the case, as she considers altruism foolish, she is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in appearance or culture. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. She is conflicted by this, as she values artwork in its creation, and she tends to avoid crowds, and she is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. She doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and she is quick to form negative views about things. She can sometimes act with little determination and confidence, and she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and she likes a little excitement now and then, and she is a friendly individual. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally thinks that the entire concept of sacrifice for others is truly disgusting. Strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, and finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting truly distasteful, and finds blind honesty foolish and dreams of creating a great work of art. Has no family in the fort but a couple of friends, and is a member of the Barricaded Order, the lesser of the two popular religions in the fort. All right, so next up, Cold-Blooded. Let's name Cold-Blooded. Go with this one. Cold-Blooded is a weaponsmith, surprise, and a miner, 78 years old, carrying Gabbro currently, is impervious to the effects of stress, and is unbelievably stubborn and will stick with things even if the most futile action once her mind is made up. She almost never feels discouraged and generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions. She does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She tends to hang on to grievances. She takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and she could be considered rude. She does not often feel lustful, and she has a greedy streak, and she doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally is an absolute believer in the rule of law, believes that the acquisition of power over others is the ideal goal in life and worthy of the highest respect, disdains loyalty and views cooperation as a low ideal, not worthy of any respect. And she's bonded with an albatross. There's an albatross she likes. All right, up next would be Nunu Dudu. How about a weaponsmith? This dwarf is very comfortable around others that are different from himself, and he is confident under pressure. Generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others and is currently shameless. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and he is very humble. He does not often feel lustful, and he often acts with compassion. He is quite polite, and he has a sense of duty, though he finds this can conflict with his sense of independence. He generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. Is rarely happy or enthusiastic and tends to avoid crowds. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and exhales sharply when he's angry, and he cackles when he's nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally has a deep dislike of the natural world. Values independence and sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and doesn't really value merrymaking. Is married to Avuz, the weaponsmith, and his mother Dastot is still in the fort, who is a baroness of something and is not actually a member of the fort, is just here as a visitor. Your younger sister is Porcelet, and you have some younger brothers, and your half-sisters are dead. Your half-sister is dead, your aunt is dead, and you do have some alive family still. So it's not the worst. All right, let's follow that strange mood, see if that gets done. While the rest of the fort is building that. This dwarf may be about to go insane, I don't know. But I seem to recall this dwarf already being hungry and thirsty and drowsy when they started the mood, so fingers crossed. I already have a militia commander. Wait, make which one the militia commander? I mean, there's some open spots in the military, but I don't really need another squad right now. The population is also set to 250. So I expect that number to go up a little bit. Okay, we do actually have dwarves slaughtering now. You know what? It doesn't matter what I think Bean is. But you know what I do think in this question is, when will you stop asking ridiculously silly questions that have no real answer? Do I think a 3D DF will come out in the next 10 years? I don't know. You think about it. Use your head noodle. It's good to see you, Corn. How's things, mate? Well, maybe that's why you can't think of the answer. Okay, well, clearly it's not that. Yeah, that was me on Monday. Counted my pills at the end of the day. I was like, ah, fuck. That's why my brain wasn't working all day. Neat. You know, Venus. You know that Stone Sense exists, right? Right? You know that Armok Vision exists, right? Also, Dwarf Fortress is already 3D. And Nomoria exists, but sucks. And Going Medieval exists, but that's RimWorld, not Dwarfort. So, like, do I think somebody will make a 3D Dwarf Fortress in the next 10 years? Dwarf Fortress is 3D. They stopped developing Nomoria in, like, 2016, dude. Long time ago. I love it when people are just like, when will Dwarf Fortress be isometric? It's like, well, it isn't, because that's a worse angle to control Dwarf. Like, it's really funny to me that people seem to think that No Moria's camera perspective for a game like this is easier to control than Dwarf Fortress, because it's not. But yeah, no, it's why doesn't that exist yet? Because it's not going to. Like, it's really bizarre to me that people think that this is a bad camera perspective. This is the most convenient, best camera perspective for this type of game. A multi-layered city builder like this is worse in 3D. And was immediately like, oh, it's dead. Yeah, that's generally how those games work. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I do not know. That's what it looked like. I haven't played Going Medieval, but its camera certainly looks bad. Because of course it is. I mean, it's even like, try and build constructions in Roller Coaster Tycoon without screwing stuff up. Imagine if you had to do that in this game. Like, isometric view strikes again is a meme in those games for a reason. But you can. Venus. I mean, like, one, if you really want to see it in an isometric view, just install DF Hack and turn on Stone Sense. Okay? Number one. That already exists. Number two, it's not a matter of making people see the cool shit you can build in this game. Because people have already seen the cool shit you can build in this game. Because Stone Sense exists. That's a personal point of view. The number of times I've talked to people that have said, my stuff looks like crap, your stuff looks like amazing. My stuff looks amazing because you didn't build it. Right? Because you're seeing something new. And that's new and exciting. It's different. When I look at your stuff, it's fascinating and different than my stuff because I didn't build it. That's the reason I like seeing screenshots of other people's forts, is because they always look cooler than mine to me. But then they'll be like, no, your fort is cooler than mine. And I'll be like, no, I disagree. You built something that is way cooler than I've built. They'll be, it's big and open. Like, there's nothing logical there. I hate Stone Sense. I think Stone Sense is ugly as hell. Also, save your game before you load Stone Sense because it has like a 30% chance to just crash. And take your save with it. So save your game before you load it. So I think it's just a matter of perspective. Like, I don't think that the stuff that you make is inherently bad because it doesn't look like mine. It doesn't look like mine because it's not mine. The stuff that you make is cool because you made it. La Musketeer, let's just get you named in here. Hold on a second. I'll pull somebody in from the YouTube chat. Let's do this. Le Musketeer. I don't think fortresses need to be symmetrical to be beautiful. I think they just need to be interesting to look at aesthetically to be beautiful. He only rarely tries to assert himself in conversation. He has a strong tendency towards privacy and is often sad and dejected. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and he is slow to anger. He often feels lustful, and he prefers that he prefers to present himself modestly. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He is quite ambitious, and he laughs in a unique way when he's nervous, and he repeatedly snaps his fingers when he's trying to remember something, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and is a hardened individual. He has a pet peahen named Maffle. Has plenty of friends. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally thinks it is of the utmost importance to present a bold face and never grouse or complain, or even show emotion. Sees merrymaking as a waste and thinks friendship is important. Values nature and finds romance distasteful, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. So, I'm a little worried about that dwarf. Let's try butchering a few more things. Because maybe you just want different kinds of bones. And I was butchering just dog bone, and all you have is dog bones. So let's maybe butcher. No, I'm using that somewhere else. Don't want to murder the murder mittens. Duck is somebody's pet. Sir Meows a lot is a national treasure. Let's kill a baby elephant. Try that. Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, like I tell people, if you want to make forts that are interesting to look at, either settle in a mountain, like on the edge of a really big cliff, or dig down to the caverns and get to a layer where you have enough space to place most of your things, but you can't make it perfectly symmetrical, and just try and fill up the space that you have available. That's like the easy way to just start building something that looks interesting. Because that's how I got into making things look interesting. I'm just going to grab the first dwarf I see here. Grimnar67 from the YouTube chat. Grimnar67 has a pet alpaca, and her only daughter is dead. Well, that's unfortunate. I'm very sorry to inform you of your immediate loss. But Grimnar here is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need and lives an orderly life, organized and neat, lacks confidence in her abilities, always is tense and jittery, can sometimes act after seeing Twistoff die, or Twistoff's dead body, and then turn around after experiencing trauma. Can sometimes act without deliberation, generally acts with impartiality and is rarely moved to mercy after seeing Lump Beef Broth's dead body in 100, is disturbed by this as someone who dislikes those that seek to acquire power over others, and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, often feels lustful and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, has a noticeable lack of perseverance and doesn't tend to seek out excitement, and occasionally overindulges and tends to consider what others think of her. She talks to herself when she's angry, and she chews her lips when she's nervous, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything ever anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally views decorum as a high ideal, is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it, believes that little is better in life than a good party, sees family as one of the most important things in life, and finds introspection and the use of power and the acquisition of power abhorrent, and would have all masters toppled. Sees denial of impulses as vain and foolish, and sees the denial of impulses as a vain and foolish pursuit. Interesting. Strongly values tranquility and quiet, believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected, thinks that the pursuit of the skills of warfare and fighting to be a low pursuit indeed, and values tradition, and dreams of mastering a skill. So that is the exact reason why I use DF hack, Defmole. Look at this. Okay, the flow fill is getting screwed up because of the upper layer. Also, look at this. You can click and drag multiple layers, and it flood fills. And if you hold shift and hit the flood fill, it when it shift flood fills, it fills up 3D zones. So I could also use that for erasing. It's literally the only thing I use DF hack for. So as you can see, it's flood filled for this entire thing, right? If I hold shift, it removes all of those layers. Obviously, I'm going to have to do some fixing down here. But yeah, no, it's pretty great. Let's just funk. Didn't even use it in Classic. Yeah, I'm not a big DF hack person. I don't like the majority of the things that it provides, but making burrows work the way more or less they used to, plus a few extra features and search functionality, makes it worth it, in my opinion. All right, so let's go back to that strange mood and follow it. If the baby elephant does it. They don't like nature. What? Where does it say they like nature? Dwarves have always not minded being outdoors, at least for a time. Some dwarves value nature. That's always been a thing. What do you mean all dwarves like nature? Probably this weekend, Defmole, I'm going to put out a video, which is my recommended settings for DF hack. Basically, it's like, how do you get just like search functionality and UI improvements without the vast majority of the things that make the game play itself for you, which I don't like. Was hoarding all of the wool and cloth over 150 still not satisfied? Is that normal? Nope, that's a bug. I'm not entirely sure how to fix it. It's a weird bug that has come and gone over the years. It was gone up until like, I don't know, a couple of months ago. Like one of the last 3 patches, it came back. But that hasn't been a bug in the game for years. They will do that indefinitely from what I can tell. Some people have said that like they've had them stop and actually make the artifact. I've had them stop and make the artifact. I don't know what makes them stop and actually make the artifact. But the dwarf's just going to go insane eventually. Which kind of sucks. That's just a weird dwarf you have, then. Must have been kidnapped and raised by elves. Or kidnapped and then escaped and then raised by elves, because elves don't kidnap people. Or had some friends that were elves when they were younger. That dwarf's probably got some interesting history. Yeah, it is kind of... It sucks, Lucas. One of the worst bugs in the game currently. And thanks about the lava river. I need flux stones, looks like. Also Galena. Ah. I had 1 extra in Galena. Yeah, we are actually out of flux. I need more limestone, is what I need. Seem to stop only when it's no longer a part of the guild zone you have it in. Try deleting, try removing the zone. If there's a zone on that workshop, Lucas, try removing the zone. But I don't know, outside of that. I have like, but yeah, the bug was originally called Plane Pact. Because that was the name of the first artifact that ever had that bug. That was widely talked about. I have a video about it called That Time a Artifact Folded Space-Time or whatever. A dwarf that slipped into depression. I'm worried about this dwarf. Anybody slaughtering that elephant? Did I already slaughter that elephant? Try slaughtering another one. Yeah, that's something I'm planning on doing this weekend. But my YouTube output has been less recently because a lot of my off-stream time has been going into recording footage for No Clip. But, you know, the end result is we'll actually get that No Clip documentary, right? Which I really want to have happen. Also, they've been paying me hourly for that, which actually ends up to be a better use of my time than making YouTube videos, which is kind of funny. Do I have cut? I have cut gems, right? You also wanted cut gems. I do have cut gems. Yeah. And also tons of those. We're not in a burrow currently. I mean, I could try removing that dwarf from the burrow that they're in. Nope. That's not it. We're not in a zone. Let's try this. Because I'm pretty sure what they need is bones. Let's just make a bone stockpile right here. I don't know. Because the stats on the CUD stream this Monday were terrible. So. Do I like doing that? I don't know. I fall in and out of schedules that I like. The only things I actually like doing are streaming the 3 days a week. Then I throw other streams around the edges without the schedules being set. I like doing what I like doing, and that changes very frequently. So it's hard to ask me that question and get a straight answer. It was an answer. It wasn't a direct answer. Yeah, no, it's not that. I don't know. Well, I'll go yell at the DF hack people that. They do have a Discord. But yeah, I don't know what to do with this dwarf. Because I have everything that they want. So yeah, I don't know. Kind of at a loss on that one. If I'm being honest. This is all dolomite. This is also all dolomite. Is this in the burrow? It is. For some reason, they don't like using dolomite. They want to use limestone, which is interesting. It's like if I can have tons of dolomite available, and it'll just be like, we need more limestone. And it's like, but there's dolomite everywhere. Use that. We'll just clear out all of this limestone here. I don't know why I'm doing circles. Yet here I am, making circles. Now it's no longer a circle, it's something else now. No, it's permitted. They use it sometimes. They just use limestone more. I don't know. It's weird to me. Like, the settings are set so that they can use it. Yeah, it's kind of odd. I'm not entirely sure what's going on. Not really, no. Cypher. I mean, like, there's a DF hack command called Armok's Blessing, which maxes out everybody's mood. You can turn off stress in Armok's Blessing and then turn off enemies in the game difficulty settings. But even DF hack doesn't... Like, vanilla DF hack, I don't even think has, like, the ability to spawn blocks, if that's what you're asking. There's insta-dig, which is a command in DF hack. There's insta-build, which is a command in DF hack. So that's kind of... Because you can't freehand a circle? That's nutty to think about to me. Yeah, I like the look of Marble too. I think Marble looks great. We're in an ad break, so the game's paused. Many squares make a circle. Yeah, you start off with square, and then you start adding smaller squares onto the bigger square. And then, like, 90 seconds later, you have a circle. I don't know. I mean, like, sure. You use DF hack to make circles if you want, but it's bizarre to me that you need that. Dwarf math? I mean, sure. Most people should be through the ads, so I'll pause. Uh-oh. Baron de Bus has been stricken by melancholy. Mood failed. So here's how to make a circle. Okay? You click a button, you hold shift, and then you hit D once, not twice. I hit twice. So you click a spot and then you hit D, and then you hit S, right? And then bang, you have a square, okay? Now that you have a square, you go smaller square, smaller square, smaller square, smaller square, and then you go smaller square, and then you go smaller square, right? Magical. And then after that, you go another square the same size. In fact, even slightly bigger square. There we go. And then we go, same thing. Right? And then you go, wow, it's a circle. Square, square is a square. Square is a square, square, square. Square is a square. And now you're like, wow, this isn't quite a circle. But you know, now we have the ability to make cooler shapes than circles. I can do this. I can do this. And now, instead of a circle, we have a Cthulhu orb. We have a lemon. Sure. I don't know. I wouldn't call that a lemon, but I mean, you can call it what you want. Magic, do it again. Clip it, you weirdo. And you're good to go. Wizards of the Coast might sue. You know, honestly, that would probably be the most press my stream would ever get, is if Wizards of the Coast sued me for making a shape in Dwarf Fortress. Also, I'm reasonably confident I could win that. And I bet you I could, like, probably just go to fucking Indiegogo or Kickstarter or something and get people to crowdfund my legal fees. So you know what? Tell them to send them to me. Let's go. Let's do this. Actually, please, jokes aside, please don't sue me, Wizards of the Coast. It sounds like a lot of work. I don't need more gray hair than I already have. They'll send the Pinkertons after you? I'm in Canada. I don't think they can do that. Like, I'm like 99% certain we don't have the Pinkertons in Canada. So how would they do that? I will admit, that's maybe one of the weirdest stories I think I've heard in video games. I was gonna say, they're private security. They're not cops. Be like hiring the Hells Angels. Plus Hasbro laying off 900 people right now. Oh, that's because like their jobs are getting replaced by ChatGPT, right? Bring wood and dig down to the caverns are my tips. And request wood as a trade good because you have no trees. They're hired thugs. I said private security, which is a very diplomatic way of saying hired thugs. And then compared them to a drug smuggling gang. So, you know. Kind of screwed this up because there's snow all over this. Oh, no, that's fair. I don't even know why I'm being diplomatic. No one needs to be nice to the Pinkertons. I was more being diplomatic because we were joking about me getting sued by fucking Wizards of the Coast. So. Okay, let's do that. Thunk. Thunk. Thunk, thunk. All right. Let's put that there. I didn't even need to put those there. Why did I do that? Extra clicks for no reason. Although I think the funniest thing about Wizards of the Coast's hiring the Pinkertons to, like, go repossess, like, because it was for Magic cards, right? Like, they were repossessing Magic cards, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, when they did that, the funniest thing about that was all the people going, wait, they're real? Because, like, the entirety of the Game Plague universe discovered that the Pinkertons existed because of Red Dead. So it's like, a bunch of people played Red Dead, and then suddenly, like, their so-called fictional characters that they thought were fictional from the video game that they just played get hired by Wizards of the Coast to actually go after people and get cards back. Very funny. Like, there was so many, like, weird hot takes on the internet, like, discovering that the Pinkertons exist, which was very, very funny to me. They shipped an unreleased set boost. Okay, so yeah, it was for cards. It's not my world, so. Still, no, it was a lot of like, they exist. That's a real thing. It'd be like people legitimately thought that they were like a made-up gang in Grand Theft Auto. But then again, we need to remember, or not Grand Theft Auto, Grand Theft Pony, there we go. But we need to remember that Rockstar Games are the same people that were actually in talks with the Crips and Bloods to license the names for the Crips and Bloods for a Grand Theft Auto game. So, you know, in a world where there was a point in time where the business side of the Crips and Bloods were in talks with Rockstar Games to get officially licensed gang names and iconography for, I think it was for San Andreas. Yeah, way. So, you know, in a world where that was a possibility at one point in time, it doesn't surprise me that the Pinkertons are just straight up in there. They probably paid the Pinkertons for the right to use the name. In fact, I guarantee you they did. I think, I used to think that the Pinkertons just got absorbed into the FBI. Wait, what? That's almost weirder. But did they not pay them for it? Anyway. A lot of random babbles going on today. Conversations today in this stream are going all over the place. We went from that not being able to buy Insane Clown Posse merch because it was affiliated with Juggalo culture is crazy. What's crazy to me is that the soda brand, the pop brand that Insane Clown Posse sprays at people, used to be very, very loud about being not affiliated with the Insane Clown Posse, and like they don't know the insane, like they know of them, but like they don't promote them. Like they're a bunch of like very crass clown rappers and like, you know, like completely unaffiliated whatsoever. And now what's his face, the front man for Insane Clown Posse is like opening limited edition packs sent by, that's Fago, that's it, yeah. Sent by Fago, sponsored by Fago on Instagram. It's just weird how like the world changes. It's like, once we're not affiliated with those like immature, crazy people in the slightest. Also, by the way, you're open fucking Fago. I mean, for whatever it's worth, I don't give a shit about the Insane Clown Posse at all. It's not my type of music. But they don't seem like bad people. Like, in comparison to a lot of music groups from that era, they seem like perfectly fine people. They're just a little weird. Which I think is like the best you can end up as a music group from that era, is just a little weird. There are better options out there. I disagree when it comes to the so-called better options for LEGO. Because there's a very massive difference in quality between like Mega Bloks and LEGO. Apparently the Pinkertons sued Take-Two. Really? Okay, that's even better. Duplo is LEGO though. We never had Tyco here. But I disagree with that. I think LEGO is still the best option when it comes to those toys. Alcord II is in a Fey mood. Another weapon effect. Artifact. Yeah, no, totally. I agree with you in regards to the price difference for LEGO. What's the lore here? So we are we are the capital of this faction. We are as far north as you can possibly, or as far south as you can possibly be. This dwarf just grabbed a set of lead bars and is working furiously. I mean, if you insist, we have a large number of weapon artifacts. So this fortress is famous for our legendary weapons. I just realized there isn't a chain here. We are famous for our legendary weapons. We ship our legendary weapons around the world, and thus rumor has spread. So we are a hotspot for crime activity of people trying to steal our artifacts. We are also the only tavern this far south, meaning we have a very large number of visitors that spend their time here. And we are collecting large animals, and I'm slowly experimenting with lava contraptions, and we'll have a lava shotgun soon at some point once I actually finish making it. And yeah, I don't know. That's about it, really. Am I planning to visit the circus? I don't know, maybe. I don't find the circus to be particularly interesting. And I don't particularly enjoy digging to the circus in the current version. So, maybe. I did it in the last fort, though. Kilowatt, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Now, this is year 13. We started a few years before year 100. I almost never started the 00 year. It's almost always like, I started on the year 363. Or the year 94. I very rarely start on the actual end year for World Gen. In your wish list, Violent J talks with Neil deGrasse Tyson. I mean, that sounds like something that would happen. At some point. I don't know. But some with better quality too. After all, Lego outsourced is mostly to Asia. Some of the others started producing the exact same hulls. Yeah, I don't know. In my experience with non-Lego, Lego was always very negative. But who knows how accurate that is in current era stuff. Because I have no idea. Watch list. Oh, so he did do that. Okay. I read that as wish list because it was a typo, so I just kind of assumed that meant wish list, but let's keep expanding this weird lemon. Never heard of Kobe. Make historical sets? Interesting. I mean, there's a lot of things that were essentially established by the FBI and CIA. There's a lot of things that were. A lot of things that are shitty that were. So. Also, you're not beating a dead horse, but you maybe are stealing a dead horse. I don't know. I was trying to make a Red Dead reference. I'm sorry, that didn't work. Yeah, no, they founded them. But you're saying this like this is a unique thing where a shitty group of people come out of the FBI or CIA. Yeah, there's a lot of those. There's a lot of criminal organizations that had funding pumped into them by the CIA. That's not an uncommon thing. Alcord the second, the weaponsmith has created Irolosmog, a lead crossbow, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Kick Roast Granite Wet. A lead crossbow, hey? This is a lead crossbow. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. On the item is an image of Lorbam Wall Hatchet, the dwarf and dwarves in lead. Lorbam Wall Hatchet is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension to the position of queen of the insightful handles in 95. That was my queen. Interesting. That's a lot of diggy. We need a lot of flux. So, yes, is a lot of diggy. This area is... I need to fix this. I need to fix this whole thing. Yeah, I need to fix this whole area. The whole thing is a mess. Not as violent as it was in the old days, Def Mole. But a lot of the funding for those projects got pulled for obvious reasons. Because they weren't doing anything of value. They were just harassing people, essentially. They served their purpose, which is a bad purpose. And then got spun out into their own group. I mean, there's now union busting organizations are just, what's it called? Lawyers, like law firms. Instead of a bunch of dudes with baseball bats. Same outcome, it's just less physical. Let's deconstruct this. I think this one is just missing. Yeah, so I'm just gonna screenshot this real quick so I don't need to look it up. Yeah, I mean that's union busting. That's pretty big market, turns out. Not that I agree with it. You shouldn't be busting unions. It's mean. Called oppression. That's a bad thing. Okay, so this dining hall is going away. This zone is going to fill up. This whole area. These tables and thrones can all go away. We're just going to throw them out. I'm literally going to set them to be dumped. We're going to get rid of them. Oh, I see. Hasn't been set to be removed yet. Made your drink a little bit too toasty. Don't mind, you're going to chill hill here. Thank you for this space. Well, cheers. Thanks for hanging out, Mogwai. One, two, three, four. Still thinking about new DF unretiring works. If poking more into how it works won't make me less sane than I already am. Why? What have you discovered anything, Rum Rusher? Like I've said, I need to have Putnam on again and talk to her about, like, making game faster. Let's do some more silver. How much silver do I have right now? 185 silver bars and 89 sterling silver bars. Let's do 20 sterling silver statues. Does anybody... Should I make them anything specific? Could just make them the image of the faction. Unretiring breaks out post liaison? You mean makes them not show up? I mean, it resets the locations of all the drinks and bedrooms. But it doesn't... I don't know what you mean by it breaks it. Because it deletes all zones, right? And all stockpiles. So all your stockpiles and zones are deleted. Rum punch? Ooh. When you said toasty, I assumed it was like a hot toasty drink, but I getcha. You always hesitate to go into Legends mode. The better way to go into Legends mode is when you retire, Def Mole, there's an option to save it as a new timeline, which means you keep all of your saves. So you keep your most recent save, and it's just the moment that you retire the fortress in a new timeline. So it splits the files, basically. And then you can keep playing, right? And also you have a separate save file then to go look at in Legends. So you don't actually have to retire and then unretire. You can retire, save it to a new timeline, keep playing as well. You just have 2 save files. I'll be right back. 2 seconds. I just gotta go check something. Also need a hoodie. It's a bit unwieldy. Yeah, no, I agree. I think that I really, really hope that they just go in the direction of just giving us full access to Legends in Fortress mode. Even if we have to wait for it to load. Like, it can be the same load time. I don't care. But I would really like to have access to it. Let's make them statues of the king. Let's do that. All right, so this is the Legend of Spears. If I make another meeting zone up here, and that edge bit there can be a dining hall. This can be connected to the Legend of Spears. And then I can make a dining hall right here. Actually, let's instead delete this and just connect this to the Legend of Spears. Yeah, so it'll just operate the same way. And then this upper floor, I need to do something with this, but it's got its roof on it now. Oops. This is starting to look cool. These separate little buildings. I'm really starting to like the look of this. Somehow dodging all of your traps. Align. I wish that I would get agitated wildlife. I've actually made the agitation harder on this map, but I've gotten no agitated wildlife in the entirety of my time in this fortress, and it's a little bit disturbing. Like it's kind of frustrating actually. Like I really, really, really want to have agitated wildlife in this fort, but just haven't gotten it. It's weird. I'm actually gonna do kind of a dumb thing. Just gonna build over top of this stuff again. I realize it's a waste, but I want to get rid of this snow, and I don't want to smooth everything. We're also in an ad break in 3 minutes, so. It's like, I realize this is a massive waste of resources. I don't want to unbuild and rebuild everything, so I'm just going to build over top of it again. Killing your dogs and poking into your fort? Yeah. Time to learn how hospitals work? If you need any help, yell. Do my best to explain things. I've been gifted 3 subscriptions to channels I don't recognize by the same person in the last 5 minutes. What is going on? Okay, we're now in an ad. You finally figured out soap? I mean, if you figured out soap, you're an expert. Soap is the hardest thing to craft in the game next to paper. Unloading the game session is that I think the contents and plot info in the game main interface isn't fully unloaded to the world data, so any data store that is just lost when the site is unloaded. Oh, that sucks. What, making soap, Defmole? Yeah, same. I should probably make soap more often. But frankly, I don't. Also, just as a reminder for people who missed the beginning of the stream, there's a promotion on Twitch today where if you cheer $3 in bits or more, Twitch adds an extra 10% onto it, which is very funny because the Twitch account literally shows up in the chat and cheers separately, which I genuinely think is hysterical. Like that. Which means Twitch now has permanent access to one of my paywalls, or will probably have access to some of my paywalls by the end of this, which is very funny. You gotta give Twitch all the paywalls. No, you don't. If they can fight an infection, they're no use to you. Got it. You headed out, Holy Kai?
This is Sparta!
CYA later palmed
don't trust this
together
account.
medium dark skin tone.
It's not verified. Or it is, but they're not showing their verified badge, which I think is funny. I think this upper one I'll just smooth. I actually screwed this tower up. It's off by 1 tile. Speaking of imperfect circles. Which is fine. I don't mind. Wonder if I can change these settings. I need to change my advertising notifying settings because it's giving me a 3-minute notice for ads now, which is way too much. I need like 30 seconds. Notice of ads. Just find this real quick. There it is. Yeah, just stop giving me pre-roll notifications. Just stop doing that. Cramp, thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. Appreciate you, dude. Ads are a lot. I mean, for those individuals, sure. Thanks a ton. Means a lot, dude. Chat room. We just need one more interaction to get another hype train. That'll be the second hype train of the day. Is there a way to figure out the health of a dwarves without checking each individual unit? You know what's funny is there used to be? There used to be a screen that would just like listed all of the dwarves and their injuries. I think, unless I'm misremembering. No, you have to click on every individual unit. But if you need to know who's in the hospital, if you hit the unit screen and you scroll down it, it'll actually say rest if they're currently injured. So you can get a pretty quick idea of who's injured because they'll all be listed as resting. Yeah, I don't know. I might be Mandela affecting a new piece of UI into existence in my brain. Yeah, if you hit U, and if they'll be resting if they're injured and in hospital. So that's how I check it quickly to get a general idea. You can figure out pretty fast if like all of your doctors are in hospital, as an example. Right, so this is dining hall that is connected to the Weaponsmith's Guild. This is just the bottom floor of the Weaponsmith's Guild. So let's start placing some statues in here. Also kind of curious to see how much value these sterling silver statues are. Should just do this because I placed that one anyway. So hopefully they got better. Hopefully. Or they died. Speaking of died, Baron de Bus has been found dead, and the reason is dehydrated. So rest in peace, Baron de Bus. Yeah, no, I'm also very happy that we have the barrel, the bro all button. Okay, sweet. You're placing item in tomb. Baron de Bus is getting a tomb, which is what you need. All of this clothing here can be thrown out. A lot of the reason there's so much clothing lying around right now is because of the fact that we just had another one of those minor tantrum spirals, or I guess, what's the word that I would use? Not tantrum spirals. We had another tavern brawl. That's the word I should use, is tavern brawl. Okay, let's go around the edge of this and mine all of this out. Replace all of this. Let's also get rid of this. Tantrum wiggles, sure. And it's always so perplexing when just like a bunch of humans die in your fort and then suddenly you just have all of these like random individual types of blocks. It's like, why is there so much of this shit everywhere? How much ice do I have? 66? That's probably enough actually. 62? Yeah, that's... Possible to specify which zone dwarves will collect clay from. They'll collect from the closer one. So whichever one is closer to the workshop that they're dropping it off at, they'll collect clay from that one. But it isn't possible to specify, no. Auto pick the last material that you use. You know, it's funny because on paper I agree with you, but in practice, I know how this game works enough under the hood that it's literally never had a system like that. And it always goes back to, yeah, that would be nice to have. But do I want them to spend the time developing that? Not really. It's like, it would be nice, but it's not necessary. And I feel that way about a lot of things with Dwarf Fortress where people are just like, yeah, I want that. It's like, yeah, I kind of want that too. But also, Maybe I'm just too lenient. I don't know. Kind of goes back to that one person who left that really, really, really rude comment about developers being lazy in relation to this game in my YouTube comments section once. Where it's just like, you know, at the end of the day, I would actually describe the developers of this game as the exact opposite of lazy. Because unlike most lazy developers, they're not using Unity. And they have to build all of their tools. And they have to make the engine do the thing that they want it to do. So, because of that, it takes a lot longer. So wouldn't that make them the opposite of lazy? By that logic? Yeah, they're not using UE4 or Unity or Godot or... Like, they're kind of the opposite of lazy. Oh, yeah, true. I guess you could just pause the zone. Never thought about that. Game developer SWE. Username checks out. I believe this take. Dwarf Fortress was one person for the first couple of years. I don't know exactly when Zach started. I know that Zach, like, didn't work on the game full-time as long as Tarn did. Tarn got started first, and Tarn, I think, lived off of the first year-ish of donations, and Zach, like, worked on it for fun, part-time, and I think worked at a gas station, actually. But eventually, once the money was there, Zach started working on it. So yeah, it was large. One person initially, largely with the help of his brother, and then eventually 2 people, and then was 2 people basically for like the majority of it up until this year. Yeah, no, they've been developing video games since the 80s. For like, are they all good? No, but they have been developing games since the 80s. I guess like the argument against that Dragonfly is there's nothing that you can do with the individual pieces of nose cartilage except for maybe throw it at somebody. Like, there's no actual use or reason for the nose cartilage to be there. Aside from that, it's there. Which, if you ask the right, or maybe wrong, depending on your opinion, people, they will say that that is a bad use of game development time because it is a feature that, as far as they're concerned, doesn't need to exist. If that makes any sense. So, yeah, I don't know. It depends on who you ask. I think that stuff's neat because I know it could have a feature in the future, but at least currently a lot of that stuff is largely pointless. I really, really, really want Bay 12 to take 6 months off of Dwarf Fortress Rum Rusher and make a Bay 12 collection. Basically, like, package all of their games so that they run on modern OSs and then just release it on Steam for like $5. I really, really want them to do, but no one would buy it, so like, what's the point? I just want those games to be archived and playable, or even for free. Yeah, I also think it's really funny when I see people referring to Kitfox as corporate. Which is like, they've fallen into the corporate money. It's like, yo, Kitfox has like 7 full-time employees. Like, they're not a huge publisher, guys. Do you know how to make your dwarves clean up body parts, blood, and throw up? So that is the... Okay, one, it's hauling. Orderlies is taking care of injured dwarves. Not cleaning up blood and throw up. Cleaning up blood and throw up is the lowest priority job that dwarves do. So if they are doing other things, they will do all of those other things first. They put corpses and bodies into the refuse stockpiles, but if they're outside, they will not by default, unless you go to labor standing orders, refuse and dumping, gather outdoor refuse, because the default it's set to ignore outdoor refuse. The second a corpse becomes rotten, it becomes refuse instead of a corpse. So if you want them to get rid of rotten bodies or skeletons that are outside or considered to be outside, you have to turn that on. Thanks for the $3, Bita Boy. Appreciate you, dude. This dwarf is standing in a very inconvenient spot. The human poet Erush Noki Mortob was seen sneaking around, and they say, "I will not stand. You will not stand between me and the dull shores," which is one of my artifacts. That's also a lot of disorderly conduct. So a child has been accused of a bunch of disorderly conduct. What if instead I accuse that human of disorderly conduct? Erush. This child won't get this conviction even if I wanted you to get this conviction. So what if instead... Oh, also, hold on a second. You're back? This human stole shit from me earlier. If they're back, I'm gonna arrest them for unrelated crimes too. Because you need to go to prison. Yeah, this human poet. Convict. Convict. And also interrogate this person. And interrogate this person. So let's jump to where that human poet is. Still being worked on. That's still being worked on. Ah, you're actually marked as hostile right now, which means you may end up just getting... What? Why did you kill my dog? Now that's a crime worth, convicting. Good lord. The hell is wrong with you, Erish? Why'd you kill Olden Guildblazes? Why are you satisfied by this? You literally just, walked up and attacked my dog. And a dwarf. Killed Odom. You son of a human. I was gonna try and imprison you, but instead I'm just gonna stab you to death. Go get him. Stop chasing Dr. Special 420. A strange heat source? Oh, that's spoilers. Was it lava? No. Technically, no. These are talented spearmen. Ooh. Hang in there, Yuvesh. Ooh, you are bleeding bad. But unemployed Shaku is here now, too. He's also fighting with this human. And the human is dead. I think Shaku got it. Yep, Shaku got it. Axeworth hacks the human poet with the steel axe, and the injured part is cloven asunder. Damn. Where's that other human? Yeah, he is here. Oh, I see. Wait, what? In a cave... What? Why are people... Okay. Hold on. People keep ending up in cages and I don't know how. I have plenty of chains available. Seems like a normal adventure to me, Rum Rusher. This is the second time this has happened. No, he's not hauling it. It does kind of look like it's hauled. I mean, I do have traps, but there isn't a cage trap there, so somebody put it here. Right? Like, and then the other one that I have is down in here. Like, this creature was chained up. Was his flask frozen? That's a good question. Yeah, looks like it. Actually, it looks like the water skins are frozen. I don't know about the flasks. Yes, they are in fact frozen. It's cold in this fort, turns out. Yeah, I don't know. That is very perplexing. I'm gonna go see if they need more coffins. Because what might be happening here is... That's another person. Oh, no, okay, you were actually a part of my fort. Sometimes you need to reassign tombs for them to actually get used. You'd know that if you played adventure mode, because your water skin freezes like instantly. In adventure mode, usually. Elven Caravan has arrived. Yes. I was worried they weren't going to trade with me because I screwed up trading last time. Let's not screw up trading this time. Just bring yellow zircons. And 2 red diamonds. Anybody who doesn't die of thirst. Good boy. We have much to discuss. Sure, that's fine. 10 trees. Okay, that works. I haven't chopped down a tree in like 4 years. Happened to you when a dwarf was not yours, was chained. When their time was up, they served. They were put into a cage. You can release them and put them into a pet location. Oh, interesting. Well, all right. Trophies it is then. Like, that, I guess that makes a degree of sense. It's like once their time's up, they get put into a cage. It's just weird to me that they're doing it that way. I mean, I'm totally fine with just putting them in the prison or in the upper prison. No, I think what I sold them was blow darts by mistake. I just clicked them without thinking. Anyway, here come the elves. With their, you know, giant camels. And not giant camels. I kind of love it, yeah. I mean, I'm okay with it. I just never realized that that's how it works. So, you know, you learn something every day, right? I like how there's just a dead mule in this game. I'll get rid of that. Frozen, but why is... Right. Okay, never mind. That makes sense. The concept of... I think that milk's gone bad if it's frozen. All right, so let's see. What did they bring? They brought another giant one-humped camel. Yes. Another giant... Chat, we have a breeding pair of giant koalas. We have a giant barn owl. Excellent. Wait. I don't need to sell them those red diamonds. They do not need all of this value. Here, I'll show you the numbers. In fact, they need very little of this value. Just a handful of gems. There you go. Perfect. Can you make dwarven ice cream? I guarantee you I can't. As neat as the idea sounds, I guarantee you that I can't. This... Giant koala. Oh, wait, no, I don't think I have a breeding pair. Pretty sure they're both ladies. Darn it. Can still add it to the giant petting zoo, though. If I heard one? Oh, yeah, they're weird fucking animals. Then I have 2 giant barn owls. And then I can go down to here and add the second giant camel. That's a puppy. Why did I click that? Going for that. Dwarves don't smoke anything. I wish they did. But some people... It's actually kind of funny. That's a pretty controversial subject. Like, there's two parties of people. People that think that dwarves should smoke everything, which is me, because that's dwarfy. And then there's some people that insist that that's not dwarfy. So, I don't know. It depends on the person. They do one on fire. I suppose. But that isn't smoking weed. With tobacco smoke? We had this long discussion at one point. Female. Ah, yes, we do have a breeding pair. Yay! Yay! Excellent. This one experienced trauma. It must have been knocked out of its tree. But anyway, we get baby giant floofs. So I think that's optimal. But Yeah, I don't know. It's actually kind of a controversial subject because people are like, there are certain people that are militantly against like the representation of smoking in video games. Which I get it. It's really bad for you. I fully understand. But like, if it's an argument purely as to whether or not it's dwarfy, I hate to break it to you, smoking is really dwarfy. So, yeah, I don't know. They already do, Kythers. Yeah, no toilet. Totally. There's the same discussion about toilets in video games. Although I love Tarn's excuse for not having toilets in Dwarf Fortress. One, he thinks they would be really annoying and boring to build. And two, he doesn't want us to throw poop at the enemy. Because you know we would weaponize those liquids. If they gave us usable liquids, you know, minecarts of let the shit cannon kick it. Anyway.
Crypt metal.
Milk is too hard to acquire, but you probably could fire barrels of milk at an enemy. That would be pretty effective. Manure carts? See, that's what I want. But smokies are bad? You'd be amazed how, like, weird some people get about that. The reason I say this is I've had this argument with my chat before and had people get weird about smoking. It's like, yeah, I can fire, or I can have, like, a child drinking rum, but, like, somebody smoking, that's bad. A poo moat? You can already make a pus moat. Or a blood moat. It's such an artificial argument. Yep. If you catch alcohol on fire, the barrels explode already. So just make glass barrels, or glass pots, I think, and set those on fire, and fire those at the enemy. Twitch, I turned off the incoming ad break notifiers. Don't tell me. And I'm distracting. Okay, so I need this lower area to be a little bit nicer. But aside from that, we've made some decent progress. This looks a lot better than it did. This looks a lot better than it did. Although I think, actually, let's knock down these walls. I'm going to replace those with gem windows. Now let's just use picture jaspers. Unusable slope. Okay. Makes you want to vomit? Mm-hmm. I don't think they drive carts. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We have a problem. All right, I gotta do some shenanigans to fix this. We got a problem. Gotta dump a bucket of water down there and make ice appear. I mean, Caves of Cut has usable hookahs. God damn it. So I guess that's just, like, permanently going to be ice then. If that's what the game insists on doing to me. That'll just be a tile of ice wall then. That guild hall in a tower? Yep. It's going to go all the way up to the 3rd level soon. But yeah, this is connected to the guild hall. So this is technically the guild hall. This lower layer is the guild hall. And this top layer is also going to be the guild hall in a minute. Maybe another dining hall? Stuck in an ad. The old era DF syndrome interactions being functional due to dwarves inhaling all kinds of weird gases to gain powers and abilities. Yeah, I mean, it could be I mean, I'd be super down for stuff like that. I don't know. I'm of the opinion that I'd always prefer things be in the game proper instead of, you know, modded into the game. But I don't know. At this point, and I've been pretty loud about this, my biggest thing that I'm excited for is I can't wait for adventure mode to be out. So that Tarn can go work on shit that makes him excited again. Because it is so difficult seeing, or not seeing, but hearing Tarn talk on those interviews that I do with him, like every couple of months, sounding bored. Like, that is my biggest annoyance with current Dwarf Fortress. It's just, man. Also, I'm just going to read this out loud because I just got a ping about it from Twitch. We've updated our sexual content policies and draw clearer lines and have also updated criteria for homepage recommendations. Cool. Neat. Neat. Yeah, I was going to fortify it, Kayatoshi. That window. And also, there's actually a blog post for the bonus round stuff now. I think the new hype train emotes are the biggest deal, actually. The fact that they finally updated those. It's been years. All right, we're good. What's wrong with having a hot tub section? You assume that, by default, all hot tub streams are sexual. And also, there's a lot of VTubers that really push the limits. I don't think that that's, like, something that you can, by default, be like, yeah, they're innocent because they're not using a human model. It's like, yeah, sure, but, like, if I'm sitting here hand-fucking a naked Barbie on stream, someone's gonna come at me for that. It's just to show that you're supporting streamers, that's all, Darksim. Yeah, I will never fully understand people's annoying, like... One, I'm not bothered by sexual content on Twitch, period. Like, it whoosh, goes over my head, don't care. But on the second thing, it's like, I don't understand why people go after VTubers specifically. Because Twitch has a significantly larger audience than the other platforms. Meta debate is why, yeah. I mean, like, at the end of the day, it's literally just because Twitch has more market share. Like, yeah, of course, you could go to, like, Live Jasmine or some shit, but, like, you're gonna get a bigger audience on Twitch. With less effort. I mean, fuck, wasn't Code Mako like originally an adults thing? Like, I'm pretty sure that Code Mako was originally just explicit content, but I don't know. VTubers don't bother me, but I acknowledge that it is not my audience and not the sort of things I like watching, so. I assume. I don't know. All of this, like, sex is bad thing is just so Catholic, it's hard for me to not laugh at it. It's really difficult for me to not laugh at it. It's like, ah, yes. Religion. Got green ones over there? What do we have here? Let's go with picture Jaspers for this sign. I removed the zone with the workshop and he oh, sweet. Okay, so that does fix it. Good to know. Meaning I didn't need to let those two dwarves die earlier in this fort. Well, can't all win, I suppose. Merchants will be leaving soon. $470 wool cloth. Oh boy. 470. It's a lot of cloth. Like a lot of cloth. Only used one thread of each cloth, yeah, pretty much. Very thin slices. 238, wow, that's like an artifact with diamonds in it, would be that value. And Doc has become a kid. I'll remove them from that zone eventually. Dwarf wants to eradicate monsters. Now this bottom layer I need to make look better, because we've made this layer look better, this layer look better. This is probably my favorite one, actually. But now this bottom one needs some improvements. Put in a bunch of platinum and then one lay pewter bars. It's like an entryway. How much nickel silver do I have left? Ended up with kind of a lot of nickel silver. 2. Okay, so they're out of, well, actually sterling silver was the other one that I'm looking for. $29. Let's do 5 more sterling statues. We'll just let them pick the image this time. I would like there to be a button to add a dwarf to a military by clicking on the dwarf again. There used to be a button for adding a dwarf to the military that I could click on a dwarf and just add them, but they didn't port that to this UI for some reason. Apparently, I was the only one in the world that used that button because nobody else remembers that button. You used to be able to just hit, because everybody played the game with fucking Dwarf Therapist, right? So back in the day, you used to be able to hit V, P, and then enter, and it would just add them to the top squad, or you could select a squad and then press enter, and it would just, all the squads that had available space would just be listed there. I miss that. That's about it. Everything else, it's like whatever they want to add to the game and whatever they are excited for, I want to see added. Because generally games like this are best developed when the developer is excited for what they're making. So that's what I want. I want whatever they want to make. You missed the injury UI? I mean, there's plenty of UIs that, like, I liked from the old version of the game, but this UI is so categorically better in almost every aspect versus the old one that, while, yeah, sure, there's elements that could always be improved, I personally feel that it's not worth it, because having gone back to the older versions of the UI a couple times recently for recording purposes for the side project that I'm working on, yeah, this UI is better. Like, just straight up. Yeah, that's one thing that's confirmed coming back, hopefully sooner rather than later. GFin. But Tarn has said he's bringing that back. Also slaughter animal. Yeah, you also used to be able to slaughter the animals. You used to be able to click on the animal and be like, slaughter me. Although these days I just click on the animal and go full heal because poor injured dog needs heals. Actually, that's something I want. I want the ability to heal dogs. When I can heal pets, I will be much happier. That's something I would like them to improve. I would like healed pets. Just let me take the goddamn dog to the hospital, damn it. Was that ever in the game? They used to heal way faster. But now if they're tamed, I don't think they heal at all. I'm not sure why. But there was a point where they used to heal faster, and I can tell you that for a fact because I've been playing that version of the game. So we got another migrant wave. Look for dwarves that would fit in the military. But as always, if people want dwarves, just give me a shout. I mean, we already have the animal caretakers, but I know that another thing that's confirmed coming soon, TM, is adoption. So there's that. You enable Dwarf, Vet, and DFAC. Yep, that's also an option. Is it raising a family? There's a sense of duty. You join them. You can join the military. Dead is how your dwarf is. Nasty. I didn't want to say that before I was positive, but your dwarf's dead. I want to say you died in that first big death wave, but I could be wrong. What? Miner's been found dead? The hell? Did you just get killed by a child? Wow. That's impressive. So Jezza was found dead because a child punched him to death in the ankle. Well, that's kind of sad. Oh, did you die to the vandalism, maybe? I mean, that's always possible. All right, well, I can't really convict a child of crimes. I can, however, convict these dwarves of crimes. I think I spoke with somebody else. Yeah, no new information was revealed. Got it. Achilles' child, more like. It's something. I don't know why they're always insisting that they don't have Phenomenal. The Swordmaster cancels release Ozid the Warrior Gelder of the Dismal Hunter Wrong Justice State X43. That seems broken. Huh. Yeah. No, they're trying to release him, but they can't. That's interesting. Because, like, he's finished his sentence. But that's interesting that they're trying to release him. You know what I should do with these prisoners, chat? Throw them in the moat. What do you think? If I can get 2 people to tell me yes, I should throw them in the moat, I will just throw them in the moat. Do you think I should throw these prisoners in the moat? The moat hungers? Okay. Let's throw them in the moat. Because honestly, it'd be very easy to do. Holy shit! The Baroness Vakar and the Baron Doran have gotten married, and neither of them are even in my fort. They're just hanging out. They're just guests. They like this tavern enough that they got married in my fort. No. Let's not be hasty. Pyros. Most of the children in this fort are great. Some of them get a little bit bitchy, but most of them are great. In fact, most of the happiest dwarves in this fortress are actually the children. It's just a matter of, like, not letting them haul bodies, and generally they're fine. There's a few specific issue cases currently in this fortress. No, you are not, but you are holding 2 roles. You are you are a duchy, you're a duke, and you're also a mayor. So you may not be the highest, but you do have 2 jobs. Also, you want me to make low boots, so I will make you some steel low boots. Oops. Why do I always type in that screen when I'm going to, like, I'm going to search for items. Nope, wrong screen. Steel low boots. 3 of them. You sure the bone doctor's been found dead? Okay, that was probably just my own incompetence. Whoops. Also, this here, you show us how to party. Probably get one of these. Yeah, S-Box. Well, I mean, the god of rivers is the most popular god in the fortress. I was gonna say, I don't have pandas. What do you want about... Pandas are grazing, and they need to be pastured on bamboo. And because bamboo almost never actually exists in Dwarf Fortress, because it only exists in very specific spots, and it's also not usually where pandas end up appearing, pandas have this habit of dying of extinction before World Gen finishes. Accurate to real life? Yeah, kinda. Although I think in IRL it's got something to do with, you know, human stupidity and hunting, I think. I could be slightly off base with that, but I'm pretty sure that there's something to do with hunting. Yeah, luckily. Could you imagine if I needed eucalyptus leaves to keep koalas alive up here? You could make dwarf drinks to make bombs. In theory, just good luck setting them on fire consistently. I mean, the most viewed clip on this Twitch channel is, it's a version 47, but it's a dragon walking into my tavern, and breathing fire, which sets fire to all of the alcohol. Alcohol explodes if it's in a barrel or a container and it gets set on fire. So, can you make bombs using lava? In theory, yes. You only get one shot and it's very difficult to control. I guess like if you put like one driplet of lava on it, that would work, but just like pouring lava is more efficient. So in theory, yes. In practice, it's difficult. And they all starve. Yep. Do flasks explode on soldiers? I don't know, but I know that if soldiers catch fire, I don't know about if the flask catches fire, but if a soldier catches fire, the flask can evaporate, which can put out the fire. I saw that happen once. Lucky Step, thank you very much for that tier 1 subscription. Brand new sub. Welcome. It's good to have you. Chat room, can I get a round of beers? Why did this dwarf just throw all their clothing away upon dropping off this body? All right, so the first sacrifice to the river god is Ozud. The experiment. And I'm also going to station my military back. Let's station the Cold Citadel, which are the police squad back here, just in case. You could use Magma Mist. That would be easy to achieve? I don't consider making consistent Magma Mist easy, but I mean, if you consider making consistent Magma Mist easy, then sure. Yeah, that would be easy to achieve. Pouring lava on things does not always set it on fire is the problem. Anyway, speaking of being set on fire. Fire for the river god. Goodbye, Ozud. And the second prisoner to be thrown is this human, Uvno. The problem is, like, in order to consistently set stuff on fire, you need lava. So it's easier to just pour the lava on a thing, is the issue. Yeah, but then you'd need barrels of snake poison, which is a bug that you get them in the first place. You're not supposed to be able to get those. It's a bug that's been in the game for forever. Uh-oh. I didn't even see that one this time. Speaking of mist. I was going to say, did I just throw... I just threw my artifact mace into here. You son of a bitch! Motherfucker had my mace! And it's made of pig iron, which means it's probably gonna melt, right? Maybe not. Drain the moat? I don't know if I need to drain the whole moat, but it is 2 Z levels down. Not if they make the game worse. Bugs are features if they benefit the game. If they make the game worse, I don't think bugs are features. Pig iron is magma safe? Well, I mean, we just figured this out. But the thing is, sometimes they catch fire even if they have things that aren't magma safe on them. But everything else seems to be melting, whereas this isn't, so. As an example, I had a magma safe artifact catch fire and burn in lava once because it had cloth on it. Because this has wood in it. It's extremely safe from theft. This is true. So it's 2 layers under lava is the problem. No, I think those ruined Cud, actually. They actually made Cud significantly worse.
because you have taught me so much about this game. Thanks.
Thank you very much for the 3rd month. Rage Dalucard. Appreciate you. Huh. But yeah, in Caves of Cud, you don't need to skip tedious tasks with exploits because there's like 5 ways to skip to like level 20 in about an hour. If you just want to power level. You don't need exploits in that game. Then just wish for it, Defmole. Just turn on cheats and wish for it. And 3x3 over the artifact, channeled down in the hole, retrieve artifact. Yeah, it's not that easy because any water that I pour will become a block of ice before it hits the ground, right? So before, like if I try and pour water over the edge here, it'll turn into ice the second it, and just be a block of ice right here, right? If I try and pour water right here, it'll just become probably ice, maybe obsidian. So it's not quite that simple. Because I can't pour water. So what I could do is I could pump the first layer of lava out. I could just drain the moat. It'll take a bit. But honestly, draining the moat's probably the best option. Dig down then and give it a try. I can tell you for a fact it won't work. So there's certain things where you just have to believe me because 1, I'm not going to do it, and 2, I know it won't work. Which is why I'm not going to do it. But what I am going to do is I'm going to drain this moat. Which actually not too hard to do. It'll just take a little bit. Just gotta get this lever pulled first. Is this save on the Discord? No. I need to get on top of this and get rid of all of the... It's up here. Then we'll remove all of that. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. Let's channel down this. That should be pretty much it. But yeah, when I know things just aren't going to work, there's no sense in trying it. I can tell you it's not going to work, so... Which, you know, is kind of part of the reality of streaming, is like, people will insist that, oh, well, you should try it anyway. It's like, well, no. I know it's not going to work. There's no point in trying it. We have this solution, which is just drain the thing, which is what I'm going to do. We can use the pumps to speed up the process. But beyond that point... we'll just drain it. Which isn't exactly what I want to do, but don't have too many options, turns out. But I am going to get that artifact back, damn it. Just need to wait for these dwarves to get out of here. Turn these pumps on. This will be some excellent strength training. Except this lower area down here needs to be sealed off. Because in a moment, it's going to get kind of warm down there. Speaking of kind of warm down there, what are you going for, Ordith? Ordith, you may want to turn around. Or just walk quickly. That works. It's going to be a lot of that. I'll also turn this one on. That area over there in the corner is caving in a bunch. Good timing. Build up lava resistance and quickly go grab it. I mean... Gosh, I wish. So we're going to pump the top layer of the... We're going to start the moat pumping, and I'm also going to cave in, or not cave in, but channel down into the side here and just let the moat flow through. Don't forget to pop some life stones before that. Life stone. In before it doesn't even make it to the drain. That's the drain right there. Doesn't have too much further to go. What I really need to do, actually, is just go down to here and just build a drain for the moat. Because there is also, like, you know, pickaxes right there, right? But I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to build a drain for this moat. Which I can do from the layer above pretty quickly. Oh, okay. Never played the original Dark Souls. So yeah, that reference went over my head. That's my bad, though. That's more or less the plan, Erende. I don't think it's as easy as you can just put floodgates, but that is the end goal for what I'm looking for. I'll just put a lever here. This is going to be tricky to dig out. I think the way to do this is going to be to dig up a layer, like over here. Dig across and then channel down once this is up. Uh-oh. Some bard has been missing for a week. Well, Oops, likely. Yeah, there's a lot of lava in this fort, turns out. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I need to dig out this. So if I go here, and I go here, with the exception of that tile there and that tile there, I can just channel along this. I just have to be careful where I actually dig. Gabbro and Gabbro. Okay, so you link to this, and you link to this, and then pull this lever. What do you mean, will they offset gate work? The humans are here to trade, which is good, but I'm going to finish this first. I have no idea what you mean by will they offset gate work. No idea what you mean. Unless, are you saying, will that offset gate work? Yes. They'll become walls. I've had this happen a couple times now where the diplomat couldn't complete the meeting and left unhappy. Fort's open. They can get in. Everybody has access. Everybody has office. Oh, maybe actually it's because of the... Outpost liaison doesn't have an office. Maybe that's who the diplomat wants to speak with. Sorry, Led. Outpost liaison's getting your office. Oobol. No, it wouldn't have worked because if you drop a tower down to a location that's constructed, it'll turn into the pieces that it was constructed out of when it hits the ground. So if I were to construct a tower above it and drop the tower down, it would have ceased to, it would have become tiles or blocks or boulders or whatever. So no, that wouldn't have worked. Yeah, it turns out there's a lot of things with this game where it's just like there's a reason why I go do the thing that I'm gonna do is because I've tried or done similar things with the other ideas before, and I'm pretty well. I can guess pretty clearly what the outcome's gonna be. Salty Tempest has grown to be a weaponsmith. Okay, so let's reset the kids' burrows. Let's remove everybody from this burrow, and then say child. Remove them, add them all to this one. And then go to the other burrow. Add, remove everybody, and then go child. Remove them all. No, they all just go to the same trade depot. And they will go to whatever trade depot is closest to the edge of the map. And then you'd have to move all your trade goods from one depot to another. So no, if you have multiple, they just all go to the same depot. All right, so now I can start channeling this down. Go from you, there. You there. You there. Can't do that one. Can't do that one. Okay. Now, hopefully this doesn't bubble up. It shouldn't, but it might. So we'll find out in a moment if this is about to kill this dwarf. No, it didn't. Sweet. Okay. Then what I can do is I can then go up here, and we can seal this in. So it's not an access point. We can go down here, and we can seal that. Yeah, that dwarf's just leasing a WeWork. That all gets pumped out, and then I pull this lever. And that'll drain the moat eventually. It'll take a bit, but it'll drain the moat. I'm gonna go use the toilet. I will be right back.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Heal, damn it.
Blah. What about Babel over AFK? Also, there's a pickaxe down here now. All right, so that's gonna take, like I said, it's gonna take a while to drain, but it's now in the process of draining. And I can turn all these off now. Wow, Dan, thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back, dude. Appreciate you. With that Prime subscription. Yeah, no, that's why I said I figure it'll be safe, but there's the weird chance it might not be. Lord Ubda meets with the human keeper of the seal, Karlaz blah 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 blah. And they say there's a nice place we've carved out here for ourselves. Yeah, this will take, like I said, this will take a little bit to drain, but it will drain. And then we can go get that bonk stick back. Vakar the metalsmith has been taken by a Fey mood, and I need to start making bedrooms. So I think I'm going to continue my weird snaky bedrooms of everywhereness and continue making weird snaky bedrooms everywhere. Because the population is going to go up quite a bit. Just where you had said about hoping a thing doesn't happen and then you have a project run on its own. And I hope that it was that before you went AFK thing, but this one's not that. I have a question. Do you have multiple caravans? Yep. You only need a chair for an office. It may have bubbled up when we channeled. Yeah. Yeah, no. I'd already removed the pressure. I was pretty sure that had removed the pressure. I just wasn't 100% sure. Some migrants have arrived. As always, if you want a dwarf, just let me know. This one brought a llama for some reason. And a goose. But a peasant. In terms of mastering a skill, you can join the military. Ish. Competent swords dwarf as well, even better. Go get a sword. Learn to stab. Much success. Can you pasture predator animal bears and jaguars with regular livestock? Yes, as long as they're trained or tame. Commander Kodiak in the YouTube chat. In terms of raising a family, husband isn't here. Well, that's going to be difficult then. The game isn't designed to let you have multiple trade depots. So, like, if you have multiple traders, they'll just go to the same depot. So it's pretty simple. Them's the rules, turns out. I'm just going to, curious. Nah, nothing to fix. Okay. I weird about how long they're taking. Starting to get worried. I don't know if you ever have that point hit eventually, chat, where it's just like, man, this dwarf was supposed to be back, like, multiple years ago. Are we ever going to see that dwarf again? I don't know. Also have this strange obsession with decorative water wheels. I don't even know why. I just like doing it. I think they look cool. I threw a prisoner into my moat and they had one of my artifacts in their inventory, so now I'm draining the moat to get the artifact back. We've also expanded some of my smaller constructions. And that's more or less what we've done so far today. Right, merchants. Duh. I'll sell them all of my tunics and shirts. And dresses. Had the Kappa Squad vanish off map on a mission once when I did some weird cancel resend mission thing. Later, legends said that they joined the town I was going to raid and made new relationships and stuff. Yeah, no, I mean, they're not dead. The thing is, I sent them to go recover an item, which means they might actually just be going to literally every single town in the entire world and asking them where this item is. So, I'm not going to cancel it. I just hope that they come back eventually. Vakar the Metalsmith has created Besmer Sololols, a pig iron battle axe, and offers it to the Frosty Beards. I don't know why they've been using pig iron recently. It was always steel, but now suddenly it's been pig iron. This is a pig iron battle axe. Crest ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval obsidian cabochons and octagon cut tanzanites. On this item is an image of Friends of Ash in pig iron. Pig iron battle axe, there it is. Can go with my lead one. That vaguely might have been what it was because somebody stole my mug. Right. Yeah, no, I mean, I sent them to do what I assumed would be going after a vault. But it looks like they've ended up just walking around the entire map for multiple years. They'll come, like I said, they'll come back eventually. I'm not too worried about it. It's just, I have to be kind of careful about it, because if I screw up that squad, then yeah, they're just gone. So I'm just gonna hope that they come back. Hello, Mr. Viewer, or Mrs. Viewer, or person viewer. Okay, I'm gonna buy this mortar, this pestle, and this carving knife, and this cleaver, and this cauldron, for no purpose other than decorating my tavern. They don't do anything in Fortress mode. But I'm buying them because they look neat. Good lord, humans bring a lot of trade goods. Llama, goat, cockatiel, ram, a goose, cow, gander, blue jay. Go buy some toys. Toy axe, toy hammers. Oh, those are too expensive. All right, we'll do that. That works. Kind of came out of nowhere. Your mugs arrived? Yay! I love how many mugs are out in the wild now. Makes me happy. Merchants have embarked. All right, got that done just in time. It is a king snake person. So the king snake statue is weird because I think it's actually missing color. So it's like partially opaque. It's just a funny bug. So it's just whatever color's behind them. Oh, absolutely, but like, there's no mechanical reason to have them outside of that. Yeah, true. It gives them miscellaneous objects to throw, is what it does. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm also kind of thinking about expanding the tavern, moving up another level to up here, except up here, just building like a brewing area. Because right now I have this one brewery right here. I'm thinking about bringing them up another level. And yeah, actually, no, we can just do that. What materials did I use for this Gabbro? Do I have more Gabbro blocks? No. Okay. We're not currently cutting blocks, so let's see what we have for blocks. Oh, let's just use phthalate. It's fine. None of them. Bigger the bedroom, the higher the value. What's the superior choice? The one you want to build. What do you want to dedicate space to? I'm using 2x2s in this fort. Sometimes I do 3x3s. Sometimes I do 5x5s. Sometimes I do weird, unique designs where every bedroom's a little bit different. Sometimes I do 2x2s for every dwarven bedroom. Sometimes I do bigger. Like pick one. Like, just make a bedroom that you like looking at. That's like the rule of almost everything in Dwarf Fortress is make the thing that you like looking at. And if you like looking at it, make it. There is no real reason to obey metas or any kind of so-called optimal way of play, because Dwarf Fortress is a game about role-playing with yourself, and if you try and min-max it, you'll start to see the holes in it pretty quick. So my advice to you is do the thing that you like looking at, that fits the aesthetic of the current fortress that you are building. Yeah, I also don't generally use smooth walls for that reason. The type that you have available, Mike. But if you want something that's like makes sense in a world's lore, I would probably say something along the lines of like, I'd probably say like bear leather would probably be pretty lore fitting. So I would, if you're asking like for an aesthetic, I would say go for grizzly bear leather, because that would make sense in a like cold fortress. For a second there, I thought the koala was watching a dance, and I was like, wow, they're that smart. Why do I keep doing this to myself? Polar bear is also pretty good, yeah? You're not happy with how you did. Oh, no. I don't know what I can do to assist. Which mindset is the right thing to do? Wait, what? The one that you have more fun doing, Wowdan. And I'm just going to read your name in the tone of voice that I feel based on the comment that you just made. Wow, Dan. Sorry, it's right there. Just going to lurk and play DF. Sounds good. Well, I hope the crappy feels disperse quickly. So this is going to become a brewery area. I'm going to remove my other two. Basically, this will become my kitchen, in short. Even though I kind of have food everywhere, this is going to become the kitchen. I think you did better than most people would have. It was programming, architecture question, and I prioritized a different scenario than the interviewer. Ah, right. Yeah, that sucks. Trying to figure out... Okay, I'm going to do another snow melting spot right here. Because the reason you don't see animal people in your forts is because in order to get animal people, you need to have animal people that are part of visiting groups. So you need to win a bunch of dice rolls, essentially. You need the local factions to have animal people, first off. And then also, then they need to show up. And then they need to ask to join you. So basically, you need 3 positive dice rolls. Animal people are something that you run into a lot more in adventure mode because they don't have their own factions. They're not necessarily going to join a world. I had one world that had an elven faction that I was friends with initially that eventually I went to war with, who were quite literally entirely made up of bear people, like bears. So in that kind of context, it's like, well, I mean, there's bears everywhere, so... But it depends on the world that you've generated. Feels like a nice surprise when it happens. I mean, like I've had one lizard person in this fort, and I had a kangaroo poet that showed up and left. Let's suspend that one. I'm the largest one by a good bit. I get that from people kind of frequently, actually, that they're like, oh yeah, no, I watch a few people on Twitch and you're the biggest one, which is interesting to me. I know a lot of people stopped watching me when I got partnered. Like there was, when numbers go up, there are people that will stop watching certain channels when they hit a certain size. And I know for a fact that there's been a number of people over the years that have at one point watched my stream actively and then stopped because my stream got too big. I mean, that even happened to a degree back in December again. There was some of my older regulars who were like, you know, like I haven't been around, like hadn't been around in months, right? And then suddenly tuned in after didn't watch me all throughout December, didn't watch me all throughout January, didn't watch me all throughout February, and then like March, April, they started popping back in going, well, it's not as busy in here now. It's like, yeah, but like the vibe's still the same. I don't know. But yeah, people get strange about view counts on live streams and stop watching when they hit certain numbers. I think some people just have social anxiety. And I think that gets worse for people when the stream gets bigger. So I mean, there are some people might be goose. This is actually like, for a number of years ago, it was a pretty popular thing if you were on Twitch to like post that you are pushing for Twitch partner or pushing for affiliate. The main advice now says do not do that, because if you do that, then what happens kind of organically is you'll attract a certain type of audience that's just there for the excitement of you getting partnered or affiliate. And then once you have partner or affiliate, they stop watching, which is pretty bad, actually, for like the health of a Twitch channel. So, you know, there's certainly that kind of stuff. Kind of have to be careful with how you market yourself. All right, so we're getting buckets going, meaning I need to fill up some lava buckets. Let's go fill up some lava buckets. This is pretty simple. You, well, build a minecart route that goes through lava like this. Very simple. And you grab a minecart and you add an iron minecart. What is that ditch for? I'll show you in a second. I may or may not have my camera off because I may or may not be planning to make a video on this tonight. And it's way easier to make a video on this if my camera's off. So, like, you know, just saying, you were here. You remember. So this will fill up first bucket. And now I can go into here. And I can remove this minecart and add another one. Or I can actually add 2 more routes. So let's add the first route. 1. Add the second route. 2. We'll call this lava bucket 2. And lava bucket 3. Oh, no, that's in the wrong spot. Lava bucket 3. And then these are just going to be boop, boop, boop. And doot, doot, doot. And then add kick. And add kick. And empty. Nope. Always yes. Always yes. And then I'm going to add you to that one. And you to that one. I'm going to fill it up with lava and use it to melt snow off of dwarves' bodies to stop the spread of snow in the fort. I'm making heated floors. I've done this in several other spots. Possibly witches? Well, no. But you avoid higher view count YouTube channels. Now, when you say YouTube channels, do you mean like YouTube streams? Or do you mean like YouTube videos? Because that seems silly. That was dangerous. Look at all that lava mist. I think that this dwarf may be about to die. Maybe not. Yeah, there goes that. All right, so once those are full, go into here, remove you. Go into here, remove you. Go into here, add you. Go to here, add you. Go to here, and add you. I think what happened actually was a full minecart went through that, which is why so much lava mist came through. Okay, so that should just get removed from this side instead of fired off. Yeah, it should. Okay, so now I can remove another one that's full. And add another empty minecart. You could sell it to caravans. You can. It's just a bad idea. I've actually never tried selling minecarts full of lava. And a lot of heavy crap. Yeah, because you have to offset the weight, right? It's more the mine carts that are heavy, though. But... it's still... Well, it's not an exploit in CUD. Also, just... Okay, number one. Not an exploit in CUD. The way they were acquiring it was an exploit. You can still package lava into containers in CUD. They just nerfed the price of it. Because it was stupid. Candy is light? Yep. Also, I love it when YouTubers make reviews of video games and all that they actually do is just read the wiki and explain what every single bug in the game is to an audience of people that didn't know about the bugs in the game first. It's great. I'm not throwing shade, you're throwing shade. Now let's get that cooked up. Okay. Let's just remove that one. How many do I have left? I don't need this many. We'll fire one more. Which is a good balance change. The game is better off for it. Just like meals being nerfed again in Dwarf Fortress. The game gets a little bit better every time they nerf meals in Dwarf Fortress. And frankly, they should keep nerfing meals in Dwarf Fortress. They're still really strong? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They got nerfed real hard. They used to be like 200% more valuable. It's really funny when I see people commenting that meals are OP in Dwarf Fortress because it's like, you should have seen what they were before. Uh-oh, got a stuck steel minecart. It's interesting. I've got two stuck right there. It's weird because they should be propelled out. Oh, it's because there's a minecart here. That makes sense. They'll pop out once that minecart's out of the way. All right, you're full. You can go away. Last one. Unless this one's just inaccessible. Oh, nope, Dwarf's bringing it. Yeah, see, that's the way it should be. Banana. Gems being an export, that's a good export for dwarves. You know what? Let's actually just remove this. Then we're gonna go up here. And I'm gonna go, where did I put that trench? There's the trench. All right, so now I'm going to grab you. And you, whatever's closest, it really doesn't matter. And then I'm going to make 3 new routes. 1, 2, and 3. And then these 3 new routes down at the bottom here are gonna have nothing. Oops. Nothing. And nothing. Remove all of those, and then we can just start adding these minecarts that are missing their sprites. Then we wait. And they will fill this up with lava. When is it time to boost morale? When morale is too low. When you're starting to have problems with morale, that's when it's time to boost morale. Although I'll say, if all you're doing is one type of alcohol, your dwarves will eventually start to get bored of it. You have to make at least 3 or 4 different types of alcohol. Like, you can get away with just plump helmets for alcohol, but dwarves will be significantly happier if there is more variety of booze. And here comes some very slow dwarves, which are bringing lava. You import rum once a year? All right. I mean, you play the game the way you want to play it, but I think it's more interesting to make more types of alcohol. I find the like cooking stuff in Dwarf Fortress, even though it's not the most in-depth system, I find it to be one of the more enjoyable systems in Dwarf Fortress. I find it very rewarding. Look at that, steam. I can swap that out. Pop another minecart in. Oh, that one's unreachable. Yeah, you can just make your own sweet pods. If we're talking about what do you call it? Misgenerators feeling exploity, they've always been exploity. Always. In, like, their entire history, they've been exploity. I'm kind of confused as to why people suddenly think that they seem exploity now. I mean, you never needed them. Well, I mean, actually, that's not maybe true. There was a point where you kind of needed them, but that was a long time ago. I think I've got too many stuck on that route. Down here, I don't know what happened with this, but I've ended up with a bunch of minecarts stuck here. Which is funny, because that's accessible. They can actually reach that. Maybe this is the problem. Plex face. Oh, maybe it's because this stockpile's full. Weird. I don't know why they're not moving that minecart. I'm not sure. All right, well, let's just increase the size of... Actually, let's just remove the boulders from here. See if that'll do her. That's really what it seems like is the problem, because they need to go here. Sure, I'll let someone stay here for the purpose of study, Dwarf or not. Regardless, though, this is deep enough, so what I can do now is wonder why the ceiling... Oh, actually, I know why the ceiling is missing. It's because there's lava there now. It's fine, I can just patch the ceiling up a little bit. And, remove this, remove this, remove this, remove this, remove this, and remove that. Delete this, delete this, delete this, and I should just be, I should have grates left, right? Yay, I do, 2. Need a third one, but now these can all get deconstructed. Oh, I did get one more on there. These have all been slated for removal. And so now what'll happen is if a dwarf covered in snow walks across this, it'll melt and the snow will go away. That is the whole point of this. So now I can go up to here. I can seal this off and make a way into the fortress up here. Do I have nether? No, I don't have any nether stuff right now. I'll use jet and obsidian. And so then when the dwarves start running in down here, they'll melt their feetsies off when they run in there. Irrigated rock is rock with mud on it. Does the snow bother them? No, it bothers me. That's literally the reason I'm doing this, is it bothers me. Okay, so now we're going to go up here, and we are going to engrave all of this to get rid of the snow. Hold on. I can tell you what the temperature is in my apartment right now. It is currently 57 in my apartment in American units. Ponce, what's up? Thank you very much for the raid. Were you doing RTS stuff with Cody again? If you guys don't know Ponce, he does a variety of competitive multiplayer video games generally. We raid him from time to time. Then Rogue Trader? What do you think of Rogue Trader? And the dwarves have arrived to trade. Speaking of trading. You know, I kind of just want to sell these finished goods bins. Dialogue heavy so far, so reading everything takes a while. Didn't get very far. Gotcha. I think I'll actually just keep the finished goods bins. I just need to filter out those stockpiles a little better. But yeah, that game seems to have good reviews, which is nice to see. Age of Empires, I think, is what he was playing. Does that mean Supreme Commander? I've been trying to convince Ponce here to play Beyond All Reason a couple times. I mean, it is free. Wait, never seen what? Person's username in YouTube chat I can't read? Speaking of brewing, we're also going to brew a bunch of booze. Let's do... Just sell a bunch of different types of cages. You know, jokes aside, I probably need more mugs. Probably just actually make some higher quality mugs for these dwarves, or goblets, I guess, technically. Steel goblets or something. I also have some slabs I need to place. I'm actually going to export some weapons. Because I always talk about how we export weapons. That's our, you know, our trade good here. Well, then I never actually do it, so. You're going to actually export some weapons now. Just have to be careful to not export named items. Traders have always had wagons. You just need to have royalty in your fortress to get wagons. You used to just get wagons immediately. They bring wagons when you have a noble. So if you have a baron, duke, duchess, king, or queen, you get wagons. Massively increases the size of your trade wagons. Is your dwarf still alive? I think so. Yes, your dwarf is still alive. Currently bringing items to the depot. Your eldest daughter has died. Your son's alive. Both your daughters are dead, but your son is still alive. Half of your extended family is still alive. You're a member of the Miners Guild. Gonna get rid of all of this sheet because I have a bunch of like unmade scrolls, so we'll just use those instead. Just kind of want to clean this area up a little bit. How to fix that bug you had with trader items never being interactable after abandoning the attack. The items dropped, they're picking them up. They keep the coin icon. Being traders, they need to be removed. The depot needs to be removed and replaced to fix the items. Yeah, that'll do it. Or if you build a stockpile underneath them, if they still have the little icon thing, that'll also fix it. Scrolling through to make sure that there's no named items. Oh, there's one. Can't trade that. All right, let's trade for all of their metal bars. Brought a boar. That's kind of interesting. Paka, a cat, a hen, a llama. Let's trade for barrels. I'll buy all of these. Siphons Abridged. I think Siphons Abridged is a very popular book because Siphons Abridged is like, they just got a whole bunch of copies of the thing. We're also going to buy all of their choirs. And any books that they have, if they have books. There we go. Books acquired. Is your possessed dwarf still kicking? I think that your dwarf's alive, but they're not possessed anymore. Yeah, Dr. Special 420. You're the creator of Ulth Danman. You have meager quarters. You're hauling dog meat. So, congrats, I suppose. That's confusing. Why is there still an open space here? All right, you need to get downstairs. And also, the actual reason I did all of that digging and placing is if I tell this squad to go stand here, and these two squads to also go stand here. Also, I just realized I had a squad stationed outside for a very long time. Whoops. Anyway, if I tell all these squads to go stand here, whenever they get here, if you click on them, you'll see that they pretty quickly get covered in snow. That one's just covered in blood. But when I tell them to run back in, it'll be very clear which ones have snow. So then they're all standing out here, right? So all of these dwarves just biding their time, right? This is one of those lava floors. If I tell them to all run through here, see this dwarf, Dr. Funk? They have that snow tile background that's moving with them. It's because there's snow on them. They all have this. So they will track this snow into the fortress as they sneak between the giant kitties. Although some of them it'll fall off. It already fell off this dwarf. But this dwarf here has it still. When they walk next to the lava, the snow disappears. So there's a dwarf right there. They all have snow on them. Snow disappears as they walk over the lava. That's why I did all of that. Was so that when they walk through this area, they lose the snow, and I don't have to deal with the mess all over the floor. Your old employer called you back and gave you, and they have a job for you and told you that terms and pay and stuff, they said that, oh, that's good. Were you, like, in between gigs, like, at current work or something? Like, sounds like things were unstable. I mean, good news is good news. I will second that. Also, it sounds like the dwarves want a party. This party is currently dedicated to Mogwai remaining employed. Also, hey, Suited Giraffe, what's up? For the bit bonus, so the way the bit bonus works, actually, if you look at the leaderboards, the fifth highest cheerer right now on my chat is Twitch. If you cheer $3 in bits, the Twitch official account pops up in the chat and cheers 10% of that additionally. So it's like there's an extra person in chat cheering. Also, we now have giant baby koala childs. So, petting zoo increases. And Wayne Neoween. Wayne Yoween, thank you very much for the 3 tier 1 subscription gifts. Appreciate you. Three subs for 3 Angry Dwarfs. Are you telling me I need more Angry Dwarfs then? Doing it again. Thanks for the $1 and for the $10. There you go. That's how the bonus stuff works. Wow, that was just an insta hype train. Good. So that's kind of funny. The Twitch account counts as an extra person. So it just is. That's funny. Twitch is now the top 4 cheerer. And before Twitch becomes #1 cheerer.
Happy dwarfs.
Turn the volume down. Thank you. And Chromiois, thanks for the tier 1 subscription as well. All right, so.
We added 100 bits to Kashmir Zero X cheer. Bonus bits unlocked. We added 50 more bits.
Suited number 1. Thanks for the $100. So, hold on a second. Suited Giraffe, thank you very much for the $100. And Twitch, I guess, thanks for the $10. Tis the season? Seems that way. Thank you very much. It means a lot. It really does.
We added 1,000 bits to the Sweet Giraffe's cheer.
Purple Izumi, thank you very much for the 5th month. Welcome back. It means a lot. Once again, it really does. Let's queue up a bunch more rock blocks because I'm starting to run out. We'll do Gabbro, except I'm just going to go dig out some Gabbro. Just hit a tier 6 hype train on her stream. Oh, hell yeah. That's good to hear. That's limestone. I need Gabbro. Where was Gabbro? I think Gabbro is this one down here. That's all mudstone. That's phthalite.
This is Sparta!
They suckered me in with holiday hype train emotes.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's the actual cool thing about this is you can get hype train emotes again, because there's new emotes now. And they haven't had new emotes for hype trains in, I don't know, 750,000 years, something like that. Actually looking for this Gabbro layer. It may actually be way further down. It's pyrolusite. Okay, this is Gabbro. I know there was an area where I was digging out Gabbro, so I'm just going to scroll up until Gabbro ends. There it is. This was the area where I was digging out Gabbro. Thonk, thonk, thonk. Yeah, but Pirate Software is a much larger channel than mine. It's not a contest, really. Dude's got some weird takes. When am I going to use cheese? What do you mean? But seriously, thank you very much for the $3 in bits, Unemployed Shaku. And a migrant wave come up, and a child went into a strange mood before reaching a fortress door and then promptly became a 5-year-old legendary bone carver. Huh. Well. Interesting. Well done for that kiddo. That wasn't a hype train emote, was it? Hyper Cheese was a bits... It was either a bits or a subscription redemption. It was a promotional thing for the game Hyperscape that Ubisoft has since completely shut down, I think. I want to say that game lasted like half a year. Came out around the same time as... Oh god, what's the name of that game? It came out around the same time as... I'm distracted.
Did someone say new emotes?
Full-time DF streamer? I would say I'm a genre streamer, but the result is yes, I play a lot of Dwarf Horde. I am the person that streams
We
Dwarf
added
Fortress the
100
most,
bits
yes.
to last Gru's cheer. Bonus bits unlocked. We
It's
added
listed with all of your
50
hype
more
emotes? Yeah, because it existed before hype emote. Anyway, it's semantics. Yes, it is a hype. It is a hype emote, technically. It is semantics. But last Gru, thank you very much for the $10 and for the additional $1.50 to see a Twitch. Big oof for hype buy-ins? Yeah, no, I don't. Okay, so let's get this kitchen built. And thank you very much for the hype train. Getting level 5. $13.70. $130 $137.30. That's hard to read for some reason. And 6 subscriptions. Appreciate you, chat. Yeah, I don't know. There's always like this weird like competition for size of hype trains. But to me, like on Twitch, there's only one thing that really matters about hype trains, and that is, does the streamer need it? That is, does the streamer need it, followed by how much is enough? I make enough. I'm good. I don't need more than I make. And of course, there's always going to be somebody out there that you'll be able to point at and be like, yeah, that person had a bigger hype train recently. It's like, okay, cool. Cool. That's good. Happy for them. It's irrelevant, though. And no work errors? Hell yeah, that's more orders than I have and less errors than I have. Good for you. Let's get one still. I think I'll use the rock salt and the microcline. We'll build a kitchen on the last one. Not really, no, someone over there. Because dwarves will only have babies if they're married. So if you have 2 dwarves that are married that haven't had a kid yet, you could lock them in a room until they have a kid, but that's about it. We'll leave this one here. Where am I? I'm lost. This is what I'm looking for right here. Pew, 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 pew. Except there's a fun little wrinkle here that I need to remember to do. I need to allow children up here, otherwise they'll starve to death. Potentially. I mean, that's impressive, Bird Bones. Congrats. Although I want to say that the most perplexed I've ever been by a hype train, just because big number of hype trains came up and Pirate Software's level 55 one, which is mad, came up. The only time I've been confused as to why people would take part in a hype train, it was for the Game Awards this past week. Because the Game Awards cancels Eat Seeking Infant. They dropped their child and can't find it. Literally, that's what's going on with that. Is the Game Awards had like a level 70 hype train. And I don't know why. Like, why would like that many people fucking subscribe to the Game Awards for some reason? What in the world? Why? Just why? Why would you prime sub to the Game Awards? Why would you gift subs for the Game Awards? Like, they have corporate sponsor money. Why? It perplexes me. Is my manager malfunctioning? Smithied, what are you doing? There you go. You're going to go manage work orders now. Merchants have embarked. All right. For the hype, it's in the name. I suppose. They dropped their baby in the tavern. I mean, True, because E3 is dead. I mean, that's a given. Although I don't believe it for a second that E3 is actually dead. They're going to have an event in the future and they'll call it E3. Like, it's dead currently. Officially. Dead currently. You are so perceptive, says Tubal. E4? E40 might have something to say about that. If dreams of mastering a skill. You brave? Quick to anger. He's brave in the face of adversity. Obok. Go join the Marks Dwarves. But no, I very much think that E3 will come back someday. Is there going to be a E3 anytime soon? No. Are they calling it currently dead? Yes. Will the ESA have an event and call it E3 in the future? Yes. You know what E3 stands for, right? And why it won't be called E4? Did none of you really, do really none of you know what E3 stands for? Like what the acronym means? The Electronic Entertainment Expo. There you go. So they'd have to add another E. Ironically, E3, before E3 existed, it was just, what's it? The January Consumer Electronics Show, CES. And CES, I think still happens in Las Vegas in the same building as the Adult Awards. So the, basically, what's it called? Like, the Game Awards of the porn industry is happening in the same building as CES, which is very funny. Adult video, the AVN or whatever. Not to be confused with the AVGN. That's just a plagiarist. Who's your favorite adult film star? I mean, his full 3D model is in Death Stranding. Source Filmmaker exists, so probably somebody's done it. GDC is your favorite one? Yeah, but GDC isn't a marketing event, right? It's a pretty different event. Still don't know why these swords are still sitting here. That one's an artifact, though. That should go over here. I think we'll just move those two swords over. Slaughter you. Slaughter this duck. Slaughter this alpaca. And most of the puppies. Not the giant camel, though. Somehow, one year I ended up on the press list for the Taboo Festival, which is Vancouver's equivalent. Adult film convention. Fortunately, I was able to get off of that email list a couple years ago, but like, you know, this is just what happens when you give out business cards at events. Sometimes you get signed up for random shit. It's this one. You don't care about the hype. Tell me about your engine and why you're refusing the Infinity engine for 10 years in a row. Oh, reusing the Infinity. I read that as refusing. Reusing the Infinity engine. Well, gosh knows. Human mercenary here? I apparently got another Baron here who I don't recognize. Who's that mercenary? Part of the Folded group. And the Fellowship of Aunts. You look more like an uncle to me, but what do I know? Should actually try solving crimes in your forts. It's kind of fun. It's a fun little mini game to mess around with. Didn't realize you could pull up cold cases. Yeah, and if you're able to set an interrogation or convict somebody, even as they're leaving the map, if they ever come back, they will get arrested when they return. Oh, look at this. I suddenly have a new crime open that's confessed. So let's see what they did. This random mercenary revealed that Kogath Peak Page is in fact an assumed identity, and the true name is Ked Mead Girdles, and the subject used Locum Axe Razors as an alias in the past, and the subject used Erish Allied Swords as an alias in the past, and many aliases in the past. In 96, Ape Pulley Groped. That's a name. Corrupted Spouse. Okay, so they corrupted their spouse. Hold on a second. Did your wife corrupt you? Yeah, this dude's wife corrupted him. So this dude had a wife, or has a wife, who corrupted him and convinced him to try and steal these items. Dude was sent here by his wife. Yeah, so Ali, or Ape Pulley Groped, corrupted spouse subject as the human criminal Ekral of the Matched Empire. So they dressed up, convinced them they were somebody else, and then corrupted them. Okay. In order to have someone act plots and schemes in button shoved, Ape met with the subject and offered a bribe. So dressed up, convinced their partner they were somebody else, and then bribed their spouse to go do it. The subject revealed that in the early spring of 96, the subject plotted to infiltrate the Empire of Consideration in order to prepare a coup under the influence of Ape. The subject revealed that in the year 110, 14 years later, no idea if that first plot was successful, the subject plotted to infiltrate the Frosty Beards in order to steal treasures and prepare a coup under the influence of Polygroped. That's very funny. It says only 1,000 points. Yeah, pretty much. Literally, guy's wife dresses up, convinces... Hold on. I also need to find this plot now. Because this is actually one of the few plots that I actually have the full story of. Yeah, 8 Polygon. It's literally just like his boss is the wife and he's the one member. Dude just married badly. That's very funny. 8 Polygroped and Ked. Well, I guess due to your crimes, I can convict you. Let's see what crimes you get convicted with. 225 days in prison for espionage. And he's guilty. Well, I mean, I would be too, frankly. He didn't get a beating. If he attempted to steal, he would have gotten a beating as well, usually. That's very funny. All right, well, food stockpile up here is full. Turns out I also have a bunch of venom and bullshit. I'm curious, can I dump venom? I know that's a really random question to ask, but like... I guess not, because they're not dumping it. All right, well, let's make a stockpile for venom. I don't know where it's going to go, though. Because this does not need venom in it. Yeah, it's the extracts. Well, let's remove extracts. We'll keep the plant stuff, but how did I get so much venom? Trading. I don't know where to put it. Maybe I think it would be kind of creepy looking to put the venom down in the prison. Or rather, not the milk, just the other stuff. Speaking of milk, I should be able to go make cheese.
Cheese for everyone.
So I apparently have quite a bit of milk lying around. So because I have milk, I should be able to, I can make cheese. And I need to increase the size of this. So now we can bring more barrels down. I have giant barn owl eggs. Imagine the size of that omelet. Look how heavy those eggs are. Wow. Oh shit, did I put seeds in here? Fuck. Yes, I did. Well, screwed that up. Although, actually, I can have seeds, just not all of them. Don't want plump helmet spawn, don't want pigtails, and don't want sweet pods. The other seeds can stay in here. That's actually fine. So mod your game. Like, you can just mod your game. I mean, we're going to get stuff like that with Myths and Magic. Tarn's talked about this. But just mod your game is like the actual answer. Like, just have liquid as an evaporatable or spreadable liquid. Yeah, once again, literally just mod your game to do that. So this is all venom, except for that empty barrel for some reason. And I also want to put barrels? Yes, barrels in here. Metal, other, quality, and also rock pots. That's not even a mod. That's a setting. It literally, in order to make all dwarves, including the ladies, have beards, you literally just go into the game settings and comment out one thing. It's just not in the game's setting menu. It's still just in the text file. So you don't need to install a mod for that. You have to edit one file. Did my king just tantrum? No. Needs royal throne room. What's up, casual? Yeah, there's a lot of things that people use Steam Workshop mods for in this game that don't need mods. Like at all. And that's one of the things. Which is fine. I mean, people are just used to using mods like that. Right, today's been kind of quiet, but I'm still waiting on that stupid moat to drain. Well, we're getting there eventually. Still need to get that. I guess what I should do while I'm waiting for the moat to drain is let's just go up here. And begin channeling this stuff out again. I've done this a few times now. Because I keep having to refill this thing for reasons. Actually, you know what? Let's forbid all this. Deconstruct this. Deconstruct this. Deconstruct this. Deconstruct this. And then actually just go all the way along here and then deconstruct all this. Not those, though. Those we can keep. You don't. Banana. Like, this is a thing that I feel like I have to explain to people who play this game once a day, if not more. And I get... Well, Ordith just died in a cave-in. Rest in peace, Ordith. I haven't found him yet, though. That was one of the first dwarves we had in the fort. That sucks. But yeah, some dwarves are just broken. Like, the game is kind of designed that way. A lot of the time, if a dwarf is very unhappy, and they'll never, and and you can't seem to figure out why, it's likely because, like, they are just broken. Some people are just depressed. You know how I'm always talking about how if you try to play Dwarf Fortress like a management game and perfectly min-max everything, you are inevitably going to see the holes in it and get annoyed with it? This is what I'm talking about. Some dwarves are literally broken. Right? Some dwarves are just so unhappy, you can't fix them. Which, in my opinion, makes them interesting. If you obsess with trying to make every single dwarf happy, give up. That is my advice. So how do you do that thing that you're trying to do? You don't. Because you can't, in most cases. I don't know how else to answer that question. Dwarf therapists? Dwarves do have therapists. It's called your mayor. Your mayor literally is your dwarf's therapist. The job of the mayor is to talk to dwarves as they get depressed and upset. The job of your king is to talk to mayors as they get depressed and upset. The job of your queen is to talk to dwarves when they get upset. If you go to any leader in your fortress, any leader, any religious leader, any noble, and you look at them, they have this job, conduct meeting. This job of conducting meeting is they stand there and they wait for depressed dwarves to show up and yell at them. They feel empathy, and the depressed dwarves get a happy thought in response. That literally is dwarven therapy. We've always had dwarven therapy. Or not always, but we've had dwarven therapy for like 5 years. No, they do have family, Deaf Mole. They're just... So some dwarves are secretive. Some dwarves are not secretive, right? A dwarf that's super secretive won't tell you about their family. Equals sweet, sweet dwarven wine. Yeah, that's, I mean, lots of alcohol helps. Copious amounts of variety of alcohol helps. But this dwarf, all of their thoughts and needs are currently satisfied by simply getting cried on by unhappy citizens. So you actually look at this dwarf's thoughts. He's actually really frustrated he can't do anything. But literally he's just, he's jovial after having a mandate deadline met, so he's happy, and then gets all this empathy from other dwarves. Literally all of this dwarf's happiness is coming from upset dwarves. Yeah, if you feel free to obsess over it, but accept that you will never have a 100% success ratio with happy dwarves. There is no labor for gravekeeper. Burial's a labor, though. You cannot assign somebody specifically as a graveyard keeper, no. That's sick as fuck. I'm pretty sure I've actually explained this to you specifically before, too. So yeah, I don't know. It's one of those mechanics that people ignore because of the dumb memes of like, oh, well, obviously I'm going to not bury or not take care of my nobles because noble's bad. Noble's annoying, meme face. No, nobles are extraordinarily important and extremely useful. And for some reason, a lot of people refuse to acknowledge that, but what do I know? Oh, true. I mean, if their relatives are all dead, then there's that. But there are some dwarves that just like it looks like they have no family, right? When they arrive in your fort, if it says that they have no family, it's because they're lying. They're not truthful, which I kind of love, by the way. Okay. So now that most of that is done, up here, do that. Why not that? Get those. Get those. Go all the way along here. All the way along there. I mean, would you want to do anything with corpses? Hauling corpses is the lowest priority job in Dwarf Fortress. It's one of the lowest priority jobs in Dwarf Fortress. This is YouTube chat room. So if nobody is hauling corpses, you have to make sure that there is no other jobs for them to do because it is the last thing that they want to do. You could make a custom labor for specifically burial, but that's only for your own dead dwarves, not enemy dead dwarves. Or enemy goblins, or humans, or whatever you've been stabbing to death in your fort. So you can make a job specifically for burial, but they will not bury dwarves that were a member, or they will not take care of corpses that weren't members of your forts to begin with. So we're going to go here, here, here. Just trying to get rid of this water. And I'm hoping to do that by simply freezing it, by removing the roof, but it doesn't always freeze. Oh shit, a dwarf wants to hang up for soldiering. Ash, thank you very much for the $5. Appreciate you. Sure, we'll let you soldier. Competent axe dwarf. Interesting. Diamond wants you to post beers, chat. All right, well, let's see if I can just drain this stuff. Try this. Just be careful. to not specify dwarves to do certain jobs, and I've been trying that out, and I actually like it a lot. Less waiting around for jobs to be done, and dwarves seem to gravitate towards jobs they're good at, which is cool. Literally, the dwarf that is currently looking for a job, which is a thing that they're doing, they're always prioritizing what the next job they're going to go to is while they're doing things. The highest skilled dwarf for the job that is being designated is the one that goes and does the job. So dwarves will just slowly get better at skills if you do it that way. You're gonna die. Nope, you didn't. Careful. Yeah, it is probably the best way to do it. It's just people are very reluctant to step out of the ways they do things. Which I guess makes sense. So doing this, every time I do this, some of this water disappears. Doing well, Ash, doing well. You know, explaining Dwarf Fortress, playing Dwarf Fortress, getting mad at Dwarf Fortress, the usual. Ignoring all of those canceled jobs. I know why they're canceling, I'm just ignoring them. Okay, I should be able to do this now safely. We'll see. Generally, the only things that you want to specify jobs for, and I generally recommend against specifying jobs, period. If you're going to specify jobs, only specify jobs that are a very specific skill where you only want literally one dwarf doing that job. Because if you start to over-specify, you're going to end up breaking the system. Because the way the game's supposed to function in its current state right now is the dwarf with the highest skill in that job goes and does the job. It's that simple. So if you overcomplicate things, it's very easy for you to accidentally set it up so that there are way less dwarves capable of doing each job. And the vast majority of the jobs, you don't need to worry about masterworks. Like, you can, but they're irrelevant. You don't need to worry about them. That's all it is, really. I've literally never done that, with the exception of, like, oh, I only have one legendary gem cutter. I recommend 100% against doing that. But I don't know. Maybe it's easier for you. So if it's easier for you, then go nuts. Do it. I don't use that system. See, I don't do that. I just make an armor. If I want high quality armor and weapons, I just make a armor guild right at the start. And then very quickly you end up with a bunch of very high skilled weapons smiths and armor smiths. And then those dwarves will just do all the jobs. So you don't need to do that. Yeah, but engravers you can be beneficial. I think the only instance where I will specifically assign dwarves is I will sometimes specify who I want doing orderlies for taking care of dwarves in hospital. But that's it. That is the only time that I will do that. And even that, I do that pretty rarely. Because it's, once again, I don't find it even remotely necessary. I only do things that I think are necessary. I don't think that is necessary. But again, if you want to do it, go nuts. Part of the reason I don't care about so much about Masterworks is because, like, this is just a personal thing. But what do you think is more interesting? A dwarf that is a legendary axe dwarf that uses a Masterwork battle axe made of steel, going around killing everything? Or a dwarf that's a legendary axe dwarf that's been using the same shitty bronze axe since the very first day of the fortress when they killed that lion that attacked us right when we first embarked, and is still using it? and somehow has 150 kills. I think the second one is a much more interesting story. Like, in this fort right now, most of my weapons are steel, right? Most of them are masterwork steel. But I don't think that's necessarily the most interesting story to tell. So, for me, I don't care so much about masterwork quality stuff, purely because, as far as I'm concerned, it's not necessarily the best storytelling mechanic, and I look for interesting storytelling mechanics, generally. No, you don't have to wait for a guild. But what you do have to do is you have to make it public. I literally had a guild in this fortress. If you go back in the VODs and you watch me building this fort, I had this weaponsmiths guild here before I had a tavern. Before I had a dining hall, I had a weaponsmiths guild. And then if you look at this this fortress, most of the dwarves are weaponsmiths. Like, they're all weaponsmiths. Even the ones that aren't weaponsmiths have skill in weaponsmithing. Right? So it's almost impossible for me to queue up weapons without them all being masterworks, because everybody is a weaponsmith. So, I mean, at the end of the day, you build your forts in the way, and this is my doctor's guild, right? Like, at the end of the day, you build your forts the way you want. I would rather just have 40 dwarves capable of doing the job at around the same level than one dwarf, because the job's guaranteed to get done way faster this way. The thing that you have to do is you just have to click this button. This button. By default, guilds do this. So only guild members can visit if established. If you set it to this, citizens can visit. And then if you set it to this, citizens and long-term residents can visit. So let's just say you have 6 bards hanging out in your fort, right? Those bards start tantruming because they want to craft an item. They want to learn something. They want to go to the temple. They want to do other things, but they can't because the only room that they're allowed in is the tavern. If you have a bunch of craftsdwarfs guilds and you make them citizens and long-term residents only, and then you have that group of bards can then, when they're bored, go to the guild hall and learn something and satisfy the need of having to make an item without actually having to craft an item, meaning they're not going to tantrum in your fortress. So instead of having random, like, bards in your fortress tantruming because they're going insane because they haven't left the tavern in 5 years and they're still getting alcohol dumped on their head, then they can go and satisfy those needs. And you can do that with any guild hall. It doesn't need to be the weaponsmiths guild. It could be the craftsdwarfs guild. It could be a engravers guild. It could be a mining guild even. Although mining wouldn't actually satisfy the need for learning to craft something. So yeah, that works. That's how this mechanic works. It's not that works, question mark. That is how this mechanic works. And then even better, you can then, like, take this zone, right? And then you can build a dining hall zone. And then you can click the plus button and then connect it. And then not only that, but the dwarves that are learning stuff can then go to the dining hall zone, eat in that dining hall, get that happy thought, and then go back to the tavern. Also, hi, Pytor, over on the YouTube channel. So yeah, no, like, all of that works. And you can do all of that. You can also, one of my favorite things that I've started doing in the last 2 forts is when I make these Marksdwarf training spots, I connect them to the tavern. So when my Marksdwarves are training, which is pretty consistently, also literally everybody's set to no special. Oh, no, everybody's set to training. Which, when they're training and firing their bolts, and learning to archery, random dwarves hang out and sing songs in the Marksdorf training room. Yeah, because people tantrum less, which cause less dwarves to die. Ash. So it's beneficial because Marksdwarves don't all train at the same time, right? So what they do is Marksdwarves don't all train at the same time. If you overlap zones, this doesn't work. You have to connect them. So you have 3 Marksdwarves that are training, and then 4 that are on break, right? The 4 will go to the tavern. If this is a tavern, then they just stay here. And then they shoot a round of bolts, and then they dance for a bit. And then they shoot a round of bolts, and then they drink. And then they shoot a round of bolts, and then they dance for a bit. Rinse and repeat. Didn't understand that last bit with the zone? So if I make a dining hall, let's just say this is now a dining hall. Okay, this is a dining hall. Accept. Done. You know what you can do with that dining hall? You click this little plus button here. Assign a new existing location to this zone. Or I can assign a dwarf to this zone. If I want to give this zone to a dwarf, I can do that. Or I can click this button. And then I can assign it to my guild hall. So now it's a dining hall that's connected to this guild hall. So this zone acts as this guild hall. Dwarves can go there and eat while they're learning. Like it's literally one button. You click the plus, and then you click the zone you want to connect it to. That is it. Now, zones that are made off of this menu cannot be connected to one equal. So if I make this into a temple to no specific deity, if I connect it to the learning spears, it stops being a temple. So I can't connect a temple to a guild hall, but I can connect a dining hall to a temple. I can't connect a tavern to a temple, but I can connect an animal training zone to a library. If I want to connect a pen pasture to a library, we could do that. And then have dwarven scholars that double as animal tenders. I could connect a fishing zone to a tavern. I could connect a... I've never tried this, but in theory, I guess you could probably connect a dungeon to a tavern. And then they'd probably go serve booze to the prisoners. Let's double check that, actually. That might be a pretty good way of, like, dealing with prisons. Yeah, you could do that. So then they would go serve booze to the prisoners. It also increases the value of the original zone. And then to remove it, you just click the plus symbol, and you just click remove current zone assignment. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I explain this every couple weeks. I really need to just make a short tutorial about this, but I feel like I might also be the only person in the world who knows that that mechanic works that way. Booze jail? Theoretically. You just need a couple tavern keepers, or you accidentally just kill your prisoners by drowning them in alcohol, which might be a problem. Backpacks and scepters. Interesting. And low boots, okay. Booze Jail is a band name. Boozeaholics Anonymous. Can't remember what the other thing that I bought was. I'm pretty sure there was another cooking utensil that I bought. Why don't we just listen to Tankard and call it a day? Does lava melt dirt? No, but it removes dirt, if that's what you're asking. Do I have maybe a ladle or a spoon? No. Yeah, Boom Boom's been on point with the clips recently. I'll just put a large gem here. How about just put this... Yeah, let's put that emerald there. Like another thing, like this is an office, right? Which is assigned to my manager. Or my bookkeeper, not my manager. This office is connected to this tavern, so other dwarves can use that chair. Literally, that's the reason. This is an animal pen pasture for the giant koalas. So all three of the giant koalas live there. This pen pasture is connected to the tavern. Actually, no, sorry, it's connected to the Learned Spears. It's connected to that guild hall. That's a little silly, actually. It should be connected to the Froth and Chocolate, or the Frosty Chocolate, which is my tavern. Although, actually, I've got an overlapping zone here, I realize. There we go. So it's connected to the Frosty Chocolate, which is this zone. All right, so I've got these 3 zones, all in this area, that all technically operate the same. Also, nobody's tried to steal my thong yet. My 1 artifact thong. All right, let's send these dwarves on another mission. Let's go find something that we can do, because they left and might come back one year, sometime, but I'm not super hopeful that they will. Silver slab. Held by an Etten. What's Ramscar? Nobody's tried to steal my thong yet. Let's go after the Ashen Tombs. And I'll send the Rough Guilds. My bottom squad. Better luck to them than the last one. Has it been used? Nope, just an artifact. No one's ever worn it. We wear loincloths in this fort if we're going to wear underwear. Speaking of possessions, one of my weaponsmiths has been possessed. Oh, actually. Deagle. I don't know what a thyme is. I'm good. Could I get some artifact socks? I want some of those in real life. My socks don't last that long, unfortunately. Although, I once heard a song that told me that black socks never get dirty, and the longer you wear them, the stronger they get. Sometimes you think that you should wash them, but something keeps telling you that, no, not yet. Fragath, hello. How's things? I always imagine your username being like, frag out! That then, like, they got hit by a grenade halfway through. Frag out! Menacing with spikes of Lego. What's a torture device? Rorek. Girlish stroked. Girlish stroked. That's that person's name. Wants to stay here for the purpose of study. I will say yes. Frag, yeah, true. Just like frag stops and thinks. They've all left the map now. That songs are a good source of hygiene advice? Oh, it's just like the Bible is probably not a good source of sex ed, right? All right. This dwarf has claimed, wow, 3 gems. Iron bars, 3 pieces of trillion cut gems, Cave spider silk cloth, stray puppy bone, dolomite, and puppy bone. Oh no. I agree with that oh no statement. That's going all right, I think. I think it's time to make this into a infinite stockpile. We'll also use this as an opportunity to remove the bins. This one here doesn't need any bins. Gonna be for only metal bars and blocks. And I don't need the metal blocks. They're just metal bars. No bins. Actually, I wonder, is this still screwed? Yeah, this is kind of meshed up. I'm not sure what happened there. Connect that. And I will call this metal bars and blocks. Also get rid of that lava bucket thing. And then you move all these. Throw you in there. Load from this. And load with all those. Oh shit, cool. Well, if you think Twitch now sucks, let me tell you something. Twitch pays my rent. YouTube covers my phone bill and internet. So this time of year, YouTube covers more than that. But in the summer, it covers my phone bill and internet. So if you think Twitch sucks and you're going to say that in my YouTube chat, that's cool. You can have that take. But just remember, if you like this stream, it literally wouldn't exist without Twitch. So I make like $4 a YouTube stream. I pay my salary with my Twitch stream. So no room for food in the budget? Not in the summer, no. In the winter, at this point, I'm making about, like after YouTube's cut and bullshit, I'm making about $900 a month in rent. So, you know, it turns out Twitch chat over here loves the YouTube chat. We love you guys. And then YouTube over there is like, man, fuck Twitch. Okay. Fine. I'll stay over here where the chat is better and you guys get the restream. It's okay. Love you too, YouTube. Every platform has its problems. Deagle, the weaponsmith, has created Nebalalic, an iron spear, and offers it to the Frosty Beards. You're in both. Yeah, it's fine. Chat room, say nice things to YouTube. Do it. Let's read about this spear. This is an iron spear. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rose-cut yellow zircons and decorated with dog bone and encircled with bands of iron. and square brilliant cut yellow zircons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of dolomite, menaces with spikes of yellow zircon. On the item is an image of Ulmo the elf and Teeling, Blossom Simple, the glacier titan in cave spider silk. On the item, Teeling is striking down Lemon Bond. The artwork relates to the killing of the elf Ono by the glacier titan, Teeling, in the ambiguous glacier in 50. Oh wow, that'd be cool if that showed up. On the item is an image of dwarves and Dogbone. The dwarves are surrounded by the... Attis is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Attis Suncrack. I did not know that was the queen's last name. The queen of the insightful handles in the midsummer of 104, who then showed up in my fortress. Yeah, I don't know. I understand, like, people preferring platforms to other things, but just remember, on YouTube, if you skip the ad, the person gets nothing. Unless you've watched more than 5 seconds past the skip button. Just remember that. So if you're just like, yeah, it's great, you can skip the ads. Okay. Awesome. If you're using YouTube Premium, that's cool. I do get a portion of that. But remember, if you're using YouTube Premium and you're ad blocking YouTube, you might as well not have YouTube Premium. Because it blocks the thing that YouTube Premium is checking to see if you have YouTube Premium. Can you avoid ads on Twitch? Certainly. There are extensions and ways to block them on Twitch. You just have to be more diligent about updating them because Twitch is way better at avoiding ad block. You can also pay for Twitch Premium or Twitch Turbo, which removes all ads, which is roughly the same price as YouTube Premium. So at the end of the day, if you want to block ads, that's totally fine. But don't gloat about it, because it's just kind of... If you like content and you like having free content, watch it. No, it doesn't. It's always been that way. There's a that's why the skip button exists, is because YouTube is trying to show you different ads then. They're saying, no, I don't want to see this ad. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like ads. Ads suck. I'm in the same boat with a lot of people. I don't think that ads are great. But I will never understand the gloating of, oh, I skipped an ad. Oh, good for you. Yeah, I have Twitch Turbo too. I actually unsubscribed to 2 channels I barely ever watch these days and now have Twitch Turbo. Iron Spear. Today's been kind of quiet. I could go clear out the caverns. Yeah, that's another thing about Twitch ads. It's like, yeah, Twitch ads are there and there's less of them, but I find like the general quality of ads you get on Twitch is way better than YouTube. YouTube, they're just way easier to block, so. No, it's all good, Hunko. Skip the ads. Like, you're well within your rights to do that. Like, and I will state this. Like, if you get ads on my streams, skip them. Block them. I don't care. Don't gloat about it. That's the annoyance that I have, is when people are just like, yeah, skip the ad. It's like, congratulations, you paid me less. It's like bragging about not tipping at a restaurant you like. It's like, well, what? It's just a weird take, I guess. Yeah, I haven't seen ads on YouTube in, like, years, because I pay for premium, right? No, it's not even being an ass. It's... I don't know. They're easy to block. Block them. That's it. I mean, there's a reason... Okay, so... There is a group of people called Remap Radio who used to work for Vice. And they run a lot of podcasts and whatnot, and Patrick Klepek works for them. That name might sound familiar to some of you. And Remap covered a story recently where relatively well-known guy in the indie game sphere, Mike Rose, put out a tweet thread that managed to piss literally everybody off simultaneously. Because unfortunately, he still posts on Twitter. And his thread basically was, hey, our most recent game launched and did pretty well, but got literally no coverage on YouTube because every single YouTuber who they reached out to offer key asked for money in response. And they don't do sponsored, they don't do influencer marketing. That's part of their business. They choose not to do that. And then basically proceeded to complain about why that's a bad thing. Which I understand where he's coming from. Because Mike Rose has been around this industry for a while. And if you are used to the way the industry was years ago for print websites, meaning journalists and writers writing critiques about things, which is where this industry came from, it makes sense to not want to sponsor streamers, right? If you are going into it treating people like myself as part of the marketing arm, then it makes sense. YouTube has completely abused and obliterated and wrecked people in my industry to the point where we expect to not get paid for things. So people have to make up that money elsewhere. The platforms that we are making content for should provide the revenue for us to exist without having to then charge the people that we are marketing for. Because that leads to a lot of really weird biases and icky situations where you'll have people that are promoting things that maybe they shouldn't be or over promoting things, and it makes it really, really difficult to actually get genuine opinions on things. And that's not the fault of games. It's not the fault of greed, in my opinion, of creators. I mean, obviously there are going to be some people who are greedy and who are going to overreach and try and make more money than they would be otherwise. To me, it's the fault of YouTube for paying people shit. Because you'll have channels with 3 million subscribers and 90% of their content is paid for. And it's the vast majority of it is just sponsored content. Because they can't afford to run a business at that scale with that revenue. Some of it's greed. A lot of it is genuine people can't afford to run their business. I run extraordinarily budget. I'm very careful and keep everything very, 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 very budget. But being blunt here, if I was married and had kids, or if I owned a car, I would never have made it this far because I wouldn't have been able to afford to live up until this point. At this point now, I could probably afford a car, but fuck me, it would be hard. It's to the point where I'm actually kind of happy that I'm disabled and incapable of driving. So, that was just a random side tangent. Got them out. Let's check our ammo situation. Wow, I've got so many random ass bolts. Holy fucking blow darts. Nowadays, dude, they've always been expensive. Only if they work in the mines. Yeah, I don't want kids. So that's a benefit for me, but... All right, let's clear out these caverns again. Work orders, labor, standing orders. No automatic web collection. That's what we want. I would say that's wise of Jeff. But that's my take. Uh-oh. I've got a ghostly bard causing problems. But at the end of the day, when it comes to me and money, I am absolutely fine. So don't feel bad about skipping ads. Don't feel bad about blocking ads. Don't feel bad about any of that. You are absolutely okay. Because fortunately, I'm one of the lucky ones. I mean, based on my math, I'm probably in the top, like, 3,000 highest earning channels on Twitch. Based on my math. That's an estimation. It might be lower than that. It might be higher than that. I don't actually know for certain. But based on some rough guesses, that's my current assumption. Oh, big lag spike. Something's happening off map. That or something's spawning on the map. Oh, probably because this just opened. It's fantastic. Diamond. It's been a huge increase in revenue. Well, kiddo's going out to go look for something. If you insist. And kiddo's probably already dead. Are you not attached to this? You should be. The rise? You say that like Facebook gaming actually rose at one point. More like the perpetual irrelevancy of Facebook gaming. Here come the... Plays sound effect, pretty much. You jump off of your... I think he jumped off of the thingy of the giant cave toad that he was riding on. All right. Well, anyway, the dwarves will get him there. Let's send this squad down here. Oh, there's the giant cave toad. Jumped off of it, I guess. No, when Facebook had a Twitch competitor for a minute. I actually know somebody who went to Facebook full-time and then went to YouTube after Facebook closed and is now back on Twitch that you can simulcast. I mean, it's worked out for him, so... To death shake a Cyclops' head. That's kind of funny. Send this squad out on a patrol. Follow J-Fo. The ones that look unarmed are likely actually armed. They're just wielding artifact weapons. Kogan the Mace Lord runs through, taking out everything. Wow, there's actually kind of a lot of stuff up here. Jeez. Uh-oh. I'm gonna say that dwarf better not die. Overexerted. Shit. I'm actually going to tell them to station right here because some of them are running off in the other direction. I really don't want to lose these dwarves. This dwarf killed the Kingslayer in a tavern brawl. So shoutouts to this dwarf. Yeah, I killed Attis, my king. More like the captain of the guards. Enforcer more than anything. Clearing out the last few. Not bad. Stabbing the cave crocodile in the front foot. Stabbing the cave swallow blowgunner. Tearing the skin. Yeah, the sound of fun lag, pretty much. Starting to think they may never come back, which is a shame. I mean, I could actually go up to this. Hold on a second. Cover fought ashes? Were you guys not assigned to that? Huh. Guess I can just remove that job now. Because somehow they got unassigned from that. Must have hit cancel or something at some point. They've probably gone off and joined some random town. Let's follow them. Bloody shame. You thought it was an echo? That's funny. Did you hear the big brrrr sound twice or something? Now the game's ching. Makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of bummed out about this squad. I was really hoping that we could just go and try and retrieve that artifact, but I guess not. Honestly, someone asked me earlier what I'd like to see improved. Clarity with squads would be real nice. I don't know, actually, to be completely honest with you. Mini brother. I'm not actually 100% sure. I've used DF hack for years and 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 years. I just don't use the vast majority of its features. And up until like a month ago, I didn't use any of the ones for premium. But since they added this search function, I've been using it. So I use the search functions. Make them rage? No, because fires don't actually, like, what's the word? Fires don't actually kill trees. Believe it or not. Otherwise, like, you just need one forest fire, and then every single elven civ in the entire world would, like, immediately go to war with you, which isn't how the game works. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I mean, I've been using DF hack for quite some time. The way I used it in older versions was I would have a second install that included DF hack, and then I would enable it and disable it if I needed to fix something or try and fix something. And then for this version, it's once again more or less the same thing. I will occasionally use this to debug stuff, but I have almost every function disabled. Don't need, yes. Well, I mean, think about it this way. Using DF hack is like having dev tools enabled in another game. That's essentially what DF hack is. It's basically just dev tools. Like, do you need to be able to open the console to beat Skyrim? No, but if you get stuck in that mining animation, you might. Right? So it's one of those things where, like, it's good to know how to use it, but you don't need it for the vast majority of the things it does. And I don't think, like, having a fort template to build the same fort every time is a useful thing that I want in my forts. In fact, I would say that's the opposite. I do not want that in my forts. Yep, looks like it. 18. You'll be an adult soon. All right, so I've been reworking up multiple rooms and building various things. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to here and I'm going to channel this down. Don't know why there's poets standing right there. But there's poets standing there. New project? Nope, continuation of same project. I just need more ice to build this. Getting some funky lag spikes. Is somebody stuck in the caverns? I stuck somebody in the caverns? Somebody lost in the caverns? Maybe not. Also, that's weird. I don't know why that minecart's stuck there. Speaking of, Bastet has grown up to be a weaponsmith. Sure, I'm glad it's useful to you, but the whole point of the subject is it's not useful to me, right? Ow, my elbows hurt. Not sure why they're just hanging out there. Because they are absolutely allowed in the fort. Oh, hey. So, I didn't know about this. Well, I did know about this. I don't look at Twitter very often, but Clinodev just sent me this. That's funny. The vile force of Mug has invaded the Kitfox offices. Is there a way to give a drink to a wounded dwarf if you have no water source? You need a water source. So they're not looking for... Well, okay. First, they clean them with the water, and then they give them drinks with water. So you have to get a water source. Do you have a aquifer on the map? But no, you need a water source, specifically. Otherwise, dwarves will die in the hospital. Nope. Well, this is why you should have an aquifer on the map. Can you dig down to a cavern layer? And no rivers? Can you dig down to a cavern layer that'll have water? But that's so deep. Well, then the dwarf dies. The human scholar Barrack has become a student of the scholar Short Test. Interesting. The human scholar Geipest has become a student. I'm starting a school in this fortress. They're also, what are they? Okay, so I've got a bunch of humans that have like asked to stay here for the purpose of study. Yeah, all these people. Geipest, we've got Elfie. Stormwolf, who's no longer as depressed as he was. Lad the Scribe.
This is Sparta!
Oh, wait, thank you very much for... Wait, hold on a second. I'm confused. Why did they add an extra 60 more bits on top of that? Anyway, thank you very much for the what do you call it? The $3 in bits, and Twitch for accidentally 90ing using the deja vu sound. Must be the amounts of bits donations? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know how that stuff works. But thank you. Think the more bits is tiered? I thought they just add 10%. Twitch wants second place. Clearly. Well, I mean, you'd have to cheer a lot more. It's like $100 to get Twitch into second place. We added 60 more bits? I guess so. Huh. How many Twitch bonuses? $19.80. You can see how much they've cheered at the on top of on the leaderboard. All right, I think I've got more cavern cleaning to do, actually. So once this is all done, I'm going to check down in the caverns again. For an $18 burger? Not really, because you have to subtract 30% for taxes. But yeah. Also Twitch tax? Not, there isn't really a Twitch tax. I will get paid out $19.80 USD from that. And the transfer fees on PayPal are negligible. So it's Canadian income tax that's on top of that. Clayborn, thanks for the raid. Might be early for you to end, isn't it? Yeah, I think there's something still stuck in the caverns that I need to fix. Because the frame rate halved itself when I opened and closed that, so we need to do a big cleaning session. You guys don't know Clayborn, he streams Dwarf Fortress sometimes as well as other things. I know he's been playing that Moria video game. And Valheim, I think. Unless I'm making that up. Apologies if I'm making that up. But you should go give Clayborn a follow. He's good people. Can confirm. Is good people. I gotcha. Well, best of luck picking up the old Oma. And you have a... I'm assuming for holiday reasons? But regardless, you have good holidays, if that's what you're up to. I'm mining out a bunch of ice. So that I have place for the dwarves to, you know, have the ability to build more of this. We're also draining the moat so that I can get an artifact out of it, which is still draining. Turns out. They kind of do. If you're talking about like job cancellations. Like, when you look at job cancellations and they have, like, 70 job cancels all at once, it's literally because, like, they can't pathfind to it. So I don't think you actually want that. Although there is a DF hack thing, which is the stuck option. I find it absurdly annoying, so I never turn it on. So I've got a bunch of dwarves that just got really depressed. Why is this? Trying to attend a meeting. Got into arguments? What's going on? You've never seen that before? Yeah, you have. It's the most depressed option that dwarves can have. I refuse to believe you haven't seen Haggard before. You maybe haven't noticed it. You've absolutely had dwarves in your fort that are Haggard before. Basically, it means they're so depressed they're never going to recover. Nope. It is not a separate thing. Claiborne, we'll see you later. Take care of yourself, dude. Great. Also, to the people over here on the Twitch stream, if we could get some help bumping up that YouTube stream a little bit, it's very easy. All you got to do is tab over to this YouTube channel here and click the like button. Tells people that people are watching that stream, and then YouTube shares it. Yeah, we gotta finish mining this out, and then we're gonna go down into the caverns. Ghostly Bard has been put to rest. It is for the best. What other visitors do I have? Do I have any random... That human's already in prison, we know that. Most of these are just bards. Which are generally fine. I could, interrogate some of the... Some of the scholars. See what they're up to. Maybe they've learned about wheels or something. Nope. Well, I mean, if I get in trouble on YouTube from promoting my Twitch stream, that's a problem I'll have to deal with on YouTube. I can't get in trouble on Twitch, though. I just can't tell you to go watch this stream instead because this channel sucks. Is the only thing I can't say. But I can absolutely tell you guys that I'm live on 2 different platforms. YouTube has no restrictions against multi-streaming, and Twitch also has no restrictions against multi-streaming. I just can't mix the chats. That's the only restriction. Yeah, no, Twitch changed their terms of service during TwitchCon. So, like a month and a bit ago, which is why I've been streaming on Twitch on YouTube. And if YouTube, like, gets bitchy about it, well, then that's on YouTube. Did they have a good reason for the chats thing? If you come into my chat room and you say a racial slur, Twitch can ban you from the platform. If I am blending my Twitch channel and my YouTube channel chat, and somebody goes into the YouTube chat and types in a racial slur, Twitch bans me from the platform because they don't know who said that, and they can't prove that it wasn't me. That's why. I think YouTube actually has the same rule, they just don't enforce it. So if you see people using Restream.io and mirroring their chats, they're breaking Twitch's terms of service. Why does that seem unfair? It's perfectly logical from a moderation point of view. Which is why the YouTube chat, I do respond to it, but it's, you know, largely the lurker chat. There's like 40, 50 people over there lurking all the time. And then over here on the Twitch side of things, if you want to chat, we can talk. Twitch is the bigger audience. That's the one I respond to. Well, they can't prove I didn't say it, right? From a moderation perspective, it makes perfect sense, at least to me. Wow. That just once again just shows how much lag channeling large areas does. All right, right, let's just double check to make sure that I've cleared these caverns. Let's go back down into here for a little bit. Yeah, I don't think it's unfair. Makes perfect sense to me. Like, I had to think about it for a little bit when they announced it, but it's like, no, actually that makes sense. I get it. Enjoy your lurking. Yes. Because I am permitting anybody on a different platform that Twitch has absolutely no control over to talk in my chat. Twitch can't prove that it's not me. But they have to take action against that kind of abuse and that kind of wording, that kind of speech. They have to, legally, in order to run the platform and allow people the age of 14 on it. They legally have to moderate the platform. So if you think about it from that perspective, it starts to make sense pretty quick, in my opinion. Okay, well, you're just interrogating people, so that's fine. Let's follow these dwarves. It's kind of fun using my cop squad to do stuff because it's just always like, oh yeah, no, you have 5 kills and half of them are my own dwarves. Also, at the end of the day, wow, Dan, you need to remember that they wouldn't ban me. They'd probably just temporarily time me out and delete the VOD. So I'd probably get a 24-hour ban and a warning. They wouldn't permanently ban my account for one infraction of something like that. It's one of those, they just need to be careful. No, I mean, I'm not going to go do a thing that I know is against Twitch's terms of service. That would be silly. I'm looking for cavern creatures right now. Haven't encountered anything else yet, though. Oh, you absolutely can. I'm just too lazy to. Like 1000%, you can have different overlays, different alerts on different platforms. I just want to focus on Twitch, if I'm being completely honest, because I know how this platform works and I trust this platform. Well, I like YouTube to a degree. I don't trust YouTube. I like the people on YouTube. I don't trust YouTube. I don't trust YouTube enough to put effort into streaming on that platform. I trust YouTube enough to put effort into putting videos on that platform. I don't want to prioritize it. I would prefer if people watched me on Twitch and not YouTube. But I'm totally okay with having YouTube as an option. That's it. See y'all in a week, I guess. I mean, only if people report it. You could just like delete the VOD and be done with it. But unreveal all. Unreveal. See the command? Unreveal. So there's nothing to revert. Unreveal. I think it's ALL. Just hyphen ALL? Try that. YouTube chat. But yeah, I've never been banned on any platform, so I intend to keep it that way. I've been banned from my friends' chats before, but that's kind of different. Most of that is for just trolling, too. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to send this squad back up and inside. And I'm going to go to this layer. We're going to clean this out. We are going to open up this cavern a lot. The problem is I can't actually chop down the trees because the elves will go after me. What I can do is I can do this. I would like the elves to keep trading with me, at least for the time being. 10% of subs for a 3-day subscription? Okay, I take 4 days off most weeks of streaming and then focus on YouTube 2 days, or 3 days off most weeks. So I can tell you for a fact that isn't true. At least in my case. Maybe in other people's cases, I don't know. But if I'm gone for 3 random days, I don't lose 10% of my subs. When I went away for 2 weeks for Twitch, well, that's because when your suspended resubs don't go through, right? That's why. Because credit cards bounce if the channel doesn't exist. So if you've subscribed for 4 months, unless you've prepaid, it won't automatically re-up. Yeah, but not all your subs are on the same day, Ilmirin. Like, there will be times where, like, I will make $120 in a day from resubs and then $8 the next day. Because they're not all on the same day. But no, it's very certain day heavy. For me, it's actually very Thursday heavy. But anyway. It's kind of a redundant discussion. Matter. Still waiting for the day that these dwarves come back, maybe. Uh-oh. That's pretty far away from me. Was there a dwarf that just discovered them? They're shooting bolts at something.
Did somebody say sub?
Nope, no one said that. Thank you very much for the subscription for 17 months. Christeth, appreciate you. If you leave your game unpaused, you can't unreveal anymore? Oh, really? I didn't know that. Okay, more you know. Apparently you can get stuck with reveal all on. Actually, let's just set these 11 targets to be killed. Dudok, the doe rabbit's been found dead. We had a bunny rabbit die of old age. Rest in peace, Bun Bun. Rev forget? Try that. R-E-V forget, according to Banana over here. We're like troubleshooting YouTube chat's problems from Twitch chat. Which is kind of fun. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like having 2 chat rooms. I guess is the one final thing I'll say about the whole Twitch and YouTube streams thing. Kind of fun. I don't know. I know it certainly has helped my numbers go up on Twitch a whole bunch. And it also is helping the YouTube channel, even though it makes me negligible amount of monies. It's neat. I don't know. I don't mind it. Ban on exports. I think it's really funny that the flying creatures will ride creatures that can't fly, and then alternatively, they'll also ride creatures that can fly. Like the cave swallow people riding on giant cave swallows is one of the funniest things ever to me. Yeah, they're sitting up here and shooting down. Yeah, this one. Like, they're riding on giant cave swallows. Which is very funny to me. Well, there's another glut of them. Move them up. Seems like Kumil is doing quite well in a martial trance here. Kogun is named a shield. More creatures dying. The one that they're seeing? Oh, I see there's more up here. No, let's not be mean. Suited giraffe. Why my dashboard is telling you got views from my channel. So I get that sometimes. So Twitch has this nifty little thing called recommended streams, which these are the ones I follow, right? These are recommended. So these are recommended based on other streams I watch. So I have no idea why it's, okay, I know Captain Richard, but I don't know why it's like advertising Avatar Mists of Pandora to me. But, or I guess Asian Bunny X, you know, like Twitch. But we got Project Zomboid and Cyberpunk and like other things down here. So based on what your viewers watch, they might end up getting me recommended there. So that's what that is. So if Twitch is telling you that you're getting views from my channel, it's because somebody either watches both of us or somebody watched both the games that I stream or have streamed and you, and the algorithm like lines crossed and somebody got recommended and they clicked it. That's literally what it is. As far as I understand it. So I really want to get rid of these dudes, but I also don't want my dwarves to just like vault into the water and drown. So I'm going to send them back. And then I'm going to send the Mark's dwarves over here. Yeah, no, the Twitch metrics are kind of bad in some ways. There's some metrics on Twitch that kind of make no sense. Hanging out and watching Nook and seeing people there that watch me too. Me and Nook actually have quite a bit of overlap. Which makes sense. Nook has a much wider reach, though, as in, like, plays a wider variety of things than me. I don't play a particularly wide variety of things. Guess they can't see them. I don't really want them to die there, so I will send them home. Frosty bolts. You guys go back over there. Do what you got to do. You like the DF stuff? I mean, that's all I do, really, right? Nook does a much wider variety of things, though. Let's actually just dig this out. Let's also jump up to the surface up here. Keep working on this. He played Sims 2? What? I had no idea. The more you know. I feel like everybody that I know has streamed Sims at some point, which is interesting. It's kind of crazy, actually, how much reach Sims has. Yes, my nightmare. The Sims. Horrible game. You missed The Sims 1? I don't! That game could go away and never come back, and I'd be very happy. How deep is too deep? When you die. Don't get worried about digging. Digging is how you play dwarfs. Yeah, fair enough, spaced out. I mean, digging deeply and greedily is like the goal of Dwarf Fortress. So if you're not digging deeply and greedily, what are you even doing? Kind of sad that they changed it so that you can't chop down trees with... Kind of sad that you can't chop down trees with, what are they called? Ballista anymore. Because they fixed that. Holy shitballs. Hi, Hobo. I didn't know that that was still an alert. Wow.
Do you maggots understand that? Yes, sir. Bullshit, I can't hear you. Sound off like you got a pair. Sir, yes, sir. If you ladies leave my island, if you survive recruit training, you will be a weapon. You will be a minister of death praying for war. But until that day, you are pukes. Not even human fucking being. You are nothing but
all right.
unorganized, grab-ass.
How do I skip that alert? It's just going to keep going. It's the entire thing.
You will not like me.
There it is. Got it. I was like, how do I skip that alert? It's literally going to go for like 10 minutes. I disabled that like 6 years ago. The actual hell. And then there's me over here signing into like Streamlabs right now to disable that thing permanently. The fuck. Anyway, that's a couple bits. Thanks, Hobo. And thanks, Twitch, for the bonus. So for those of... I don't know if I should be clear. Hobo owed me money for it, but thank you. Means a lot, dude. For the paycheck inflation that has to go on my credit card as soon as it comes in. Also, brand new badge. Pog. Hot damn. I now have to make a new, like, what's it called? Emote for that. Because I don't think I have an emote at that tier of absurdity. Good lord. Yeah, it's a glacier. That's the biome that we're on. Uh-oh. We're under assault in the basement. Big camel, yes. Very big camel. And the cavern creatures are attacking. Yeah, Twitch puts in another 70, which is also funny because, once again, Twitch moves up. Twitch moves up in the highest cheers. Which is really funny that it's the actual Twitch, official Twitch account that does it. And the reason I think that that is really funny is because, like, it's... Twitch is unlocking my paywall emotes forever now, regardless of if they want it or not. Do powered minecart tracks conduct power to each other? Yes, and they also go around corners. So there's a lot of lag right now. The game's just hitching. There's probably a lot of creatures spawning in the caverns currently because we are doing a lot of deconstruction. So you got my Marks dwarves kiting around the outside of enemy dwarves. Or not enemy dwarves, but enemy creatures. Also sending in the melee squads to go assist as well. This dwarf just dropped their steel buckler. That's Dr. Funk. Although Dr. Funk has, you know, been at this for a bit. They're kind of a professional, I think. Dwarves are continuing to duel with these cave creatures. So, that was 4 minutes ago. I'm going to gift a sub anonymously. If somebody else gifts a sub, then I want to know what level that hype train would be at. I'm just distracted because of, like, where all that came from. Let's see. Can I? Do I still have time? Maybe. There you go. You have 30 seconds. If somebody has a resub and you pop it, we'll get to know what level that'll level up to. Bracken Soul, thank you much. Let's see. What level is that? Because I'm just curious now. Also, they updated the hype train emotes, so you can actually get new emotes. Level 11. Wow. Okay. Fair. That's a big number. I'm just going to set these two squads to patrol the lower levels and go up here and trade with the elves. Requesting that. This came from the tutorial. What is this? Which tutorial? Izig, if I can ask. Cut gems is what we need. I've got a couple tutorials, so bring the yellow gems, bring the trader up. Let's also jump down to here. Continue my madness. Nice, and nice. Carefully preparation? Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's a very basics one. Rovan, thank you very much for gifting a subscription. Since you're in the YouTube chat, we're streaming on Twitch and YouTube. So. Oh, yours didn't count. Oh, wow. Was yours just timed out? Because that's funny. If it just missed. I wonder. I don't know. Seems like, wow. I should have been more on the ball with that. I'm sorry. So I guess we can just, like, No, it wouldn't. Because it needs 50 subscriptions or $240 in bits to level up again. There's no way in hell $764 in bits isn't number one. There's no way that isn't. Absolutely refuse to believe that that isn't number one. Dominoc, thanks for chucking out a gift as well. You're very kind. I refuse to believe that. Absolutely refuse to believe that. Okay, well, we're fighting with more giant cave swallows. Dwarves are killing them. They're being pretty effective. There's this giant cave swallow here who's experiencing mortal fear. What's the bedroom setup in this? Bad and not enough. I've got various random bedrooms scattered around, as well as more various random bedrooms scattered around. And then noble bedrooms are up here. These are the nobles' bedrooms. So messy and all over the place. G-Fin, thanks for converting a Prime subscription to a Tier 1 subscription. We'll see you in a couple of minutes. This is true. I think it's just because Twitch is lying. I own the stream, so I'm number one. I mean, yeah, true. I think Twitch is just giving itself a pat on the back. It's a bad room? It's not a bedroom, it's a bad room. All right. Eveldon, thanks for the 10 bucks. Appreciate you. So ice is under stone, right? What? Can I not put ice into a stockpile?
Added 100 bits to Dividon's cheer.
I know it can't be turned into bars. I didn't know that it couldn't be stockpiled. All right, well, that sucks. Fuzzatron, are you the same Fuzzatron who stated that you didn't like me very loudly on Reddit? Or is there multiple Fuzzatrons out there? Says Stoned Hobo is the top contributor? Yeah, it is. Okay, there you go. There's Cyran on YouTube? Interesting. Because there's another... The reason I'm slightly sus is because there's somebody named Fuzzatron without a number who's banned in this chat. So, slightly sus. But anyway, it's fine. I don't really care all that much. Weird coincidence, if anything. Also, my thumb's bleeding, apparently. But thank you. Means a lot. Yes, it did count. It absolutely did count. I was gonna say, because like, I know approximately how much like $100 in bits would level up, and it would probably put it at like level 4 or 5. But watch the world burn. It's fine. Set it on fire. So you guys have like animated hype emotes now. That's actually pretty rad. I was the one on Reddit spelled. I'm not gonna fully out who they are, but there is a number on their Reddit account, I think. But it was a couple. Oh boy, how long ago was it? I can't remember. I think it was one of the interviews that I posted because I do I do interviews with Bay 12 Games, and they basically commented like, "Why does this asshole keep recycling the same or some shit?" And basically everybody just kind of dogpiled and was like, well, then don't watch it. Shut up, dude. Yours doesn't have a number? All right, well, fair enough then. I'm not accusing you of having anything, to be clear. I'm just mildly curious. When I see people with the exact same username as somebody else, it's like, why'd they sound like Gilbert Gottfried? Because they're probably Gilbert Gottfried.
Hi.
Hi. But I don't know. Zombie Rid, thank you very much for the second month. Welcome back. I'll say this about the Fuzzatron person. The Fuzzatron person used to always post this one emote in my chat. And this emote was literally a butt. Okay? Just an ass. But it was an ass with a tail on it, right? A furry ass. A pretty explicit furry ass. And it belonged to a channel that they subscribed to that was an affiliate. And I remember seeing that emote in my chat once and just saying, I'm pretty sure that, like, that's not allowed. Because Twitch at the time had been banning a lot of butt-related emotes. They're like, it's okay, it's fuzzy. I'm like, I don't know about that. Anyway, I'm not a cop, so I forgot about it and never thought about it again. Next person, dude tuned in, and that emote had been banned. Like, removed from the streamer. And he blamed me for it and got real mad at me. I was like, I just made a statement. You're the one spamming it in my chat. So somebody must have reported it. It wasn't me, I swear. I'm not a cop. But dude blamed me for it. Removed my butt. Pretty much. And yeah, he tuned out and never tuned back in again after that. Bellinair, thank you for the raid. What's up, dude? How was your stream today? Sounds like something a cop would say. I like how Hobo remembers it. Hobo knows what I'm talking about! But go click on Bellinair's name and give him a follow. Bellinair is good people, streams good games, is entertaining, is from Finland. You don't get all those things in one place usually. And thanks for the Prime subscription. You mean like that? I mean, that does happen sometimes. Or you could be like Unsanity Live, where he has Uns Rat. Am I still? No, I'm not still sub to Tom. But he has Uns Rat, which is just like a rat tail spinning. And then he has the other Uns Rat, which is Uns Rat with pants on, also tail spinning. They had to put pants on the rat, which is very funny. Very, very, very funny. I mean, I would say the FBI would be in the right in that situation, Banana. You just woke up? Fair enough. Unsrad is a better Twitch TV emote now. But maybe he removed it for another emote. But it is definitely on better Twitch TV. All right, so now we just need to wait for our broker to get his butt up here. Speaking of booty. The pants one was sub? Well, I know that the no pants one is better Twitch. I don't know about pants one. Also, out of curiosity, how long is that pinned cheer gonna be up there? Watch it still be there tomorrow. That's fucking funny. Comfy is festive now? Yeah, I have a couple of festive ones. Really? Just 2 hours? What a ripoff. Okay. I kind of figured it would be there for like the rest of the week. Well, they brought me another giant dingo. They chat room, do I buy the giant mosquito? I obviously need to buy the giant leopard. And the king snake. And the other giant leopard. They gave me a breeding pair of giant leopards. Giant mosquito, we buy giant bug. Well, okay, I have a question. Why is the giant mosquito so much heavier than the giant dingo? Like, giant dingo, 680 dwarf units. Giant leopard, 763 dwarf units. Other giant leopard, 344 units. Giant mosquito, 2,328 units. Cage mat? I mean... It's beating wings really fast. It's trying to take off. Anyway, we need to trade just enough value. Also, look at the number of giant koalas. They grow, they spread, they are legion. Speaking of giant animals, I can expand my giant kitty collection. And giant pupper. Okay, so leopard, dingo. I don't know where I put the mosquito. Maybe we'll just stick it here until I find a place for it. I've never seen a giant mosquito in Dwarf Fortress before. I can't guarantee that anybody will claim it, but I could make it available as a pet. Because somebody has to decide they like giant mosquitoes specifically and claim it as a pet. Unless it's a war animal. War animals can be manually assigned. But I don't think that... Yeah, giant mosquitoes are not war trainable. So I could make it available as a pet. I have a feeling it would be like a vampire where you just insta-die. Okay, it's not actually that big. It's just like the size of a dwarf. But sure, we'll make this giant mosquito available as a pet. And if anybody claims it, that dwarf isn't to be trusted and is probably a vampire. But I love that we have giant leopard breeding pair. That's fantastic. Which means we can finally get giant baby kitties. Sir Meows a Lot now finally has friends. It's a really dense mosquito. It is a really dense mosquito. You know, we have nobles in this fort, chat. We have dwarves in this fort. And various different people. We finally have a politician. It's going to be getting a 3% raise this year at the cost of freezing our DEI positions. DEI? What's a DEI? How can you kill your were-people? You've got a trapped were-chameleon in a small room. Wait until it's not a were-chameleon and then expel them. Or just leave it trapped in the room. Or dump lava into the room. Or dump water into the room. Drown them. Also, I know somebody's going to kill me when I say this out loud, but I'm going to start slaughtering the giant koalas once they become adults. So let's go back to the underground where those invaders are. That is very dark suited. I was hoping it was the drugs enthusiast Inquisition. But that's actually really dark, jeez. No, you can't expel them if they're a child. Guess it remains in your zoo. Usually what I end up doing with dwarves that are separated from the fort like that is I will put them in an area where they, in theory, could still see their old friends and then just kind of leave them there. Because you can't cure them. And the game doesn't usually let you kill dwarves like that. So I find it easier to just trap them and leave them. They're shooting darts at us. Dwarves are batting those darts out of the air. Yeah, they're just missing. Turns out my dwarves are probably training some pretty good dodging skills. Thought I just saw one come down to... There it is. Do insane people feed themselves from stockpiles? If they're on a stockpile, yes. But they have to be literally sitting on top of a stockpile. You just get it? Probably. See if we got anything interesting out of those most recent interrogations. No, but Stormwolf needs to go to prison. Why are you trying to keep them alive, I guess is the question. Why do you care so much about a random insane dwarf? There's tons of insane dwarves in most forts usually. There was a bird here. I think I should just get the dwarves out of the caverns. Mercy, I suppose. I would say that's torture. Keeping a mostly dead, mentally creature alive. I would say that's almost more torture than mercy to me. Okay, so you see this puddle. This puddle is not connected to the edge of the map. I'm going to drain this puddle. Goes from down here, down into here. Easy peasy. Okay, so I'm going to, like I said, I'm going to drain this puddle. I'm going to make a thingy go from right here to over there. Because I need to get... Let's get all these dwarves back inside. I need to get into that pond there and kill those creatures. So what I can do here is I could... channel up right there. And then channel down right there, which will push it over. And down and in. Set up a minecart death system. You can go off the rails on a crazy train. Sounds pretty good. Because you're going off the rails on a crazy train. All right, I'm getting some pretty bad hitching. There's definitely a lot of units in the caverns right now. I'm going to pause the game. I got to go use the toilet, chat. I will be right back. I'm currently on the default difficulty settings, except for the cavern dwellers from your video. I think so. I don't think I've adjusted. I've increased the agitation a little bit for this video. Or for this fort. Just a little bit, though. Back in a sec. Gobble, gobble, gobble,
for everyone!
No! No!
It's a unit system. I know this.
Sandwich? What? Quendel, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Hello, Raiders. What? This literal second streamer stands up to use the toilet? Of course, always the best time. Never a bad time for a raid. Migrants have arrived? Oh god, I don't have bedrooms for you. That part I'm not joking about. I don't actually have bedrooms for migrants. And currently the caverns are under assault by cavern creatures because, well, I've been trying pretty hard to expand out into the caverns. But how was your stream today, Quendelf? What were you up to? What were you doing? What was a good stream? Anyway, coming in from the raid, I play too much Dwarf Fortress. That's about it. Hi, I'm blind. I think I'm actually deconstructing stuff I don't want to be with this command. No, actually. Dealing with a grumpy monarch, let's just say that you're not very experienced with them yet. Well, give them what they want. That's about it. That's really about it. Enjoy the tutorial, Izzy. Speaking of siege engineers and migrants, thanks for the raid. We'll also give Belinair one who also just migrated. Quendelf has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, often acts with compassion, tends to think before acting, and doesn't seek out excitement, does not go out of her way to help others, and is a little wasteful when working on projects, doesn't focus on material goods, and does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive feelings, tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and occasionally overindulges, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and isn't particularly curious about the world, dreams of mastering a skill and personally disregards tradition and values a harmonious existence. And is a member of the sect of Waving, the most popular religion in the world. And then this up here will be Belinair. Belinair, has no family and is concerned with matters of the practical situation at hand with absolutely no inclination towards abstract discussion, is swayed by emotional appeals and often is nervous, is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy and isn't particularly curious about the world, finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and could be considered rude, needs alcohol to get through the working day, dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort, and doesn't care about nature one way or another. And also is a member of the sect of Waving. Fuzzatron. Fuzzatron. 9K. Fuzzatron 9000 is Melville, Gildinked, and is stingy with resources when working on projects, and refuses to expend any extra effort. Sure, Stonecoat. She tends to think before acting and likes to take it easy, is quick to form negative views about things, and is somewhat quarrelsome. Is bothered by this since she values friendship, and she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She is assertive, and she has a greedy streak, and she occasionally overindulges and tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and she can handle stress. She starts to drone when she's exasperated, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally disdains loyalty and doesn't respect a society that is settled into harmony without debate and strife. I feel like this one should join the military, especially considering her brother's in the military. But if she joins the military, then she'll be in trouble. Because they'll just run into battle right now. Stonecoat. Stone Coat. Does not trust others and does not cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. Doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. Does not go out of his way to help others, and he does not go out of his way to help others. He's troubled by this since he truly respects sacrifice. He has little interest in joking around and sometimes can act without deliberation, is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this since he values friendship. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and he can handle stress, and he tends to not be particularly interested in what others think of him. Okay, that's it. I'm making another squad. Let's make another crossbow squad, and we're going to make Fuzzatron the leader. Oops. And Stonecoat's going to join. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally believes that the truth is unavoidable regardless of the cost, and believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected, and finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting. Fractabellum, thank you very much for the raid as well. What's up? Everybody's raiding Blind O'Clock. I think there's more raids in the last, like, 10 minutes than I've had in, like, many streams. Also, I can read. Glomtor. Fuzzatron. Just so I don't accidentally give you 2 dwarves. All right. Hello, TVPG. What's up? Well, what's up, Fracta? How's stream? What are you up to today? A lot of stuttering lag because we are getting assaulted in the basement by cavern dwellers. And to try and flush them out of where they're hiding, I am in the process of removing their ability to dig down or get to me. Let's just expand this briefly. Start digging. Or rather, removing their ability to hide from me, actually, is what I should be saying. That's probably just number of amount of time lurking, I would assume. Give us your cookies. We don't have cookies, but we do have beer. Chat, quick, post cookies emojis. That'll do, I think. Don't know. Yeah, neither do I. to be completely fair with you. Oh, that's a cookie. That works. Quick chat, post the Twitch cookie emote. There you go. Holiday cookie. Provide raiders with cookies so that they don't ravage our booze supply. I never realized that my weaponsmith guild is called the Hall of Thorns, and now I'm oddly proud because that's a great name. Cookie time? Don't have that one. Sorry. Devil Dawn used to be rich. Congrats. Nah. I mean, we can share the 69. They can't have the rest of them, though. Oh, it's 7 TV? That would explain it. Well, I think I can safely say, Stone Hobo, that that is the second largest cheer I've ever had in my chat. The second largest. The largest, of course, being the time that Jerry Gord threw $1,000 in bits in one cheer. But that's the second largest. Which is equally ridiculous. Although, this one is because you owe me money for a thing. Which means we're officially going to get, we're officially going to be forced to see Fall Out Boy. Great. That's going to be fun, though. Looking forward to that. It's called prepaying for a vacation. Are you now the top? I think you have been? I mean, you are, yeah. Because you have the highest badge. You're the only person with that badge. Here, let me do a thing. Just need to go. I need to figure out where Twitch hides leaderboards. I actually can. I can literally never find this. Is it under? I see. There it is. Nope. There it is. It's under community. Now let's set this to all time. So if you refresh the chat, you can see the all-time highest cheers. Yep, you are number one. You are number one, Hobo. You're $71 away from the next badge. I mean, that's a lot of money, but they weren't terrible? Really? Okay. But they're more excited, I suppose. But yeah, Jerry Gord is what, number 3? Jerry Gord is just above retired Navy vet. Navy actually showed up again recently and threw another handful of subscriptions at the chat. Yeah, anyway, I'm gonna set that back to weekly. But yeah, Hobo, you have been and still are the number one all-time cheerer. So congratulations for that. We are going on vacation that's October, right? Yeah. And on that vacation, we're going to When We Were Young. So me and Hobo and some other friends who went during TwitchCon last year are going to When We Were Young. And I paid for Hobo's ticket because he was at work at the time. So, yes. Above Animal. Yeah. Shoutouts to Animal. So that's why there's such a ludicrously heavy cheer there, is because Hobo owed me money, and I let Hobo do that so that he can get bigger badges, because he doesn't want big badges. Literally look up Turkey money laundering Twitch scandal. Turkish streamer money laundering Twitch scandal, and you will find all of the sauce for that exact subject, Banana. In fact, I think somebody once sent me an email suggesting I do that. It was like you skim it and it's just like, yeah, like we will pay you a salary to instead pay out your Twitch money to this, except we'll pay you in a salary through gift subs. It's like, Forgotten Beast, Rusmo has come. Rusmo Sordor has come. A huge one-eyed aphid. It has large mandibles and undulates rhythmically. Beware its spittle. That's gonna die really quick. It's on the lower layer. Oh. That's probably partially why the game is lagging so much. Because I've got Olmen underground now. Oh man, there's Olmen. Beer be dinner, you have a good dinner. I think they're just gonna kill this thing, actually. Yeah, they're getting some good hits in on it. I mean, it's bleeding. I mean, one of them died. Those ones are terrified. Yeah, wow, this guy got it. Well done, dude. Stabbed it in the thorax with a spore tree spear. And the injured part is cloven asunder. Olm. O-L-M. Not old. O-L-M. They're like salamanders. Giant Olmen's wrecked you once? Really? You eat them? I mean, they're big. So if a dwarf is super undertrained, yeah, I could see them being a problem. Okay, so let's go down here. Send the cold citadel down to deal. Actually, I will create a new route. So this is the lower cavern layer, which is accessible from the upper cavern layer. I have a patrol route for the upper cavern layer, so let's make a patrol route for the lower cavern layer. Cavern 3, confirm. Vengeance is Dwarfy. But currently what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to drain this so that I can get to these cave swallow people that are hiding in this pond. Okay. Suited. Thanks for sharing. My weaponsmith is throwing a tantrum. God damn it, duder. Automatic burrow expansion, searching are the two things I use primarily. Aban the weaponsmith was found dead. That was fast. Aban commits crime. Aban's found dead. Shame. Thanks for hanging out, Alcord. See you when we see you, dude. Uh-oh. I just got these dwarves stuck down here. Suicide by sheriff? Crime. Committed a crime. It's more what it is. Okay, so I'm going to channel this out right here, which will also cut out this lower layer, and will allow the water to flow out. Now, the thing I need to be careful with is I need to make sure there's no dwarves down here. If I do this when there's dwarves down here, well, they will drown. And we'd rather not have our dwarves drown. You know what? I'm curious for science. Exterminate. 43 cave swallow men on the map and 12 old men on the map. All right. Which means they're mostly in the upper layers. I can move you guys back up to this one. All right. Wish this dwarf luck. Whew, look at that. Oh. Oh. Oh my. We're flooding the lower caverns. That was pretty quick. Now, pretty soon after all this flows out, I'll be able to go down in there, and we will be able to kill the remainder of these dudes down in here. Just need to wait for this to drain, too. Waiting for this upper side to drain. Do the cavern dwellers replenish? Yep. Yeah, they are infinite. Which some people are perpetually annoyed by. Which, I don't blame them, really. It is one of the more annoying mechanics in the game currently. I mean, the performance is getting better. I just need to be able to get rid of these dudes. But I also think that they, like, stop pathing once they're in the water for some reason. Unless this dude is pathing directly into my fort, which it might be. Are you? Well, you son of a... You son of a swallow. Are you gonna try and... Oh, wow. Look at this guy. Look at this ballsy sumbitch. What a meanie. What a meanie. Did someone just donate 76,000 bits? No. Did somebody donate 76,000 bits? Yes. Why did they do that? Because that person owes me money. Because we're going to go see, we're going to a festival in October. And I paid for his ticket because he was on his lunch break at the time. The tickets went on sale. Or wasn't on his lunch break at the time that the tickets went on sale. So I paid for his ticket. So, we're prepaying for a vacation. That's what that is. Not always. I mean, these particular cavern dwellers have wooden weapons, so... But there's a dwarf making an artifact. So this cave swallow is suddenly getting hit by bolts. Says that he's been injured badly and he feels hopeless. Goodbye, dwarf. But now we're just simply waiting on this to get built up. Looks like a rainbow. It kind of does, doesn't it? Let's have that pattern. Yeah, I feel like I need to be super honest with that stuff because otherwise, like, it could come across super weird if I'm just like, oh yeah, no, that was just one random massive cheered cheese. Nah, he owes me money. But we do it this way. We've done it this way before for like hotels and stuff when we both gone to TwitchCon. Just so that he can get the higher badges. Yeah, also, like, I specifically told him, like, wait until the end of the year bonus thing starts. Okay, hold on. Are you drowning? Well, oh, I see. No, they literally, like, sit up there. They're flying, like, right above their mounts, who are sitting underwater. That's kind of funny. Okay, well, it's now shallow enough that nobody will drown, so... Instead of using normal apps. I mean, it's either that or PayPal, right? But it's part of the reason why Hobo's badge is so big is because, like, we've been doing this, like, I think the first time he did that was in 2018? Trying to clean up the rest of these caverns. Wondering if they're just gonna jump in there. Let's see. And you're probably fighting down a layer. Yeah, you are. Okay. Oh, there you go. You jump into there. You shouldn't be able to drown in here. Because they can't drown in 6 of 7. And it is draining. So this is gonna really, really help this dwarf's swimming skill. I think it's under other. For a swimming lesson. Yep, looks like it. The frame rate loves it. Oh, there we go. It's coming back. Oh, I see. There's also this giant olm over here. I can get them to hit it. You want savable stockpile settings? But it only takes like 20 seconds to re-up them. Like, it's so fast to redo your stockpile settings. Okay, so this dwarf is currently fighting with these two creatures underground or underwater. I should be able to bring in backup in the form of Mark's dwarves right here if they can get there. Otherwise, this dwarf is just going to sit here. Water's falling over there. You actually hitting anything? Literally just missing and dodging. I've improved my dodging. That was not satisfying. How's about that swimming skill doing, though? How's about that swimming skill doing? Dabbling swimmer. Well, there you go. You've once dabbled in swimming. What, Olms? I think Olms are, like, weirdly cute looking. It's literally just like dodge, 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 dodge. Okay, well, the other dwarves showed up and killed the mount. This cave swallow is overexerted. Flying one layer above. Falls down into the water. Come back in time for a fight. Yeah, I'm trying to clear out this cavern lair. Mark's dwarves have shown up, but it's not at an angle right now where they can shoot it. Let's try moving the Mark's dwarves up to here. Should be able to go there. Yeah, it's just behind this wall where they'd be able to shoot it. There's nowhere up there I can send them. Yeah, they can't get there. Right, well, in that case, let's just station them right there. Or actually, no. Let's station them over here. Did that dwarf get out? I guess so. Well, Phoenix Vaughn here is now fighting with the Cave Swallow. Shooting bolts. Seems to have hit it quite well, because its guts are now spilled. Lying on the ground. All right, let's go figure out where the rest of them are on the map. Never mind, we have a lead warhammer I gotta go read about first. Yeah, if there's bars around a thing, they will absolutely stop. Bars act as walls, except bars are toppleable walls. They're about the same as a window. Things can't get through it unless they dodge through it, which is very rare in the current version. Okay, so this is like... You're completely stuck back there. Meaning there might be like 50 of them right there. This is a lead warhammer named Gusilavuth Ikalathil. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval gabbro cabochons and decorated with pigtail and encircled with bands of lead and pear-cut cherry opals. This object is adorned with hanging rings of yellow zircon and gabbro. On the item is an image of Lore Veselaces, the dwarf and dwarves in yellow zircon. Lore Veselaces is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Lore Veselaces to the position of Baroness of the insightful handles of the mid-spring of 97. On the item is an image of Color Deserts, the steel battle axe in yellow zircon. And I'm going to put that up here. You can't dodge through windows, no. You can dodge through fortifications and bars. But they can be toppled like windows. You forced me to be so specific with my things that I have to, like, completely change my speech patterns to talk to you, Banana. Like, I can't talk the way I normally talk around you. Doesn't menace with spikes. It's a lead warhammer. What more do you want? Gosh. Okay, let's turn this off. Fair enough, but like, I will say a sentence and then I will like add an addendum onto that sentence as like an anecdote. It's like, oh yeah, well, they're similar to this, like for this way. And then you're like, they can do that? It's like, no, I said they're similar to that for this way because they can be toppled. But I don't know. It's also, I need to be better about how I speak. Heavy lifting weapon? Sure. No, it's okay. It's okay, don't feel bad. It's just like the third or fourth time today that you've done that. Okay, let's get the dwarves back out into the caverns. These two squads patrolling the upper cavern. And then over here we have lava. Which, if I'm being honest, I'm super tempted to just let it out. Hey, chat, should I just, like, let lava out into the caverns? It'll be contained, but I should probably, like, make sure that no dwarves get stuck in this. Actually, let's just take these squads. Be like, all right, dwarfs, stand there, please. It's just going to be this corner chunk over here. Nope. Because meals go into barrels. Barrels can't go into bins. They also go into rock pots. Meals can go into pots and meals can go into barrels, but they can't go into bins. Anyway, here comes the this is fine. Good job, game, on the timing of that. Now I have no option to back out. That's a good emote, Dominar. I like that we finally have animated hype train emotes. Or actually, just new hype train emotes for that matter. Yeah, so it'll just fill up this small area down here. All the way down to here. That's about it, though. Assuming the trees don't block it. Actually, yeah, no, it's gonna go up to the edge of these trees and then stop. So I have to permit it to get through. By channeling around the trees, because I can only chop down 10 trees a year. So I'm being very careful about what trees I chop down. Because these count as trees. I have to be careful. Yeah, they're very stingy, but it's okay. They keep bringing me giant animals. We forgive them for their stinginess. Because of the fact that they bring me giant koala. And, you know, giant leopards. It shifts between 10 and 5. Oh, yeah, absolutely, Drosta. I think some of the forts that, like, I'm the most well-known for were more or less cavern forts. Where do they tell you how many you're allowed to chop down? When you have a noble, it pops up just like any other trading screen in the game. But you have to have a noble. Otherwise, they don't tell you. But also, they don't care if you don't have a noble. So they only start to care once you have a noble. So once you have, like, a king, a queen, or, like, a baron or something, then they'll start giving you the limits that you can chop down. Yeah. If you just have a mayor, and you're still early on, then yeah, they won't. So I'm trying to let this lava out because it's bubbled all the way up to there. And then all I need to do is channel... Actually, I can just get rid of that. Definitely get rid of that. Let's channel through this. Yeah, that too. Android test. You click on this. You do this. You click this, and then you scroll down to elves. Okay, I can chop down 7 trees this year. 7 of 7. But like I said, they keep bringing me giant animals, so worth it. It just means the caverns are very full of trees. All right, now that we've spread the cleansing fire around just a little bit, probably also make it into a lava moat. Holy what? Do they care about how many you chop down in early life? If you're clear cutting the whole forest every year, you're going to inevitably end up at war with the elves. I'll just put it that way. I don't know specifically about the numbers that they care about, but if you're chopping down every single tree on the map, you're probably already at war with them and they just haven't invaded you yet. Because the thing about Dwarf Fortress is if you don't know what you're doing, the elves are kind of like the... A lot of people treat them like they are this endgame adversary. They're extraordinarily easy to fight. Their weapons are all made out of wood. They retreat when they run out of ammunition. And, like, really, they are a trivial threat if you know what you're doing in Dwarf Fortress. However, wood is a trivial resource if you know what you're doing in Dwarf Fortress. Most more advanced forts do not need to worry about wood, because you probably have lava. So then at that point, all you need is coal for, what's it called? Making steel. And that's assuming you have iron on your map, and flux on your map. So likely, if you know what you're doing, you need a minimal amount of coal. Or you've acquired some sort of on-map coal, or you've imported it. So it's actually very easy to not ever piss off the elves and just maintain a fragile alliance with them, because you just need enough wood so you can make beds. That's all that you actually need wood for, is for beds. Because I don't need wood and you just don't want logs and roots getting in the way? That's kind of funny. Badlands are pretty dull to look at, though. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, that keeps happening. I still don't know why that keeps happening. I don't know. Good question. Exactly the same as any other map? This game doesn't really change in difficulty based on map unless you're playing on like a extraordinarily difficult, like, resurrecting biome. It's a blank canvas. Yeah, pretty much. Not too dissimilar from this, which is a blue blank canvas as opposed to a brown blank canvas. I have no idea, Enzo. You'll have to go talk to people who know about Advanced World Gen, and not me, because I don't know anything about Advanced World Gen. Chat might know, though. You never noticed pack elephants? They're not super common. But I actually, one of the very first embarks I ever did for this version of the game, and you'll notice if you go back and watch some of the earliest quick tutorials, my dwarves embarked with elephants. My pack animals for my wagon were elephants. And I haven't seen that since. It was just the very first embark I did in this version of the game. I got elephants. Or one of the first embarks I did in this version of the game. I got elephants. My broker can't access the depot. Where the hell is my broker? Oh. Well, that sucks. I was like, why can't my broker access the depot? Broker's in prison. Oh. Well, shit. Okay, so you can stay the manager, but I have to give somebody else your job for right now. How about raw meat? You go trade. I was like, oh no, he's probably stuck in the underground. Oh, I probably forgot to make low boots or something. Broker broke, pretty much, yeah. Breaking broker. All right, let's wait. And then trade. Let's buy some electrum. I don't need the silver because I got plenty of that. We'll buy the electrum and the platinum. They never bring any fun animals, which is a bloody shame. But they do bring books. We'll buy the scrolls. Although I already can't because the value's too high. Can migration save the world is way too expensive, so I will get rid of that. All right, well, I will just do that trade, and then I will bring in some gems. Alrighty, Basta, you snooze well. Also, hey, Sasspot. It's good to see you, by the way. Let's do those codexes. And that last scroll. All right, not bad. And also, Up here, I'm going to assign this, the Beauty of Crypts, the bottom squad. You guys are going to go on to constant training, meaning my most recent commander needs to go equip some gear. I think that Dwarf Fortress goes best when you start a new fort with a theme. And a theme can be... Okay, I'm actually gonna cheat because I've got this problem with these minecarts that are just stuck here. A theme can be... almost anything that you want. It could be no digging. It could be no chopping down trees. It could be the only place I'm allowed to get charcoal is by importing it. It could be the only place I'm allowed to get insert item here is by importing it. Because one of the longer term plans for Dwarf Fortress... Oh shit, I need to throw this human into the lava. One of the longer term plans for Dwarf Fortress is to restrict certain resources a lot so that we are forced to play the game in specific ways. And that's how you make the game interesting right now, is restrict certain trade goods. As an example. I don't support Masterworks, so I've talked with you about this before, Venus, I think. So this human attempted to corrupt... so this human... So, chat, I have a question. Should I let this human go? This human, who I'm about to throw into my moat of lava, is a mercenary who was sent by his wife to prepare a coup and infiltrate my fortress under the influence of his wife. The way his wife did this was by disguising herself as somebody else that wasn't his wife and then bribing him. Do I throw this man into the lava moat, or do I release him to his wife? He was just following orders? He was bribed? Can you capture his wife? No. Not without adventure mode. I mean, his wife's name is Ape Polygroped, which is a very funny name, and he's Ked Meadgirdles. So, Ape Polygroped he confessed. Oh yeah, no, he confessed. He confessed and also told his wife. Coups do not work in Fortress mode. That's something we're supposed to get in Villains Part 2, potentially. But Tarn hasn't decided if it's a lose condition or if, oh, now suddenly you just have a goblin mayor. Which, personally, I hope it's the latter. I hope suddenly you just have a goblin mayor and you keep playing and your faction changes to a goblin faction and dwarves start getting goblin names. And then you could get attacked by dwarves and then turn back into dwarves. That would be fun. But do we know his wife's motives? To prepare a coup and steal my shit. You know everything that I've just told you. Someone else has given your save file. Yeah, your save file is just like yeeted out of your computer into like a file sharing service and just fired off to somebody else. 6 months later, you can have your save back. He's remorseful and his wife sucks. Is he remorseful? That's a good question. He feels guilty after being confined, and dejected after being unable to pray to Woovel for too long. He wants to pray to Woovel. He's a competent pikeman. Is he any good at lying? He's a dabbling liar. He's dabbled in lying. He knows, wait, what? He knows a form of poetry called the Carmine Reason. Knows a poem called The Sunset on Rains. We see Bean. Elfie, are you around? There's a poem about you. Fire in the Defensive Moss. And it's saying, dourness? Boil and nothing more. Tentacles ever onward. I have several questions about that one. Several questions about that one. What else does he know? He knows Goldenrod Mastery. My Friend Orders. I think he's trying to tell us something. My Friend Orders is a poem authored by Lore. Not this guy. It concerns, authored by Lore. It's an example of the Aquamarine camps. The work has no particular subject and is fairly cheerful. Okay, definitely not about this guy's wife. This guy sounds like a weirdo. Needs to go. Chat, thumbs up emoji if you want me to let him live. Thumbs down emoji if you want me to kill him. Human mercenary tried to steal my stuff. Probably will try again. He has 7 kids. He also left them. So 1 thumbs up. Lanix is indifferent. He does have 7 children. What's even better is his niece is in my fort, actually. So is his nephew. And I think they're permanent residents. Oh, nope, never mind. One of them was here. His niece was here, and then his nephew was here, but they both appear to have left. Did your nephew leave? Yep, so his niece and his nephew were here temporarily, but they left. All right, so thumbs up. Thumbs up. Everyone deserves a 4th chance. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Thumbs down, thumbs down. Okay, looks like we're letting him live. I feel like I should build a cooler execution tower. The plot was long? Nope. No, this is his first chance. He tried to steal one thing from us once. Previously, I like how... I actually don't know. He might actually try and attack us. We'll see. Nope. Doesn't try to attack us. I was going to say, aim before he just jumps off the edge. Uh-oh. What? Oh, now I can unassign him from this. They're trying to repasture him. I mean, I appreciate the effort here, Dwarf, but... We'll keep an eye out for Kosoth Peak page. Yeah, you can pasture any criminals. Or anything that's in a cage, you can pasture. Even your own dwarves, actually. It's just the fastest way to get things out. Yeah, he is 97. He's very old. That's really old for a human. I like how he watched... He's still thinking about the performances that he watched when he was in this fort. Yeah, anything that's in a cage can be pastured. Unless they're in a cage for a crime. Chat has chosen mercy on this day. Probably in their 60s. I mean, what else are you going to do at that age? I mean, come on. Retire? In this world? I doubt that. Okay, so... Is this currently... Okay, so all of this is... The lava's spread all the way down to here. That's pretty good. Falls all the way up to there. Oh, I assume. It's not flowing off the map anywhere, so it's just filling up this area. Okay, so now that I'm done with those shenanigans, this pond is dry, all that stuff. We flooded the caverns down here a bunch. And there's now a puddle here, which is also fine. We can go back to what I was doing. We've more or less captured a good chunk of these caverns at this point. So I think either build in the caverns or we can just leave it. We'll just leave it for right now. But we are going to make sure all of these dwarves are outside of the caverns. So let's turn the burrow on. Let's turn these stations off. Yeah, that cave swallow man is riding a cave swallow. Don't worry about the logic. I mean, if you were a cave swallow person, wouldn't you ride around on a cave swallow? Yeah, they are an infinite supply. At some point, I hope that the underground cavern creature civs get a little bit more agency of their own, but currently they don't have any. Just like cave swallow men have animal equivalent, the humans have an animal equivalent. Dogs, obviously. Actually, wouldn't foxes probably be the correct answer to that? Because that's like the number one. I'm trying to think, what is the most furry creature thing? What is the most common fursona? Foxes? That's my first place my brain goes. We meet with the Keeper of the Seal and chat with them for a little bit. And they have the same dialogue as they always do. No, because apes are apes. Yeah, nobody likes monkeys. Nobody wants to be a monkey. People want to be foxes for some reason. Basically, people want to pee on themselves. And in their water. And then roll around in their own pee. Because people want to be animals based on cuteness, not based on actual habits that the animal has. And foxes are disgusting. Kind of want to channel all this out. I think I'll just leave it channeled for the next time I open the caverns up. Let's jump up to the surface up here. Work on this. Everyone wants... I'm going to be completely honest with you. I have never once in my entire life wanted to return to Monkey. I have a couple of times in my life wanted to replay Ape Escape, though. Or maybe not replay Ape Escape, but like play Ape Escape again. Because I vaguely remember that game. Because I saw my cousin play it once. But that's about as close to that as I ever get. Also that, yeah. Well, hopefully wild animals will never be allowed to be owned as domestic pets. Because wild animals should be kept where they belong, in the wild. And yes, foxes are wild animals. Surprise! It's not aged well? Oh, I bet. How long have I been managing this fortress? Maybe 50 hours. I don't have one. Venus? Do you like fighting clowns? Because if yes, then it's worth it. Do you not like fighting clowns? Then no, it's not worth it. It's worth it if you think it's fun and entertaining and a good story portion. There's no benefit to doing it outside of bragging rights. This is Dwarf Fortress. This isn't a game that gives you strict goals. You set your goals. If your goal is to defeat hell, then go defeat hell. Oh, I was like, why aren't they working on this? Because they're not allowed outside right now. Breakfast planted, hey? I would like to plant some breakfast, Chem. Let's go interrogate Chem. I also have some other human pikemen. Yeah. This is also a DF hack feature, which is very useful. Residents, visitors. Oh, apparently this person's a resident. Also have a random human lord consort. I'll also interrogate you. Interrogate the human scholar and that human poet. I don't trust no humans. He's a biblically accurate angel, so a grandfather clock with teeth and a million eyes. Or like literally just a UFO. Yeah, it is really good. Although, from what I've been told, we're gonna get a lot of that stuff just in the game. Eventually. Got it. Shark jumping walrus. You're wondering if the ore was worth it? Oh, I mean, like, I will state that it is absolutely worth the payoff of adamantine, but you don't need to dig to hell to get adamantine. Adamantine is just like better steel. Peaker than it already is. I just hope that the feature updates and improvements increase the overall player base. Because, like, realistically, this is the player base of Dwarf Fortress. This is what it was on launch. And we've been, well, the worst was around August, which makes sense because everybody's on vacation in August. And it's been going up as the weather's been getting colder a little bit, but I do really hope that the player count goes up to 10,000 at some point again. Partially for very selfish reasons, because, like, give you an idea, some of you might know the streamer Disnoff. When RimWorld had an average concurrent player base of about 2,000 to 3,000, Disnoff averaged at about the numbers I do. When RimWorld went from about 2 to 3 to 5,000 up to about 12, he started averaging at about 400, 500 viewers. And then when RimWorld went up to about 20, 30,000, now he sits at around just under 1,000 viewers usually. So for selfish reasons, I would really like the player base of this game to go up because it directly will correlate with my stream numbers. This is why I'm determined with streaming and content creation. DF deserves so much airtime. I think it does. I mean, every small game like this needs a core community of people playing it. It's kind of funny. There was somebody on the KitFox Discord talking about starting streaming soon, talking all sorts of inside baseball things and asking people for advice and stuff they want to watch, and then referring to me as competition and how I would appreciate the competition, which is maybe one of the most ass-backwards things that I've seen in a while. If you go into this industry thinking of other streamers as competition, you're fucked. Get out. Stop. Just don't. Just don't. Maybe if you're streaming Fortnite, if you're playing a game where the average concurrent view counts when the one guy that gets a lot of numbers when he's streaming it isn't playing, when the average concurrent view count is like 30, nobody's your competition. You need everybody to help. Feast of Famine mentality is weird. Sure, yeah. Like, if you're streaming Dwarf Fortress and you're on when I end, odds are pretty good I'll probably raid you at some point. The Forgotten Beast Telomuddob has come. A humanoid composed of ash. It has a pair of spindly antennae and a bloated body. Beware its spittle that's deadly. That's interesting. All right, well, I think what I'm going to do is just do some sneaky doorway unlocking and locking. Just waiting for my Marks Dwarves to get down here. Uh-oh. Creature has found friends. Already on the lower layer. Was a friend who was curious and a bot trying to sell you view bots. Well, the view bot's not there. They post the message and have already left. Another one? Forgotten Beast Usmu Osmolerdi. Osmos. Omsos Lerdi. Fabozamir has come. A huge newt with external ribs. Has a pair of fen-like antennae and it undulates rhythmically. Its eyes glow blue and its green-yellow skin is waxy. Beware its poison bite. I should also check the criminals. Right. So far, nothing. I mean, I would get more plots revealed. And more convicts on this screen, so. Where's the other one? Okay, you know what? Actually, let's just jump up to here. And just hang out here. Some beasts are better left forgotten. Okay, here comes the first one. The dwarves begin to fire their bolts. Okay, you know what? Let's just get rid of all this. I can do that later. The dwarves begin to fire their bolts. You know, I've done clear glass once. That was a very short fight. It seems like the flying steel bolt strikes the Forgotten Beast in the lower body, breaking away half of the tissue. Flying iron bolt strikes the Forgotten Beast in the lower body, and the severed part sails off in an arc. As for the other Forgotten Beast, which is down here, it's now just coming up. DS has bestowed a name upon an iron crossbow. I would too after that. This one's killed nothing. This is the Ruthless Fish. Bolts are extraordinarily strong. So he's already seriously injured. He's been hit by a steel bolt, and an iron bolt. One has fractured his bone. One has torn his muscle. The other one has bruised him. Now sitting there contemplating his life's mistakes. Uh-oh. And some human poet walks past him. And he turns the human poet into what looks like paste, I think. Actually, hold on. Is he losing? The human poet punches the Forgotten Beast, bruising the muscle. He's punching it. I mean, it is just a giant newt. I guess I can just send the military out and try and kill it. Do you have a crossbow? Or are those just... Okay, those are bolts coming from up above, yeah. So there's bolts flying down from up above. The dwarves are just shooting at it. He's punching it. And we are sending more dwarves in to assist. And the dwarves pile on top of the thing, and the creature falls to pieces pretty quickly. Well done, dwarves. Wow, 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 now, 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 now. Probably all picking up bolts, I think. Pen is mightier than the sword. Why? Because that dwarf was a because that what's the word? Because that guy was a scholar? I guess it is proof that it's better than the sword. But I think bolts are still better than the pen. Time to bank Forgotten Beast roasts. Neither of those ones are cookable, though. I'm actually just locking them out. Because one of them is a bug, and bugs aren't butcherable. And then the other one is was made of ash, which doesn't have meat. So again, not butcherable. Cheers, Quendelf. Also, something I should mention, the bits thing that's going on Twitch is going to continue until the 20th. In between months, or you can have 4 hours of straight while people watch. Here's the thing, Banana. Do not feel like you have to stream the game. I will always talk about how this game needs more people streaming it. It needed more people streaming it before it came out, and it needs more people streaming it now. But you don't have to stream it. It'll be okay if you never stream this game. Like, genuinely, you will be absolutely okay if you never stream this game. You do not need to stream this game. If you want to stream it, and if you are benefited by streaming it, the game will be benefited by you streaming it. Do you have to stream it? No. And it should be that simple. And this should go for anybody. You're considering making content instead? Just know this. It is a huge time commitment to stream video games on the internet or make content. Because it very quickly is very hard to not treat it as a job. So if playing video games is a hobby that you get genuine enjoyment out of, that makes your day better, it might be a wise decision to not stream. Purely for the fact that it'll probably make it feel like a job pretty quick for you. Am I making an igloo? I'm making a lava cannon. It just happens to be made out of ice. So if you're doing it for you and it enhances your enjoyment, do it. I mean, see, here's the thing, right? I love my job, Sassy Hassy, but I lost a hobby in acquiring this job. It's very difficult for me to just play video games for fun now. Almost impossible. Nope, looks like we're fighting with a Yeti. Yep. Weaponsmith got into a fight with a Yeti. Yeti. About the new adventure system? It's not new. It's old. It's been in the game for a long time. What do I think about it? I can't wait for it to be back in the game. It's not really new. In fact, it was the original mode, so. If you stopped finding games fun just because I would go do other things for fun instead. I mean, you know what I do for fun on my weekends? I get on my bike and I go for a ride. I garden. That's what I do for fun on my weekends. But I don't know, man. It's up to you. Just also know that it took me literally like 4 years before it was actually worth my time to do this. I wouldn't say I'm a legendary planter. No. Dabbling? What's above dabbling? Novice? Whatever's above novice. Somewhere between dabbling and experienced is where I'd put myself. Yeah, adventure mode was the original mode. It was the first mode. It's novice? Okay, I'd be above novice. I'm not a novice. I know what I'm doing, but I wouldn't say that I'm particularly skilled, per se. Adequate? Sure. I'd take that. I can grow most things pretty consistently. You're a competent crutch walker? I am not a competent crutch walker, but I've also never broken a bone, knock on wood, and never had to walk with a crutch, so. Did they melt if you're in a warm place? Nope. In fact, they're lava safe. You're gonna teach someone how to dwarf? You're curious what you should get them to learn first? How to ignore metas, probably. And how to experiment. And that, like, the best way to get fun out of this game is by setting your own goals, most likely. Ice is lava safe? Yes, with an asterisk. But yes. Just keep in mind, there's an asterisk. You can't make blocks out of ice, so it's not like you can craft items out of ice. Constructed walls made out of ice do not melt when lava touches them. Yeah, natural ice is not. Constructed ice boulder walls are lava safe. Most things are this game are yes with an asterisk. True that, yeah. True that. Seems legit. Yeah. Yeah, it's the dwarf. The dwarf touches it lightly with their chest hair, and it becomes lava safe. It's magic, even. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, that's one layer too low. Kind of thinking about channeling it down there anyway. Also, guess what, chat? Good news. The moat is dry. Do you know what that means? Means I can go get my artifact back. Yay! Yeah, let's just go over here. There you go. My pig iron mace can be returned to its home. I threw a prisoner into into the moat. Turns out that prisoner, well, let's just say sorta, kind of, maybe accidentally, sorta, oopsie, had my artifact in their inventory, which was very unfortunate, so I had to go acquire it back. The moat is dry because it's ice. It's not going to be dry for very long. What's up, warning you? What are you warning me about? Dwarfs are here to trade. First, I must acquire my moat. Shit, I have a sus visitor. Oblock's demon. I'm gonna go interrogate this dude. And chat room. Ready to party? You really do need to get your hearing checked, Banana. Oblock. So this creature is an Oblock's demon, a small feathered humanoid with a curling trunk. It has black feathers that are long and broad. This night creature was first created by the dwarven necromancer Oblock after horrible experiments on the goblin toad in maligned Dorming in Ruthless Boil in the year 73. This particular creature is 13 years old, and they have a mother and a father, meaning, and a huge family, meaning this is quite a common species of creature from the looks of things. Oh yeah, no, this game has bangers. Espionage, he confessed. We'll interrogate him again and then convict him. But subject revealed that in midwinter of 111, the subject plotted to infiltrate the Frosty Bearders in order to steal treasures and prepare a coup under the influence of an unidentified creature. Get him. Okay, you're gonna go sleep, but... I'm gonna chain him up. It's literally a child, though. 13 years old. What a sad story. Unhappy all the time. They throw hope they throw parties soon. You gotta cheer them up. Just give them what they need. What are they unhappy about? I see he met that other guy's wife. Unlikely, actually. Also, do you notice something, chat? I think I've got more. I think I've got baby giant kitties. Well, let's just slaughter all these puppies. Baby giant kitties. Got giant war leopards. Any baby giant leopards? No baby giant leopards. God damn it. Come on. Okay, is there any other risky visitors around? Man. I really want to interview the wagon. I can interview a wagon. It gives me the option to interview a wagon. So, this dude is a human poet named Olon Zasgatiz. I have a question, chat. What in the world is a human poet doing with a spear and a full set of armor? I could convict a wagon, yes. What in the world is this guy doing with a weapon? You mean a mimic, Shinira, instead of a transformer? It's a mimic! Some writing implements are larger than others. He's compensating for something, okay? He writes with blood on the ground. Interrogation is absolutely necessary. Also, there's something else that you might notice. I'm trying to teach you guys things. You see how it's got quotes? They're bad at lying. But the spear, yeah, no, the spear is way mightier than the pen. If that's your real name, then I'm a donkey. He's a citizen of the Belted Kingdoms and a member of the Carillion group and a former member of the Fellowship of Aunts. Wasn't that guy who was sent by his wife a member of the Fellowship of Aunts? I might be misremembering that bit. Dude's using another fake name. It's the same dude. This is the guy that was here earlier with the 7 kids who's 97 years old. He came back. Motherfucker, he came back. We released him in good faith. Dude came back. He really doesn't like his wife. Let's see if there anything new has happened. Tried to build report. The subject was cagey and refused to comply. Oh, he's getting better. He's getting better. Well, we will interrogate you 2 more times. He's a novice liar? I'm actually curious. He's a legendary tractor. Tractor? A legendary tractor. Yeah, he's a dabbling liar. Yeah, he's a really bad liar. He is a competent pikeman, though, so, like, you know. He's trying to leave. I mean, so would I. Oh, there we go. Got him. Shoutouts to the dwarf for running. You moved your little legs here, Captain. Captain Glaze Glow. Had to get his iced dwarven ale first. This guy's my Team Rocket. I feel like we should let him go again. Just because of how funny this is. Like, genuinely, this is very funny. YouTube chat is saying forgotten soap is nice. I forget to buy soap sometimes, and then I'm mad at myself for forgetting to buy soap. Oh my god! More comes out! He confessed! Let's read the details. Okay. Met with subject and appealed to the subject's belief in harmony. The subject valued harmony despite being intellectually stubborn. Okay. The human poet, Olin, is in fact not human. poet named Olin. But he did corrupt Momake Plays in order to have an agent in Sunbirths. He met with Momake Plays and made flattering remarks. Momake succumbed to vanity. Just a random old man with a pike is just like, aren't you beautiful, dwarf? Then they plotted to steal anvil matches, or anvil matches plotted to steal the roars of splattering, which is one of my artifacts. Hope that's a hammer. Under the influence of subject. So it appears that the plot thickens. We now have the boss, who's ape pulley groped his wife. Ked, who's the one member of their criminal ring, and then the thief, Moma. Rumor of their claims spreads. I think first we should convict the question is, do I convict Moma, the weaponsmith? Do I convict him? Make a statue of him? You know, honestly, we should, shouldn't we? He's about to die of old age during this interrogation. I kind of want to convict him twice and let Moma go. Yeah, we'll convict you. You might die, though. So, okay. I'm going to make a statue of both him and his wife because it's just too funny. So, Ape Pulley Groped and Ked Mead. Ked Mead. What? Did I spell his name wrong? Hold on. I need to look at what his last name was. Word concert, human scholar. What's not this? Subjects 2 is KED Mead Girdles. Wow, he does not exist. I can't make a statue out of him. Can I make a statue out of his wife? I can. She's one of the first. She's a necromancer? Dude's wife is a necromancer. I too would be running away. Yeah, he must not be a historical figure. Let's try Olin. Also, I think this might not actually work. I may have to do this directly from a workshop. I think there's a bug where this won't work. Hold on, let me just go down to a workshop to make sure this works. Furniture. Steel. Statue. So Ape Pulley Groped is a human necromancer, and she's one of the first of her kind. And then, what's this dude's name right now? Human poet. Oh, right. This dude, Olin Zas. Z-A-S-G-A-T-I-Z. Furniture. Eel. Statue. Yeah, no, he is. Ah, there you go. Ked Mead Girdles is a human born in 15. He was the fourth eldest son of Catslet Castnit and Tunal Fortune Shades. All right, well, crimes have been convicted. Let's see. We're gonna go chain Momake plays. But what about the dude? Ah, there we go. Probably beat him. The Kingslayer is gonna go beat him. I don't think he'll survive this. The Kingslayer has killed several dwarves. Has a habit of just killing dwarves outright. She is something. Well, she beat the crap out of him. Punched him a lot, including in the head. He's seriously injured. And probably now is going to get chained up? No, maybe not. I guess that's his crime. Yep. No sentence pending. Just beat his ass. Should I tell the squads to kill him this time? This whole bit is kind of hysterical. I kind of want him to escape and then come back. Because he's literally just going to leave. He's about to... Yeah, he's leaving. One more time. All right. We'll give Duder one more chance. Don't you steal my stuff this time, man. I'm watching you. All right. Let's fill this... the smoke back up. Weaponsmith has been possessed. We'll follow that. I'm just going to make sure that this is all the way in. Yep, it is. Okay. Let's get this blocked off. He'll dye his beard a slightly different shade of gray. Something like that, yeah. So YouTube chat person asks, it's been a while since you've touched EF. What inspires you to keep coming back after all these years? I keep seeing new stuff. Doesn't matter how much time I've put into this game. I keep seeing new stuff. Sethados, thank you very much for the 13th. Or not 13th, 37th, I can read, month. Appreciate you, dude. Thank you so much for continuing to support this weird channel. And for all that you do. And of course, making cool stuff. Weird channels are love, weird channel is life. Well, as long as I'm not Shrek, we're good. Yep, lots of ice. Lots and lots and lots of ice. Also lava. Ice and lava, those two things. They go very well together, believe it or not. Planning to get lots of time in on the old fortress during the holidays? Or are you just busy stacked with family stuff? I did say Shrek. I was referencing a very specific meme that very specific people would get that hopefully none of them are actually here. It was an in-joke from younger years for me. Between some people I knew at the time and myself. I've released a memory from the vault. Oh boy. You have a vault of memories? I generally just throw mine away, but I mean, if it works. Well, they said small channels are love, small channels are life, and or small wheeled channels are love / life, and I said, well, as long as we're not Shrek, we're good. Was weird is weird. I think the internet is weird, has always been weird. But yeah, to like focus on the YouTube chat for a split second here. Colonel Joseph, the thing that keeps me coming back to Dwarf Fortress is I've played many games as through my life. And it's very rare that I will just continue playing a game. Dwarf Fortress is the only game that I've ever just kind of been able to keep playing, kind of ad nauseum. And I'm not entirely sure why that is. I have some suspicions. I think this is probably the most replayable game I've ever played. I think a lot of people jump into it and then fall off of it, and that makes sense to a degree. I think that if you kind of approach Dwarf Fortress like you're playing D&D with yourself, it's very easy to just kind of sink into this game forever. Which is how I play it. And because of that, I think it's very easy for me to just revel in the small stories, hang out with chat, and just kind of keep playing. I don't think everybody's capable of that, and I don't think you should try to do that. I think it's healthy to play a variety of video games and wait for major updates, then come back when major updates happen, which is what most people do. But like I said, I'm, I guess, lucky in a way that I get to have this job and I get to be able to put this amount of time into video games, so I'm kind of a unique case. But also at the same time, it's a degree of my approach to games. So. Oh, also, Sethados, I don't know if you saw this, but if you make a little trench, fill it up with lava, if dwarves are covered in snow when they walk into your fort, it melts all the snow off of them. So I've got dwarves running into the fortress completely covered in snow. Like this human. Right here. Completely covered in snow. And then it all melts off when they walk over that. Great. And yet another pig iron spear. Servish the weaponsmith has created Kiror Orthodok, a pig iron spear, and offers it to the Frosty Beards. The lava does. Yeah, no, not just being indoors. Specifically walking over top of the lava grates. Because this entire fortress was full of lava. So now, chat room, I have a question. Where do I put that statue of Ape and that statue of her husband? This is a pig iron spear. Craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with brilliant cut pink jades and studded with pig iron and decorated with dog leather and coffee wood and encircled with bands of rectangular gabbro cabochons and cut rock crystals. On the item is an image of copper scandals, or scandals, copper scandals. The wordy principle, a lead warhammer in rambutan wood. On the item is an image of admired weight, the iron spear in rock crystal. Steal artifacts. They did admit what artifact they were trying to steal. It was... let me see. They plotted to steal the roars of splattering under the influence of subjects. So the roars of splattering... is this. This axe was what they were trying to steal. That's what they were trying to steal. I think either we put it at the entrance to this or we put it in the prison. Because this is the Weaponsmiths Guild, where they learn to make weapons. This 3-tiered guild. Where the weaponsmiths hang out. Although not as many of them have been in there as of late. Any fell mood artifacts? Well, so this is gonna tank. The Dwarf Bone Floodgate. Yeah, just the one. I also have a Platinum Warhammer. Which I haven't brought out yet. This fortress has been very entertaining. I think is the easiest way to put it. Front door of the fort. I think it should either go in the prison. What's up, good news? I think it should either go into the prison or the top floor of this. Employee of the month. Definitely not. I think we're going to put it in here. Steel statue. Oh, no, that's a sterling silver statue. Although, actually, I'm going to place the sterling silver statue, too, because I want to know what that is. What the heck is that? Like some sort of crab? Welcome back, Ked. It's like you never left. Really Swifty socializing on his own. Well, that's kind of sad. I've got, oh, hold on a second. Hold the fucking teleprompter. Might Be Goose and Non-Major Nerd have returned. So did Goden. Okay. So I don't think they actually completed their mission, but they are returning. Maybe they came back as part of the last migrant wave. Great Golden Store? Nah. Well, that's good to know that they are slowly coming back. It also means that I can slowly just move them over. So, Might Be Goose and Non-Major Nerd can move into a new squad. Might Be Goose is a High Master Swords Dwarf, and Non-Major Nerd can also move over. And Goden as well. Wait, what? G-O-D-E-N. You should have some sword skills. Oh, there you are. Oh, you're a mercenary. Interesting. Wait, hold on. Because this dwarf's a mercenary, they're still technically in the military. That's interesting. No, they just don't show up because they're a mercenary. All right, well, what I can do is if I remove you from this squad, can I then put you in this squad? Or can I just not search for you? Are you lying about your name? I mean, it's possible. I'm going to interrogate that dwarf. Wait, no, this is a different dwarf. Okay, well, anyway, I'm confused. I don't know how that dwarf is in the military, but not in the military. Anyway, this dwarf's in the military now. So there's that. Yeah, I guess we just have to slowly start to wait until they start to come back one at a time. Oh, jeez. Might be Goose. And non-major nerd. And let's get them constantly training. I'm kind of thinking about turning this into a barracks. Fucking intrigue at the start. It is something. Yeah, no kidding. I think we're going to make this into a barracks. And, chat, I need a name for this new squad, which is currently called the Armored Partners. The reason I need a name for this squad is because I'm thinking the Armored Ice. We'll go with that. Because I think they're gonna get the giant kitties. They're gonna get the giant kitties. This squad's getting the giant kitties because they came back. God damn it. Non-major nerd, okay. Giant war leopard. Non-major nerd, giant war leopard. Non-major nerd. Who else? Might be Goose. The hairballs isn't an option? Yeah, I don't think the hairballs is an option. There you go. Very happy after putting on exceptionally crafted items. Grabs a backpack. So has Ral, who's Murder Mittens, and Edem, who's Pertrick. So I'm going to watch this migrant wave and see if we get named dwarves coming back. Nope. Doesn't look like it. Not yet, anyway. Vakar. Was the Great Bearded Machine? That's pretty good. That's pretty awesome. The Great Bearded Machine. Inspectors of gadgets. You shall not inspect my gadgets. They're mine, not yours. All right, so let's take a look at these statues. So this is Ape. The item is an image of Ape Pulleyground, The Human and Humans by Darius Cardron. Ape is surrounded by the humans. The artwork relates the ascension of the human necromancer Ape to the position of lawgiver of the Belted Kingdoms in the mid-spring of year 1. So the Belted Kingdoms elected this person who ended up being a necromancer by the end of their days. This is a well-crafted statue of Amic. What? Buttonmyers? The well-designed image of Amic Buttonmyers. Oh, and Ked. There we go. Mead girdles. Buttonadmyers is embracing Ked. The artwork relates to the marriage of the human Amic Buttonmyers and the human Ked in the year 61. Wait a second. Did you have a previous wife? Dude had a previous wife. Can you make mechs in DF? They'd need a massive mech. No, you cannot make mechs in DF. There are no mechs. Maybe one day we'll get golems. Also, so I have this mercenary who's been living here for a while. Chat, the plot thickens. Toulon, the mercenary, met with the subject and was made intimidating. Okay, so the captain of the guard met with the subject, made intimidating remarks, and the subject complied. This subject is in my military. He revealed in the late winter of '97 the subject plotted to steal the eternal plank under the influence of an unidentified creature and failed. The subject plotted to steal duty spells, the Coven of Blazes, under the influence of an unidentified creature, and subject plotted to steal duty spells, the Coven of Blazes, under the influence of an unidentified creature. They also revealed that in the late summer of 101, they plotted to steal duty spells, the Coven of Blazes, under the influence of an unidentified creature. The subject also plotted that they revealed in 106 they tried once again to do it. They made an agreement with the Frosty Beards, becoming a resident to work as a mercenary. So I let this dwarf work as a mercenary. But up until this point, they've been constantly trying so they confessed to like a few crimes. I'm going to interrogate them again. Because if you, Toulon, did in fact commit crimes here, you may die. This might be the somebody. So these are older crimes from before. Yeah, this is from 99. This is from the year 111, so that's a year ago. It is possible this dwarf has committed previous crimes. What group is she a part of? She's a noted treasure hunter of the Feral Coalition. Well, that's a furry convention. She's also the noted preserver of knowledge of the Feral Coalition. She's also a noted treasure hunter of the Fellowship of Harmonizing, and a noted preserver of knowledge, and a noted treasure hunter of the Swift Stockade, and a legendary treasure hunter under the Socketed Roads. This dwarf really needs new pants. Like, bad. I'm hoping we can get some implications on this person. Guess no new information was revealed. No new information was revealed. God damn it. It's an extra bludgeoning weapon in the odd situation that they need to throw it. That's my favorite thing, is when they confess to crimes that they didn't even know took place. Although my favorite crime that I ever had confessed was I saw a dude that looked sus. It was a necromancer, right? Told my captain of the guard to interrogate the necromancer. Captain of the guard interrogated the necromancer. And then the captain of the guard confessed to the crime of being corrupted by the necromancer. So in the time that it took for the necromancer to be taken to the office to be interrogated, the captain of the guard was corrupted by the necromancer. So that I had to replace my captain of the guard and arrest him. Because I couldn't, actually convict anybody of the crime. I had to, replace my captain of the guard. I could arrest the necromancer, just nobody else. So that's one of the greatest crimes I've ever had committed in my forts. All right, I'm just going to assume Toulon confessed for a reason. Speaking of, is there anybody else that I could interrogate? Generally, Ooh, Okay, I'm going to interrogate the Goblin Axeman, who's been a resident here for years. This Goblin Axeman was one of the first characters I accepted into the fortress. They've been here for a long time. Same with this human engineer. I mean, you know what? I'm going to interrogate all of my residents. We're just going to do that. Because what are the odds? One of them is at fault. "57 days in prison and a beating." So if that dwarf survives the beating, they're good. Now here comes Asmil to do the beating. They usually die. Winded, cannot breathe. That's a bad thing. But is being carried to hospital. Okay. And is now in hospital. Probably will survive. Just lost some teeth. Her head's torn open and bruised. You'll be fine. Most likely. Probably. So we're interrogating people. Getting into an argument, probably with the captain of the guard. Streams are super chill, weird way to experience the game. Happy to help, dude. Interesting, definitely hard to match the freedom of role-playing Dwarf Fortress can have. For me, I think the reason I can just kind of play Dwarf Fortress forever is the same reason some people can just kind of play Project Zomboid forever. Nope, Toulon died. Rest in peace. How about you? It's the same reason people can play Project Zomboid or like DayZ forever, you know? That was subject and appealed to the subject's belief in the law. Subject valued the law despite being intellectually stubborn. Subject value the law. Subject value the law. Not values? I guess he's intellectually stubborn and doesn't know how to put an S on the end of things. Subject revealed that in the late spring of 98, subject made an agreement with the Frosty Beards as becoming a resident to eradicate monsters. Okay, well, Goblin dumb. Goblin did not, in fact, commit any crime. Rectal profiling. Always. I still love the dwarf who possessed the dwarf that killed them and took the captain of the guard and made the dwarf contest the murder. Yep. Yeah, that was Transfem's dwarf. Pretty great moment. All right, nothing. Just made an agreement to study. I'm just like arresting all of my students and mercenaries right now. We're gonna go interrogate really Swifty. Speaking of, an artifact was seen being stolen. By whomst? Mama! Still? Man. I have to interrogate him. Question is who are you giving it to? I need to keep an eye on this dwarf. If it leaves their inventory, okay, where are you going? I think this human is a thief. Also a member of the Feral Coalition. It's the same group that mercenary was a part of. Well, who's to say we can't take the nuclear option? Actually, never mind, because this drawbridge isn't connected to anything. So doing that does nothing. So I can pull this lever. I think I just launched a human into space. So maybe that human didn't commit the crime. But where did the human go? Oh, there he is. Bleeding. So, Dwarf, where are you going? She lived? Yeah, she's still alive. Just got catapulted pretty far. This is still set to be pulled. Oh. It's not the Yeti, is it? Is it Olan? Okay, like, seriously? Who could he be passing it off to? Oh. So... the hell happened here? A random mangled skeleton in the corner of the map? You could just walk straight to that, so it wouldn't be them. Oh my god. You just passed it to somebody who's stealthed, you sneaky fucker. I didn't know that they could do that. Oh my god. Well, we just had an artifact stolen. Okay, so first off, there's 19 witnesses of this crime. So it's not like this dwarf's gonna get away with it. It's not like this dwarf's gonna get away with it. There's no way this dwarf is gonna get away with it. I mean, they brazenly just walked into the middle of my fortress and stole it. 221 witnesses? Pretty much. Meanwhile, Captain of the Guard is going after completely unrelated units. This was my fault for interrogating all of my long-term residents, right? This is my own fault. Wait, are you trying... Oh, you were trying to interrogate somebody who'd left the map and who died. Yeah, because Toulon died. The dwarf was trying to interrogate somebody who was dead. No deputies? I mean, I have a whole squad connected to this dude. They do... The only one who can do the interrogations, though, I think, is the captain of the guard, right? Interrogate the wagon? God.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Yeah, nothing new, nothing new, nothing new. Yeah, I didn't know that they could steal items and pass it to somebody off map. That's cool. How do they punch it? You don't convict a wagon. I mean, yeah, that. You don't convict a wagon. Also, I feel like it would be bad to convict, like, people that you're trading with. Oh, it's this random person who's been standing out in the corner of the map for weeks, months. This person. Who's also seriously injured. You know what? Here, I'll do you this solid. Full heal. No, it's not my wagon. You can't convict your own wagon. You can only convict enemy wagons, because your wagon is dead. I'm not actually joking. When you start the fort, your wagon is dead. Because it crashed. Like, it has a wheel missing. So your wagon is dead. It's just a wooden structure. Whereas living wagons... I'm going to heal a mimic in the corner. Whereas living wagons, which are the ones that are trading with you, are brought by people that you're trading with. But I'm assuming they can't actually interrogate a wagon. Because if they were to try to interrogate a wagon, it's not like they can drag the wagon into the office, right? Well, obviously it bled out. Banana. Obviously. I'm not gonna lie. Trying to police these weapon artifacts has been a really fun route for this fortress. Yes, Venus. It's all the wagon's mouth. Wait until the absolute plot twist where we learn that all wagons are made by... Where we learn that all wagons are actually made by elves. All right, so let's find out what happened. Yes! We actually got an implication. Also, I like this. This dwarf, Stukos, and Olan saw the dwarf taking it. Everybody else is just accusing him. So only like a handful of these dwarves actually saw him. The rest are all accusing him. So let's take a peek at this. The plot thickens. The subject confessed to theft. No new pertinent information was revealed. But then who's Czar? Confessed. Okay. Let's convict. Okay, so this Czar Lather Temple, who I'm going to make an artifact out of, or a statue out of. Lather Temple, okay? It's a human born in the year 15. Oh! Wait a second. He is the fourth son of Catslet Chastnut. Sorry, I need to do a thing. For science. First of her kind. Okay. What was the name of her husband? Ked Meadgirdles. Because I think this human that's being accused has the same parents. Yeah, I have to, I need his fake name, the name that he had. I could look up because we interrogated him. Human poet corrupted him. His true name is Ked. Okay, so Kosoth. Yeah, it was Olin was their fake name that they were using last, which is Olin Zaskits. Nope. Damn, Devilish. They changed their name too much. Yeah, bloody criminals, am I right? Oh, Czar was the last name that he had. So Czar Zangro. There it is. Wow. The person that just stole an artifact from us via Moma K has the same parents as Ape. This is one of, or not Ape, as Ked. So Ked, who was married to Ape, has the same parents as the person who just stole shit from us. So this person who I'm making a statue out of right now, who is, shit, lost it. Czar Lather Temple. This person. I'm just making sure I'm not looking up the same person twice. I think I did. Because I killed him. I threw him... Maybe not. Well, regardless, let's see if I can find this person's tower. It can't be too far away, right? Humble clutches. Light of confidence. Tower of refractory. Tower of bust granite. That's a good name. Hmm. Those are all mine. The location unknown ones. Yeah, I killed a different suspect. Yeah, there's another one. Is basically the long story short. Yeah, I don't know. Why are we shouting about mods? What's up? Sounds fine. Let's roll with it, Venus. Is this spam bot? No. No, they've been talking for a while. If they want to spam about, like, religious bullshit, they're welcome to. You can laugh at them. I don't think they're a bot. I don't know. They were talking and asking questions earlier. But if they want to come into my chat and try and convert people to a religion, I can tell you for a fact that they're not going to get much luck out of that. All right, well, handsome escorted shame. And see, Sassbot is a bot. Just remember, most cults are religions, but not all religions are cults. Sure, all hail Armok. Trying to see if I can get my artifacts back. It is splattered with giant Olm blood. I think that one's mine. Because it's splattered with giant Olm blood. Last held by the dwarf that. Hungry headbone figurine. You're not helping, Venus. I will actually pop that. Just to show that you are really not helping. I mean, good news for you. If you want to get banned permanently, just keep at it. Like, if you're just wandering from Twitch stream to Twitch stream to try and, harass people with religion, go touch some fucking grass. That's kind of a rad crossbow. It's decorated with goat horn. Personality cult of Jesus might be a cult. Oh, I'm not denying they're a cult. I said not all cults are religions and not all religions are cults. But some religions are cults and some cults are religion. I'm mostly just shitposting. Don't mind me. I'm tired and trying to sort through a list of artifacts here, okay? No, I bopped you because I don't like you saying give me $1,000 right now. I don't really care the context. I don't like seeing stuff like that written in my chat even as a joke. I know that you're mocking the person, but I just don't want it. I just don't want it. The Mansion of Lusters sounds fun. News and rumors. That. Sometimes rumors of items being left there end up being shown. Yeah, so far no luck. I want to say that there is a DF hack command to find artifacts. Just don't know if I want to do it. Okay, or yeah. Mostly just looking for known artifacts in these locations. Happen to see one that has my name on it. I might just go after them. The Society of Fishing. Well, they can't be trusted. Bulwark Simple? That one of mine? Nope. All right, well. We see all but hear nothing? How? I thought that the only goal of potatoes was to locate dirt. I really hope that good news for you person gets outside at some point. Hopefully improves their life, because what they're doing is actually kind of really sad. Just walking into random Twitch chats and being like, hey, have you heard the good word of the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? I say that as a meme, and it's actually funnier when I say it out loud. Very sad. Sad. All right, so artifacts have been stolen. Now the question is, what do I want to do with this bottom layer? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I only need to go one more layer up. Moma K Plays was found dead. The cult on our campus, they'll follow you for like 3 minutes and ask if you've been saved. Good thing you're not a violent person. When I was homeless, the worst fucking thing ever was trying to get sleep on Sundays because asshats kept walking up to me and asking me why I wasn't in church. It is a miracle that I don't have an aggravated assault charge because of them. Like, Jesus Christ. How to not convert somebody to your religion is walk up to them while they're trying to take a nap after working all night and asking why you're not in church. Motherfucker, you wonder why I'm not in church. Can we have a cheeky tour of the fortress? You only catch bits and pieces of the stream during the day and you haven't had the chance to see it all? Sure. A cheeky. I don't know how I do a tour cheekily, but... this fortress is in the middle of goddamn nowhere in a glacier. Okay, we have several pointy buildings that come out of the top of the glacier. Inside of the pointy buildings are spaces for dwarves. We have a library, the top of a guild hall, and our tavern. Our tavern is very popular. It has big, funny, fuzzy, rejected pandas in here. They're very large and very fuzzy. That's about it. We have murder kitties in the front door. They live here. They're lovely. We have a sneck. It's a king, allegedly. We have various other things throughout, as well as multiple bedrooms. Multiple bedrooms. Many forgotten beast corpses down here. An imprisoned ugly thing. And imprisoned Dwarf. Who's my manager, who's been here for a while. So things aren't getting done because my manager's in prison. I think it's hysterical. We can move down a little bit, and there's just some stockpiles and stuff. But this is the next area where there is stuff. We have a giant dog who shoots webs. It's mad at this burb. Over here we have a cavern that I've been annoying by digging around in. It's been fun. And if we go a little further down, you can see that we go all the way down to lava. And I'm also just realizing that, I was about to say, I'm realizing that my pump isn't pumping lava. It is pumping lava. It's just pumping so much lava that you don't actually notice the lava that it's pumping. It's just that fast. And we have a moat with lava in it. And I'm building shotguns that are also going to shoot lava out of them. There you go. That is your cheeky tour of the fortress. I tried to do that cheeky. Was that cheeky enough for you, or do you require more cheeks? Atir Hong's Dives wants to stay here for the purpose of study. Are you a criminal? You have a past life. Let's find out. That's a sentence I just read. Banana, thank you. I know what food bank feels like, but homeless while being employed has not been on my been there list or bucket list. Good job getting out of the pit, no jokes. I was homeless for about 4.5 months while employed. The issue was we literally couldn't find a place that was willing to rent to us without a current address. And I was employed, but it was a minimum wage job. And my girlfriend at the time wasn't employed and couldn't keep a job. So we were trying to find a place together, but it took way too long. I would have moved back in with my parents, but my parents were moving at the time. So they'd sold the house. And my ex's parents were religious and didn't like their daughter's boyfriend living with them. So it was one of those, well, no matter how you look at it, I'm kind of screwed. So I sofa surfed and slept in cafes and on the occasional bench for a summer. And occasionally slept at, like, my old job. It was a fun year. You need to have a home to rent this place? No, you need to prove that you've had previous landlords that you didn't just sue. Which, let's just say my previous landlord wasn't, like, particularly amicable to giving, like, referrals. Because let's just say we just got out of a lawsuit. So, you know. It was a fun period of time. Basically, like, everybody wanted references from previous landlords. And they didn't consider parents to be legitimate references, was the issue. The problem is, when you have a lot of places that are being rented by private owners that have no experience actually renting, and they're just saying, yeah, okay, who have you rented from previously? Nobody? All right, fuck off. Was what we kept running into. And the company that we'd rented from previously basically has a monopoly over cheap housing here. And so the vast majority of the stuff that was in our price range, we couldn't go back to because we just sued them. And everything else was out of our price range because it was too expensive. So we were kind of stuck in this really weird middle spot. It's like no job experience is needed to get a job. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, like, I ended up in this building. There was another unit in this building that was just owned by a dude who we met up with and spoke with, and it was same situation. Had no previous renting references. So couldn't live here. And then, like, a week later, got the place from my current landlord. So. And that's why I haven't moved in a very long time, because I don't like moving. Moving sucks. Moving is awful? Yep. Yep. Yep, I don't recommend it. Oops, I accidentally streamed 10 hours of Dwarf again. Look at that, weird. Another reason why being poor is incredibly expensive. Yep. Ironically, I think my monthly costs were higher when I was homeless. To a degree. In some ways. I mean, like, the amount... I was also making significantly less money, but... So I need to keep an eye out for Czar coming to visit. Is this the front door? It's going to be positioned very conveniently near the front door soon. This is also taking way too long to build. This fortress has become like a weirdly big mega project because I keep on getting distracted by shit in this fort. Turns out, random dudes attacking stuff and stealing my stuff constantly, very entertaining. Who knew? Ocean's 11 is entertaining. Must create pasta. Sure. Sounds like a good use of your time. Inventing pasta from scratch. What's up, Optimus? Oceans, goblin pits, and a human sieve. Sounds like a party. Hmm. Okay, well now I do actually need to seal this off. 'Cause otherwise, baddies can use this as a front door into the fort. Which, surprise, I don't actually want them doing. Because they can go down here, over to here, go down to here, over to here, and this connects to the main stairway in the fort. So I need... to replace all of these. It's okay. The obsidian problem will fix itself. You're just gonna have to trust me on that. It's not full yet. It's refilling because I kind of sort of threw a prisoner into the moat who kind of sort of still had one of my artifacts on his person, and then he kind of sort of melted. So I needed to get my artifact back, so I had to drain the moat. It's been a process, okay? Today's been long. God, this is such a process constructing one of these above ground. Not for the guy that melted. Generally, no. Generally, you don't want to be the guy that melts. So I'm gonna need... oh gosh. Kind of a lot of ways up. Also kind of a lot of power. I mean, that'll line up decently. Are all men's species sentient? Well, definitely not humans. So this is going to end up being the lava reservoir. Is how I'm going to do this. This bottom layer down here is going to be the lava reservoir. This is where we are going to fill the minecarts. The problem is if I do this poorly, it might melt this layer. But as this fills up, which it's still filling, I should be able to pump or move lava into here. You're excited to see how I make my lava cannons? Yeah, me too. All right. I think actually I'm gonna remake this with Gabbro instead. I just think that that's wiser than using materials that can melt. Should also remake most of this back wall with Gabbro. Water cannon wouldn't work because the literal second it leaves the minecart, it would freeze. Or the literal second it sees the ceiling, it would freeze. So it would just be spontaneous frozen, basically. It wouldn't be very effective. Sounds cool, but yeah, wouldn't be particularly effective. Stop it from melting. Gabbro tracks isn't the issue. No, I'm worried about the layer above it melting. I'm worried about the layer that's the foundation of this structure melting. I'm not worried about the tracks melting. The tracks aren't going to melt. Not in above ground frozen area with ice. Obsidian, sure. You can make 3D printers with obsidian. I've seen people do it. Do I want to do it? Maybe one day. I know how much work it is, which is why I say maybe one day. Gotta get back to work. Rip. I think that if I just carve out this entire layer here and fill it all up with Gabbro, we'll be fine. So let's just do that. Cheers, Kyle. Over in the YouTube chat. This is going to be tricky to make. You know, maybe it wouldn't have melted because the layer beneath it is stone. Oh well, too late now. Gotta dig all this stuff out. Gotta dig all of this stuff out. There we go. Getting all this stuff done. It begins. Your first spoiler? What was your first spoiler? Obviously, that requires you spoiling stuff. Your stickers arrived. Hell yeah, Ethernal. Are now minecart certified. Weaponsmith's been found dead? Excuse me. Oh, you died to a Yeti. Well, that's unfortunate. Turns out Yetis be mad sometimes. Clearly upset that we confused him with Bigfoot. Might be Goose has been found dead. Excuse me? Oh shit, wait, hold on. Where is this Yeti? Okay, no, it wasn't the Yeti. But might be Goose was found dead. So somebody started tantruming. And attacked a bunch of people. Disorderly conduct against Nomal, the weaponsmith? Was it really Nomal? Did you kill 2 dwarves? It's okay, Might Be Goose. You already have your sequel who's still alive, so... More crimes are being committed, I suppose. Well, we're gonna go interrogate him, find out exactly what happened. Looks like he's in the hospital, so... On top of Might Be Goose's body. Well, looks like he's got 4 confirmed kills. And died. Well, I think we consider that justice served. Died of infection on the way home from the hospital to prison. And the dwarves are partying in the temple at the death of the criminal. Come on, chat, you know what to do. All right, chat room. It's been 1 week since you looked at me. No, it's been 10 hours. 10 hours and 15 minutes. I have an idea for a video that I'd like to edit. So I think I'm gonna call it. Friends, chats, people around in the vicinity. It's been a fun day of adventures. The cannons are starting to form slowly. We have breeding pairs of murder mittens. We have baby giant koalas. And the towers grow. I think today has been productive. He's leaving us! Yes. Leaving us. However, he's not leaving us alone, because while we are going to say goodnight, YouTube, we are going to raid somebody streaming dwarfs. So if you want to say goodnight, YouTube, now's the best time to do that. You have a drumstick and your brain starts ticking. Watch Next Files with no lights on. That's about as far as I can get. Yeah, we're gonna go say hi to Android. It's Wednesday, my dudes. So tomorrow is Thursday, which is after Wednesday. We're shutting off the YouTube.